Hey there, welcome back. Okay, so in the last video you guys saw the preview of our Board application. Now here let's start building the application from scratch in this video. Okay, so I'm just going to create a new next tab. So I'm just going to name this as Board. Okay, so here let's opt for the TypeScript, ESLint yes, and Tailwind says yes, and source directory I don't want no, and app router we could go for it, but I will go for the pages router in this. In the coming applications I'll use the app router, so not an issue. So there won't make a big difference for us to use app router or page router in this application. So okay, and rest I'm just going to leave it the import to the default one. So let's wait for the application to get created. Okay, so it's almost done. So once it's done, I'm going to open this initial project in our VS Code. Okay, so I'm just going to open this in VS Code, and let me get the terminal for this. Okay, and first let's see the initial application, how it is looking. Okay, and then we will start making changes. So let's go to browser. I'm just going to okay, so this is the default application. So now let's go back to the code base. So first thing is what we are going to make a change here is we would need the sockets to be used in our application. So by default the nextjs doesn't support the socket, so we'll have to have the custom server. So for that we are going to create one folder, let's say it as server, and in that we're going to define our server. So this is what I'm talking about. So I'm just going to create here inside this root location one new folder server, and here I'm just going to create a new file called index.ts. okay, fine, and here I'm just going to quickly create the custom server. So the things needed for this I'm just going to import. So before that we'll have to install some dependencies. So the dependencies here custom server will be using the express. So I'm just going to install that express. Okay, so let me install the express, and also let me install the types for express. Okay, so now let's complete this index.ts file. Okay, so I'm just going to import create server from http, and then the express from the express library, and then the next API handler from next. Okay, so here let's get the port value. So for now let's keep the default value as 3000, but we can configure inside our environment thing. So rather, okay, I'm just going to handle it this way. So let's have the %. I'm just going to get port value if it exists. If not, I'm just going to make the default one as 3000. Okay, and then if it is dev or not, we're just going to keep track in one variable. Same way, I'm just going to use the environment variable, and if this is not equals to production, we'll know it is a dev. And or let's create a variable for this next tab. So this is going to be next function receiving the environment variable, and then create here the next handler, which is of type next API handler, which we imported above, and this is going to be next tab dot get request handler. So this is the request handler. Now let's prepare the next tab. So I'm just going to call the prepare, and then in the callback I'm just going to have one asynchronous function in which we are going to create the express app, and then the server from create server by passing in the app. Okay, and here I'm just going to give all star. Okay, so for all routes, and this is going to have the request and response of any, and here we're just going to call next handler by passing in the request and response. Okay, and then we will start listening on the port we have mentioned above, and I'm just going to log it here, something like server is ready, listening on. Okay, so here I will just convert this into the backticks so that we can. Okay, so this is the change inside the server section. So now the thing is we need to change the tsconfig files. Okay, so here the thing is we are going to make this module as common JS, so that it will not throw us the error of importing express in the format we have done. And also I'm just going to remove this part. Okay, and let's have the one more tsconfig file for our server. So I'm just going to name it tsconfig dot server dot json. So for this, what we are going to do, we are just going to extend the whatever file we had. So that is tsconfig dot json, and here the compiler options, we are going to make the module here, it has common JS, and out directory is going to be build, and target it's going to be, I'm just going to give this. Okay, so we can give the other whatever we want, and isolated modules I'm just going to make it as false, and no emit I'm just going to make it as a false, and the things we have to include here I'm just going to mention here the server folder. Okay, so that's the change for the server. And now in the package.json we just have to change the starter thing. So rather than using the next dev, we're going to change that. So so here instead of next dev, I'm just going to call the nodeman server index.ts. Okay, and now let's go to the pages section. So I'm just going to remove here everything, and I'm just going to add here one div with h1 tag, and I'm just going to add something like template, and here let's give this styling for this. So I'm just going to give here background something like red. Okay, and also whatever the default stylings we got, that is a black background and all. So let's go to this styles folder. In this I'm just going to remove here everything. So okay, so now let's check the thing. Okay, so this is the change. Now whatever the change we have made for the added the new servo and added the change the starter command. So instead of calling the next dev, we are calling now nodeman and server, the file we have added. So this is the initial setup. So we just added the server. So the next thing that we will have is, let's have the drawing canvas part and at least see if we are able to draw it on the screen or not. Okay, so that would be our target. Okay, so let's do that. So first thing, let's install the dependencies for us, that is socket.io and socket.io -client, so that in for both from the server side will be emitting and client side will be listening and do the vice versa too. Okay, so here the dependencies that we are going to use is so need is socket.io and socket.io-client. okay, and for state management I'm going to use the recoil here. We can use whatever the global state management libraries, like beat, redux, mobex, or just and or whatever. So I have basically I am most familiar with the redux and redux toolkit, but here I just wanted to try it out with this recoil thing. Okay, so I'm just going to add here the recoil dependency. So once we have this, okay, first I'm just going to define the types, like server to client events and client to server events. So for that I'm just going to create here the new folder here. I'm just going to name here like common section of our application. So in this I'm just going to create here new folder, let's say it has a types, and I'm going to define here the file like global dot d.ts, and in this I'm just going to create the types needed for us for now. So I'm just going to export declare global, and first thing is I'm just going to have one interface for context options. So context options is nothing but the whatever the it's nothing but this will have the line width and line color, so you'll understand this thing. Okay, so I'm just going to define two properties: line width, which is of type number, and then the line color, which is of type string. So this is one interface for context options, and then let's have the interface which says like server to client events, and here we'll have the event name as socketDraw, which is the function. So this is going to have two input params. So let's say one is like a new moves, which is the array. So this is new moves, and it's going to be of type number comma number matrix. Okay, and the options, so which is going to be the type context options, and return type is going to be void. Okay, this is the interface for type for server to client events. Okay, let's define the same way for the client to server events. So here I'm just going to name this as a draw, and here this will have the same two parameters, same like above. I'm just going to change here the name to the moves. Okay, and this is going to be of type number comma number array, and here options, it's going to be of type context options, and here it's going to be returning of type void. So these are the types we have. And now let's go to the server part. Okay, so in the server part I'm just going to quickly import the server from socket.io, which we have just installed, and create that. Okay, I mean to say is like, create a new server out of it, and let's start listening on to a draw event. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. First thing is, let's import the server from socket.io. Okay, so we have the server, and I'm just going to define here the new server of type, client to server events, and server to client events. I'm just going to pass in the server. So we have this IO object now, and here, just to check if at least the server is working or not, I'm just going to create one dummy health endpoint. Okay, and let's make this as asynchronous, and I'm just going to send like, healthy, something like this. Okay, fine. And here, after this, I will start listening on to the connection event. So here on connection, and I'm just going to create one variable as socket. Okay, and here I'm just going to console that, connection, it has a connection. So that means we have come inside this part. And here, let's start listening on to draw event. Okay, and here we're going to receive the moves and the options. So same thing for now. To check if you are listening onto this from in the server side or not, I'm just going to listen console this, and also I'm just going to broadcast this and emit the socket draw event, and by passing in the moves along with the options. Okay, this is how we are going to listen on to the draw event and emitting the socket draw to the client side. Okay, and then after this, I'm just going to listen on the disconnecting, and then I'm just going to console this like, client disconnected. Okay, this is the simple change in the server side. Now the changes needed to be done is in the client side. So here in the index page, so here we'll have to change the structure, and use the socket.io client, and add the canvas part. Okay, so for that, what I'm just going to do is, inside first the common section, I'm just going to create here the new folder. I'm just going to name this as a library kind of thing, and here I'm just going to create a socket.ts file where I'm just going to get the object of the socket. So first, let's import the IO and the socket from socket.io client side. Okay, and I'm just going to export the const naming this as object as a socket. This is of type, server to client events, and client to server events, and here it's going to be So sorry, it has to be export. So now the socket object needed for us to consume in the front end side is created here. We'll just import this part and use it in our components wherever needed. Okay, so this is one thing, and also similarly we are going to create the hooks needed here. So I'm just going to create here the new folder inside the common sections. So I have just named it as hooks. So here I'm just going to create the file called drawing, and in this I'm just going to create the functions, kind of like, handling the starting of the drawing part, handed drawing, and also the drawing part. And then I'm going to export these things so that we can use it in our components rather than writing every time we need in our components. Okay, so you'll understand this what I'm talking about. So first thing, I'm just going to name this hook name as something like, let's say, useDraw, and this is going to have the params of the options type, which is of type context options. And the another optional param, I'm just going to name it as a context. So this is going to be of type canvas rendering context to the type. Okay, and here let's have the local state variable of a drawing. So I'm just going to name this as drawing, set drawing the callback function to update the drawing variable. So this is going to be of type a boolean. So by default this is going to get that type. So here inside the use effect part, I'm just going to check if the context is not null, and accordingly I'm just going to assign the properties of context object. So to line join, I'm just going to make it as a round, and then the line cap, I'm just going to make this also round, and then the line width and stroke style. So line width, I'm just going to set whatever we receive in the options dot line width param. Okay, and similarly the stroke style as well, I'm just going to set the line color. Okay, fine. Now let's define the three functions which I was talking about, which is handling the start part of the drawing, handling the end part of drawing, and handling the in between drawing part. Okay, so I'm just going to name them accordingly so that it will be clear for us to refer later point of time. So I'm just going to name this as handle start drawing. This is going to receive two input params, which is nothing but the coordinates of x and y. So here if there is no context, I'm just going to return from this function, or else I'm just going to capture the moves into the matrix this way. So I just have to define here a global moves array. So let's name this as a moves, which is going to be of type number comma number matrix. So initially I'm just going to make this as the empty array. Okay, so here I'm just going to assign the set drawing to the true, and then let's begin a path from the context, and I'm just going to draw a line to the x and y coordinate that we received. So x comma y, and then draw the stroke. Okay, so this is the handle start drawing function. Similarly we are going to handle the end part as well. So I'm just going to call this as end drawing, and here same thing. First thing, we are going to check if there is no context. I'm just going to return from this function. If not, I'm just going to emit the draw event from client to server, and by passing in the moves along with the options. Okay, I just have to import the socket. So let's import socket from our common folder, and live and socket. Okay, so this is how we are going to emit along with the moves and options. And then I'm just going to set a drawing variable to false, and I'm just going to close the path. of the context object. Okay, this is the handle end drawing, and the one more function which is the handling the drawing part. So I'm just going to name this as handle draw. This also it's going to receive the x and y coordinate as its parameters. So here if there is context and also the drawing variable value is true, then we are going to move push the coordinates into the moves list. Okay, if no and also I'm just going to draw the line to that coordinate from the context object, and then the stroke part. Okay, so we have the functions needed for us, and then I'm just going to return them. So here I'm just going to return this function so that we can use in our components. So this is the hook that that is needed for us to use in the components. Okay, so now let's go to the pages section, and here we are going to have the canvas part and see if we are at least able to draw on that canvas part or not. Okay, so here first thing, so this is going to be so what I'm going to do is, so first let's define whatever needed for us. Okay, so first thing I would be needing two use refs things, for one for the canvas referring and one for the context referring. So I'm just going to define them accordingly here. So here first thing, whatever is needed I'm just going to configure here, then I'll focus on the written part. Okay, the UI part. Okay, so here I'm just going to import the useRef. This is going to be of type HTML canvas element, and initially I'm just going to assign this as a null value, and one more ref for context. So context ref, here this is going to be of type canvas rendering context 2D, and initially I'm not going to assign any value for this. Okay, and and then the state variables to keep track of the size of our canvas, that is width and height, along with the state variables to keep track of the options, that is line width and line color. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about, size and set size. So here I'm just going to this is going to be of type object, so which is going to have the two properties. One is width. I'm just going to assign for by default the height and width as 0, and the one more state variables for options. So I'm just going to call this as options, and the callback function it's going to be set options. This is going to be of type context options. So here I'm just going to have the line color as black, and then the line width I'm just going to assign the 5. Okay, fine. So this is the options thing, and then now let's get the structure from our useDraw hook, that is let's get the handle drawing, handle draw, and then handle start drawing, and then the drawing boolean variable from our useDraw hook, and I'm just going to pass in here the options and then the context reference. Okay, so fine, and this now inside the multiple use effects, we will add the one use effect is completely to listen onto the resize event, and accordingly I'm just going to update the size variable, that is the width and height. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about in the use effect. So I'm just going to name here one function which is going to be I'm just going to name it as like something like handle resize. Okay, so here I'm just going to update here due to the width of whatever we have in the window dot inner width, and also height, it's going to be window dot inner height. Okay, and here I'm just going to add event listener to resize, and I'm just going to pass here handle resize function, and I'm just going to call here handle resize, and on destroying we are just going to stop listening to this resize event. Okay, so I'm just going to pass in the handle resize function. So this use effect is to dynamically update the width and height variables of size part. Okay, and next thing is, I'm just going to have one more use effect, like I'm just going to get the if there is a canvas ref, if that is inactive, I'm just going to assign the context of that to our the use ref context. Okay, so this is the thing. So here use effect part, so here first thing I'm just going to get the canvas from the canvas ref. Okay, so if this is not null, so I'm just going to get the context. So here I'm just going to get the context 2D. Okay, and then I'm just going to assign this. So if this is not null, I'm just going to assign into our context ref, so this way. Okay, and this is going to depend on options dot line color, and then options dot line width. Okay, so this use effect is to assign the context ref based on the canvas ref. Okay, that's this thing. And here now we will have one more use effect, which is going to start listening on to the events that are emitted from server. That is, now as of now we have only one event which will be emitted from server, that is socket underscore draw. So we'll have use effect for that. So let's define the use effect. So here I'm just going to define the two variables. I'm just going to name it as moves to draw later, which is going to be an array, and then the options to use later, again this is of type context options, which will have line color and line width. So let's define them. Moves to draw later, this it's going to be of type number comma number, and one more variables options to use later. So this is going to be of type context options. So here line color, and then the line width. So I'm just going to assign the default values here. Okay, and now I'm just going to listen on to the socket draw event, and here we are going to receive the moves and along with the options. So I'm just going to name this as moves to draw, and here it has socket options. So here if the context ref is active along with this, and the drawing, it's not drawing part. Okay, so I will define here one helper function. So I'm just going to name that as like draw from socket. Okay, so let's define just above this part. So here I'm just going to define it as draw from socket, and this is going to receive the socket move, so the array. Okay, socket move, so this is going to be number comma number array, and then the socket options. This is going to be of type context options, and then let's get the context from the context ref hook. Okay, and so if this is not null, I'm just going to assign the line width what with whatever the params we have received. Okay, line width, and similarly the stroke style, it's going to be socket options dot line color. Okay, and then I'm just going to call the begin path on this context, and then using the socket moves array, so that is for each, let's get the x and y coordinate, and then I'm just going to draw a line to that coordinate. So here line to this x and y coordinate, and then I'm just going to have the stroke, and after this I'm just going to close this path. Okay, so this is the draw from socket helper. So here we'll be using this. So here if there is a context ref active and it's not drawing, I'm then just going to call this moves to draw along with this socket options. Okay, else we are just going to store into moves to draw later variable which we have just defined above, and also options to use later the socket options. And after this, that is in the cleaning part of this, once on destroying, that is will stop listening to this event, and then call the helper function. So it is socket dot of start stop listening to this socket draw. Okay, and then if moves to draw later dot length, so this is not empty, so we are just going to call by passing in moves to draw later and then options to use later. Okay, and this is going to depend on the drawing variable. So this is the use effect. So mostly this is the pretty much. Now let's focus on the y part. So I'm just going to remove this I'm just going to remove this part. Okay, and here first thing I'm just going to add one button. So and add the callback on click event. So here once we click here, we are just going to update the options here. Options, I'm just going to update the line color to blue, and line width, let's make this something like 5. Okay, so okay, and let's have the styling for this. Let's make this as absolute, and background I'm just going to add it as a black, and the text for this button is going to be blue. And now after this we are going to add the canvas part. Okay, so here canvas part. Okay, so this will have multiple things. So let's assign the height and the width to be full part of the thing, and also the main div. I'm just going to assign here the styling for this to be let's make this as half flex, and height and foot height I want it to be full, and also width also. And then let's make the items as centered, and justify as so to center. Okay, now coming to the canvas part. So let's have the reference to this the canvas ref which we have defined above, and then on mouse down I'm just going to listen to the event, and then I'm just going to call the handle start drawing the function, and pass in the coordinates of x and y respectively. Okay, and then on mouse up I'm just going to call the handle end drawing part, and then on mouse move we are going to pass the event to our handle draw function. So and here also just going to pass the coordinates, and then on touch start we are just going to call the handle start drawing part. Okay, so here I'm just going to pass the x coordinate from change touches. Okay, and here also the y coordinate from change touches. Okay, okay, that is this part. Okay, and now on touch end I'm just going to call the handle end drawing part. Okay, and on touch move it's going to be same as whatever we had it for the mouse part. Okay, so on touch move I'm just going to call this handle draw, and then I'm just going to pass in the coordinates again. Coordinates, and then finally let's assign the width and height for this canvas. Okay, fine, so this is it. So hopefully now if we go to the output we should see the canvas and we should be able to draw the draw on it. Okay, so let's go to this output. Okay, so now this is the button. I know it's the text and the background, because of that we are not able to see the text on it, but not an issue. The focus for us was to able to draw on this canvas. So now if I draw I should be able to draw. Yep, so the canvas is working, and also the sockets we have added to emit from our client and server to and fro is working. So here now if I click on this, the line color that we see should be changed to blue. So yeah, so this is also working fine. So now whatever we wanted to at least have the canvas with the drawing part is done. So now let's focus on the other parts. Okay, so the next thing that we are going to focus on is here, I'm going to add here the mini map, so which is going to help us to navigate through whole canvas part. Okay, so that is the thing I'll be adding. Let's go on to the code base now. So here before even going to the minimap part of code, so first let's reorganize our code, and that is, what I'm talking is, rather than defining the multiple use effects in this page itself, let's have the separate for helpers kind of functions and then import them here. Okay, and also here we are going to move the options part to a global the recoil state. So first of all, for the whatever the we are going to define in the recoil thing, we have to wrap everything the components for thing inside the recoil root options. So first thing I'm just going to recoil root. So here inside our the app section, I'm just going to wrap here the components inside the recoil root from the recoil part. So here I'm just going to import this, and here I'm just going to wrap everything inside this recoil root. Okay, so now whatever the state we define inside our atoms of this, we can consume in our application. Okay, so this is the thing. So now let's go to the options here. So first thing, if you see here, there is an we are listening on to the resize part and updating the width and thing. So here what we are going to do is I'm just going to create here separate hook for this. Okay, I'm just going to name it as use viewport size. Okay, so .ts, and I'm just going to quickly define this part. Okay, so let's first create here the hook name as use viewport size. So here let's have the two local state variables for width and height respectively. So I'm just going to have to use state effects to use state variables. Okay, one is for width and height. Let's quickly set them to 0, and now inside this so let's just copy from this pages section. So I'm just going to get this, and here I'm just going to copy it here. So now instead of updating it individually, which I will just going to callback functions. One is to set width to window dot inner width, and then the height window dot inner height. Okay, and the other part is going to remain same, and here there's no dependency, so I'm just going to call empty thing, and then I'm just going to return here the height, and so let's return the width and height. Okay, so this is the how we're going to move. And also let's have the const variable for width and height for the canvas size. So for that I'm just going to define one more folder here. I'm just going to name this as a constants, and here I'm just going to define the one file as let's say canvas size, something like this. So here I'm just going to name this as canvas size, and here export const canvas size, and I'm just going to have here two properties in this object, which is the width. So by default I'm just going to assign the 4000, and then the height. So here I'm just going to by default set it to 2000. Okay, so now let's have the recoil. I'm just going to define the items and hooks for the options part. So here inside the common folder I'm just going to create a new folder called recoil. So whatever the state related thing will be going into this folder. So first thing for options, so I'm just going to define the options folder, and let's have the files related to that. First thing, it's going to be items for the options. So options dot items. So if you want to know more info about how to use the recoil state management library, there is clear documentation. You can just go there and refer there. It is easily understandable if you're good at if you are good with other state management library. So according to me, if you know at least how the redux pattern is working, once you learn that, the others it's going to be just a cakewalk. Okay, so here let's first define the types for this. So let's import the atom from recoil. So here I'm just going to export the options atom. So this is going to be of type context options, and initially so let's have the key name as options, and then default values I'm just going to set the color to be black. Okay, and then the line width I'm just going to set it to 5. Okay, so this is the atoms. Okay, and let's go to the let's create a new file for hooks thing. So I'm just going to name this options dot hooks dot ts. Okay, and here let's quickly have the hook name as use options, and I'm just going to get the values using the use recoil value, and we have passed in the options atom, and here now the values will be there inside the options object. I'm just going to return this thing. Okay, and now let's have the index part in this, which is going to export our hook. Okay, so I'm just going to name this as index.ts. okay, here I'm just going to export default options autumn, and then I'm just going to export use. Okay, let's import this import use option. So I'm just going to export this. Okay, so now we can consume this. So the state configuration for options part is pretty much done. So now rather than and also one thing before I forgot. Okay, so here we had this whole code arranged in this pages, the index part. So here rather than putting all the code in this single file, we are going to define folders, like module wise. Let's say, like we have one module canvas now. So whatever the code related to canvas will maintain there, and then use that module inside our page, so it will be clear, good, right? So for that I'm just going to define one folder. So let's define here modules folder, and before even going there we'll be writing the components using the Tailwind CSS styling. So first thing is we just have to include here those folders too. So here I'm just going to copy this and add in here the two folders which we have added, which is nothing but the common and also the module. So now whatever the styling we use, Tailwind CSS in this will also be applied. Okay, fine. And now I have defined the modules. So if you see here, and in this I'm just going to define here the new folder. Again, this is going to be the canvas thing, and again inside let's have the new folder for components related to canvas. And first thing, it's going to be canvas.tsx. so here mostly we are going to move whatever the code we had in our the index part. Okay, so and also here now we are going to have one more component which we were talking about, the mini map. So that thing also will be part of this canvas module. Okay, and whatever the helpers are associated with this, and any hooks, okay, all will be defined here. So first I wanted to, before even touching the main canvas and the mini map components, I just wanted to focus on the helpers and the hooks that are needed inside this module. So let's focus on that. So quickly we'll complete that, and then move on to this component section. So mostly whatever we had here in the common section thing, and it will be there. So I'm just going to define here the new folder inside this canvas folder, so which is going to be named as the hooks. So first file I'm just going to create here it as canvas dot hooks dot ts. Okay, so here for now I'm just going to copy this from here. Okay, so accordingly now the changes we are going to make, rather than you getting the options, we're going to use the recoil state for that. So I'm just going to import the use options hook from our the recoil options section, and here now for this useDraw hook we'll be receiving the let's context, it's going to be common, so this can also be undefined, so let's assign that to. And here I'm just going to pass in the additional parameters blocked, and the mood x coordinate, and also the mood y coordinate. Okay, so here wait a second. Okay, now let's get the options values first. So this is going to be use options. Okay, and then this variable is going to remain same, and the thing this use effect we are not going to change anything. So here additionally I'm just going to check for the blocked also. If it's blocked, and we are just going to return. Now here in the moves, we are just going to add here the mood x and also the mood y variable which we are receiving as an input param for this hook. And here also, while we are drawing a line to that, we are just going to add in this, and the rest part is going to remain same. So in other functions also, mostly we are going to use the mood x and mood y param. So that is the thing. So here in this thing, I'm just going to check for the condition the not blocked. Okay, and I'm just going to add the mood x and mood y value to this. And the hand drawing part, it's going to remain same, except that we are going to receive here callback function one more, which is like handle. I'm just going to name this as something like this, handle end. So I'm just going to call this. Okay, so here in the hand drawing part, I'm just going to trigger this callback function. So we still have an issue here. So okay, for now I'm just going to change it this. So this is the pretty much the hooks that are needed for our canvas component. Okay, and now the focus on helpers. Okay, if there are any helpers, so it is nothing but no, we, if you see here inside our page section, where is it? Okay, here if you see like we had defined one function here, if you see this one, draw from socket. So this we will move it to the helpers section of canvas. Okay, for that also I'm just going to define here the new folder, which I'm going to name it as helpers, and let's define one file here, canvas dot helpers dot ts. Okay, so now let's copy this thing. So I'm just going to copy this and use it here. Okay, so now we are going to receive the context also as the input param, which is going to be of type canvas rendering context 2D, and also the callback function to let know, like let's name this as after draw. This is going to be empty, return type is going to be empty. So here I'm just going to get this context. Okay, so fine. So the remaining part, it's going to remain the same. So just after this closePath, I'm just going to call this callback function. So the helpers and hooks needed for canvas component is pretty much done. So now let's focus on the minimap component first, and then the canvas part. Okay, so I'm just going to define here inside these components. I'm just going to name this as mini map dot tsx. Okay, so now whatever is needed for this mini map, we are going to complete here. Okay, so first thing is we are going to name this as minimap, and this is going to use the forward ref. So that is like we are going to control the this component from our canvas component by passing in the reference from our canvas component. So that's why we are going to forward this ref to the component which will be using this component. Okay, so forward ref, and here we are going to define the first the types for the things that will be passing. One is the x coordinate, and here I'm just going to install one more dependencies, the framer motion. Okay, so here x is going to be of type motion value of type number, and then the y coordinate also it's going to be same of type number, and then the dragging it's going to be of type boolean. Then the one callback function, so which is going to be named as set mode mini map. So here this is going to be of type dispatch set state action of type boolean, and here I'm just going to get those values, so x, y, and then the dragging, set a mode minimap, and then the ref. Okay, so then I'm just going to define whatever is needed. Okay, this what is the error now? So it's missing display name. So first to make that error go away, I'm just going to assign here the display name as minimap. Okay, so here the issue is we are not using this, so now it will go once we start using them. Okay, so first is let's have the reference for our container. So I'm just going to name this as container ref. So I'm just going to use the use ref hook, and this is going to be of type HTML div element. So initially I'm just going to assign the null value, and here I'm just going to destructure the height and width from our use viewport size. Okay, so I'm just going to import this, and then let's have the variables to keep track of mini maps x coordinate and y coordinate. So here this is going to be of type motion value, so let's assign the 0 by default. Same here, use motion value, I'm just going to assign 0. Okay, so in this use effect hook, first thing is we're going to listen on to the onChange callback function on mini x and mini y variables, and if we are not dragging, I'm just going to update the x and y coordinates values, and then we are going to remove listeners on mini x and mini y on destroying of this component. Okay, so here mini x dot on change, here I'm just going to get the new x coordinate. So here if we are not dragging, I'm just going to set the update the value into x variable, and similarly let's do it the same for y coordinate too. So here I'm just going to get the y coordinate, and here if we are not dragging, and I'm just going to set the y value in the same way. So here new y into 10. Okay, so this is how we are going to update the x and y variables. And now in the cleaning part on destroying, I'm just going to clear listeners on both of the variables. Okay, and this use effect is dependent on dragging value and mini x, so mini y, x coordinate, y coordinate. So nothing but whenever any of these values changes, we should trigger this part. Okay, fine. And now let's focus on the returning part of the UI. So here first thing, we are going to wrap everything inside div, and let's give the styling for this. I'm going to make this as absolute, and I want this to be in the top right part, right? So we are going to make it as absolute, and right and top I'm just going to give some thing, and let's have the z index to be 50. And for now let's give the background color as something like this, zinc color. And also we are going to attach the reference for this, which we have defined above this, that is container ref, and also the style. So width, it's going to be the canvas size by 10. Similarly the it's canvas size dot width, and similarly the height, it's going to be canvas size dot height by 10. Okay, fine. And here let's have this canvas part. First thing is we're going to attach the reference from our root component. So here I'm just going to attach this. Okay, there is an issue. I don't know what is this. Okay, let's figure it out. And the width is going to be the constant value which we have defined, and the same the height is also going to be that. And here the styling for this, I'm just going to have the height and width is going to be full. Okay, and I'm just going to close it here. Okay, and now the div for part for the red background thing, that is a box for the drawing, that is it. Okay, so here I'm just going to import the motion dot div. So let's import motion from framer motion. Okay, so here we are going to add this attributes for this. Let's make this as drag, and drag constraints. I'm just going to attach here the container ref and drag elastic. I'm just going to assign the value 0 and drag transition. Let's assign the power to be 0 and also the time constant to be 0. On drag end, I'm just going to set mode minimap to, I'm just going to toggle this. Okay, so here I'm just going to okay, fine. And the styling for this, okay, let's make this as absolute, and top 0, and also left to be a 0, and let's have the cursor to be grab thing. So I'm just going to add this, and let's have the border to be a 2, and the border I'm just going to have the red color. So let's assign the decent red color. Okay, and the style width, it's going to be the width by 10, and also the height is going to be height by 10, and also x coordinate, it's going to be mini x, and y coordinate, it's going to be mini y. And then the animate part, x, I'm just going to it's going to be minus x dot get by 10, and similarly for the y coordinate, 10. Okay, and let's add the transition for this. So transition duration, I'm just going to make this as 0.1. okay, so this is the thing for this thing, and there is an error above. Let's first export this, and I'm just going to tackle this error part. So now here the thing here is, I'm just going to convert this into as any. Okay, fine. And okay, so I'll come to this part, and we still see a lot of the types related issue. Okay, so at least we have the component the way we wanted as ready. So now let's go to the canvas part, and here we are going to define the thing, mostly all the thing which we have already in the page section. So first I'm going to define here the component name as, so let's name this, okay, canvas. So here I'm just going to copy some part from our this page section. So thing here is, I'm just going to get this canvas ref. So we just have to import this. Similarly for small canvas ref, I'm just going to rename this. Okay, and let's have the same I'm just going to import useState. So this is the drawing variable, it's going to remain the same, so which is initially we're going to set to be false. And let's have the context variable too. So your context, which is going to be of type canvas rendering context 2D. okay, and then the one more thing for setting the mode minimap. okay, which is going to be boolean type, so I'm just going to have default value as false. And then let's get the width and height from our hook, so which is use viewport size. And here I'm just going to add one more dependencies, which is react use library. Basically this is going to give us a lot of helpful hooks which we can use across our application. So from this I'm just going to use the key press event. So here I'm just going to use the use key press event, and I'm just going to listen on to the control key. Okay, so here if e dot control key and we are not drawing, I'm just going to set dragging to be true. Okay, so fine. And later I'm just going to define the x and y coordinate by using the use motion value and assign the zero values for them. And quickly let's define one function which is like copying canvas to a small minimap. Okay, so this is going to be pretty straightforward, so I'm just going to name this as copy canvas to small. Okay, and here if the canvas ref dot current, I mean it's not null, and also so first thing I'm just going to get the context of 2D from the small canvas along. Then I'm just going to draw image by passing in the canvas ref and also the coordinates. Okay, so here and then I'm just going to pass in the width, so canvas size dot width along with height. Okay, so this function is going to copy canvas to small part. Okay, and now let's destructure the values from our useDraw hook. So here I'm just going to import useDraw part. Okay, so first thing I'm just going to get the handle draw, handle hand drawing, handle start drawing, and also drawing variable. And here I'm just going to pass in the context, dragging, and pass in the x coordinate, and then the y coordinate, negative y coordinate, and the function callback function copy canvas to small. So did I not export the drawing? I don't think so, but no, I did. Okay, let's go there. What is the issue? Okay, it has to be, sorry, dragging. Okay, above it has to be dragging. Sorry guys. So it has to be dragging. Okay, fine. And now once we have this, I'm just going to copy the use effects we had in this pages section. So just going here, I'm just going to get this to use effects. Okay, so here I'm just going to take this. Okay, come to canvas section. After this part, I'm just going to remove whatever is not needed for me. So in this part we just have to import this socket again. Socket, okay, and also use effect, use effect. Okay, so here this is fine and it's not drawing. Here we'll have to pass in, we'll have to import the draw socket. So I'm just going to import. Okay, so let's go to this. I think I just have to export this here. Fine, now let's go here. Now here I just have to pass the additional params here, the context along with the copyCanvasToSmall thing. So here I'm just going to make this, and also this, it's going to be context. So now here I can just remove this. Fine, and the remaining is going to remain same. Additionally, I just have to add here the additional parameters. Okay, and I'm just going to add the one more condition, only if context is not null, and here I'm just going to pass in the context. Okay, so this use effect is fine, and now so we are going to have one more use effect which is going to listen onto the key up event. So that is for control key, okay. So let's define that part just above this part. Okay, so quickly I'm just going to get the new context, so which is, I'm just going to get the canvas ref dot current dot, I'm just going to get the 2D context. Okay, if this is not null, if this is not null, I'm just going to set the context to this. Okay, and then quickly I'm just going to define here the function called handleKeyUp. Okay, wait a second. So the function name is handle key up, and this is going to receive event of type keyboard event. If not control key and dragging is true, I'm just going to set dragging to false. Okay, and then I'm just going to add event listener. Window dot add event listener key up, then pass in the above function, and in the cleaning part on destroying, I'm just going to remove event listener key up, and pass in the handle key up function. Okay, and now the dependency is dragging. Okay, fine. So this is the use effect to listen on to the key up events. Okay, so now let's focus on rendering the UI part. Okay, so just after this I'm just going to return here the div. So this is going to be occupying the whole width and whole height, and overflow I'm just going to hide this. And here let's have this motion dot canvas. So let's import the motion canvas. Okay, so first thing we are going to handle the settings part. So here attach the canvas ref, and then the width, it's going to be canvas ref dot width, and sorry, size dot width, and also the height would be from the constant variable, and the styling for this. So here let's give the background to be zinc 300, and here if we are dragging, then I'm just going to add the cursor move. Okay, and style I'm just going to add the x and y coordinate. Okay, so now the dragging part. So dragging will be according to whatever the value we receive in the dragging variable, and then the drag constraints. So here left I'm going to add the constraints here, the width minus width, and right let's make it 0, and then the top it's going to be negative of canvas size minus height, and also the bottom 0. Okay, fine. And now the drag elastic, let's assign the 0, and then drag transition power, let's assign 0, and time constant to 0. Okay, fine. And then the handlers, so handlers is nothing but the on mouse handlers and the touch handlers. Okay, so here on mouse down we are just going to call handle start drawing, and pass in the same x and y coordinates. On mouse up I'm just going to handle end drawing. On mouse move I'm just going to call in the handle draw, and pass in the x and y coordinate. Okay, and then on touch start, same thing. Handle start drawing, and here change touches I'm just going to assign the x and y coordinate. So now on touch end and the touch move, so here I'm just going to call handle hand drawing, and on touch move I'm just going to call the handleDraw function, and then going to pass the x and y coordinates. Okay, so just below this I'm just going to add the mini map. So here I'm just going to pass the reference as small canvas ref, and x coordinate I'm just going to assign the x and y also in the same way, and dragging I'm just going to pass the dragging variable, and set mode minimap I'm just going to pass in this callback function. Okay, now the issue with this ref, so I think the issue is with the type of this small canvas ref. So going here, okay, so okay, I have to attach here the HTML canvas element. That's the reason we see the issue. Okay, yep, I forgot that. Okay, fine. So now, okay, let's go to minimap. And we no longer need this as any. Okay, set mode minimap. So there is an issue. So going here, there is some issue with respect to set mode minimap. So if I have to check, I don't see. Let's see the issue. Okay, it's just the spelling, so I just have to correct this. Yeah, so it's just the naming convention error. So now the canvas part is added here. Now going to our the page section. Here we are going to remove everything and just going to return the canvas part. So here let's take everything from this page. So I'm just going to remove everything, and even this div part. Okay, here I'm just going to return the, I think I had not exported that. Okay, so let's export this canvas. Okay, now here I'm just going to import the canvas component. Okay, and whatever things are not needed I'm just going to remove the imports too. So now going to output, we should see the minimap in the top right corner, and the yeah, so let's see now. Yep, so now you see we have added the minimap and the canvas part. So now if I draw and stop drawing, we should see immediately the reflection. Okay, and yeah, so okay, so this is what I wanted to talk about. So pretty so now let's move to this part. Okay, there is a fine. Now let's refresh this. Okay, this is pretty good. I think the way we wanted to add a mini map along with the red border for the small copying canvas to small, that content red border, and able to move it, we are good. So this is the thing I wanted to say, that the mini map, we wanted to add mini map. So after this, what we will do, we will focus on this cursors, moving cursors. Okay, so and also the undoing part. So we'll focus on first adding the moving cursors and also the undoing part. Okay, so let's go to the code base. So now we'll make changes for the adding cursors. Before even that, in this mini map component, we forgot to add this on drag start. Okay, so here I'm just going to call the set mode mini map, and I'm just going to toggle the value. Okay, and after this, in hooks part, I'm just going to include the condition for blocked. So here the blocked thing, and then this in the handle draw part, either rather than checking for the true and then calling this, what I'll do, I'm just going to move this code I'm just going to do vice versa part. So here, if there is no context or not drawing or blocked, I'm just going to call the return here. Okay, and the remaining is going to remain same, and in the hand drawing part, I'm just going to check for even if it is blocked, I'm just going to return thing. Okay, so this is the change. Now let's go to the output once, and let's check now. So if you let's go here. So before let me refresh this. Okay, so before let me draw this. Before when we were trying to start, we didn't see any movement of this border, but now we are seeing it. Okay, so pretty good. I know there is an issue, but I'll take care of it. Okay, for now this is the thing. So now let's go back to the code base. So here the thing we will focus on is how do we add the moving cursors. Okay, so first thing, I'm just going to add the events, the types from server to client as well as to client to server, kind of like knowing the client or server know about mouse mode events. So I'm just going to create here the server to client events. I'm just going to add here the mouse mode. Okay, so this is going to receive x and y coordinates along with the socket id. So this is going to be a string. So here this is what the server will be emitting to the client, and also I'm going to add one more event to know who are the users in a particular room. So here I'm just going to add this users in room. Okay, so that we have to show the cursors of them too, right? So here, and we are going to receive list of socket IDs, and I mean we are going to emit the list of socket IDs from the server to client. Okay, and here mouse move from client to server, so we are going to pass in the x and y coordinates here in this event. So this is going to be of type number. Fine, so these are the types we have added. Then after this, we will so now I'm going to create the new component. So I'm just going to name that as a room, okay. So new module, so here room, I'm just going to name it as a room, and in that we will have the so even the canvas part I'm just going to move inside this. So rather than that, I'm just going to I'm just going to delete this. Let's rename this canvas to room. Okay, so here now we will have a lot of things rather than of just room canvas related thing. So I just changed here the to module name canvas to room. So here first thing is we will have the lot of components we are going to add, the room component and also components like mouse rendering part, and also mouse of the socket, and the context where we are going to maintain the x and y coordinates in okay. So first thing I'm just going to create here inside hooks, I'm just going to create here the new file. So I'm going to name this as use board position.ts. okay, so here I'm just going to export this use board position, and here I'm just going to destructure x and y value from our context. So here I just have to so here I'll have to create the room context here. So let me create a new folder here. So here inside room I'm just going to create here a new folder. I'm just going to name it as a context, and the new file inside that I'm going to name it as room.context.ts. okay, so here I'm just going to define the room context using the create context from the React. okay, and this is going to have the object of type x, which is of type motion value of type number. Similarly y coordinate, so this is also it's going to be motion value of type number, and initially I'm just going to set these two values as a null. okay, so and here there is issue, so I just added it won't be not null. okay, and let's have the room context provider. So I'm just going to name this room context provider, and here the children of this, it's going to be of type React child. So I'm just going to import this, so we can directly import this React child. So we have to use React child or a React node, so that doesn't matter. So okay, so here I'm just going to get the x value here. So the declare the initial x value using the use motion value, and I'm just going to initialize it as 0. Similarly for y coordinate, so here let's define this motion value for y coordinate, and here I'm just going to return the room context. So if you see the above, so I'm just going to return the provider, and here the values that we are going to expose, it's going to be x and y coordinates. So here, and and this value will be accessible to children's wrapped inside this context. Okay, so fine, and here, okay, what is the issue? I just defined here, but I don't know why it is. Okay, so I'm just going to export. So okay, sorry, it has to be tsx. So okay, so now the issue is gone. Okay, and I'm just going to export this room context provider. Okay, so here now I can just going to this board position. We have to wrap this here. We'll have one more component room. So there I'm going to use this context provider. So meanwhile I will complete this. So here the use board position. So I'm just going to get the room context. Okay, and I'm just going to return x and y coordinates. So this is the use board position hook. Okay, so and also now focusing on the let's first change the code in our server side. So here after this I'm just going to add the socket dot. For now we are not going to create any particular room. I'm just going to name this as a global room. Okay, so we are going to join, and here let's collect the all users. So here io dot sockets dot adapter dot rooms dot get global. So this is going to give us the all users list present in this room, and if this is not null, okay, so I'm just going to emit to this room. So here to global I'm just going to emit users in room event to client side. Okay, and pass in the list of all users. Okay, so here what is the issue? Okay, I just have to mention this down level iteration. Okay, so just let me add that. Okay, so inside our the server tailwind tsconfig.server.json, sorry, in the tsconfig.json I'm just going to add. So here if you see, okay, so I'm just going to add the down level iteration to be true. Okay, fine, and now the issue should be gone. Fine, the issue is gone. So after this I'm just going to add one more listener on the mouse move event from the client side. Okay, so here socket dot on, I'm just going to add here the mouse move, and we are going to receive the x and y coordinates, and accordingly I'm just going to first log whether we are listening onto this event or not. So I'm just going to log here the mouse move part. Okay, and then I'm just going to broadcast the event the mouse moved to along with the x and y coordinates with this socket id. Okay, so I'm just going to broadcast and emit this mouse mode along with the x and y coordinates and the socket id from which it is broadcasting. Okay, so these are the changes to be done in the server folder. Okay, so now let's go quickly to the I'm just going to quickly define the things that are needed for us. So first thing is the socket mouse. Okay, so I'm just going to create here inside this components a new file called let's name this as socket mouse.tsx. okay, so here I'm just going to define this as socket mouse, and this is going to receive the socket id as an input param, which is going to be of type string. Okay, so I'm just going to mention its type here, string. Okay, first thing is I'm just going to get the board position. So from the use board position hook, which we have just written, and I'll have the two state variables, to update the x and y coordinates. So I'm just going to name here the x, and the callback function to update the x variable set x, and we are going to use the use state. And initially I'm just going to set the value that we get from our use board position hook. Okay, so let's do the same for the y coordinate. So y comma set y, and here use state, and it's going to be board position dot y dot get. Okay, so these are the two variables to update the x and y coordinates. And also let's define one more variable to have the x and y coordinates in a single variable. I'm naming it as the position, and the set position callback function. Here let's define the initial x and y coordinate as -1. Okay, fine. And now here we'll have a use effect, which is going to listen on the mouse mode. So that is, when the server is going to emit the mouse mode event, what is it that we are going to do in the client side. So this use effect is going to handle this part. So here I'm just going to import the socket. Okay, socket dot on mouse mode. We are going to receive the three parameters. One is the new x coordinate, and another is the new y coordinate, and then the socket id which mode. Okay, so here I will receive these things. So here if the socket id so let's change here moves to mode. Okay, so if socket id mode is equals to the socket id, it is equals to socket id, I'm just going to set the position to whatever the params we receive from the server. Okay, x coordinate and the y coordinate. So here I'm just going to update the y coordinate. Okay, fine. If not, we are just going to in the cleanup on destroying part, I'm just going to stop listening to mouse mode event. Okay, fine. And this use effect is going to depend on the socket id. So I'm just going to add this as a dependencies for this use effect hook. Okay, and also we will have the more use effects, to subscribe on to the on change callback of the x and y coordinates respectively. Okay, so here I'm just going to add the use effect. So here I'm just going to name this as on subscribe. Okay, so here I'm just going to call the x coordinate, and here I'm just going to listen on the on change callback function, and I'm just going to update the x based on the set x thing. Okay, and here I'm just going to return this unsubscribe, and here this is going to depend on board position dot x value, and similarly we'll do for the y coordinate as well. Okay, so here I'm just going to do the same for the y coordinate, except that I'll have to change here the x and y coordinate. Okay, so these are the two use effects that is for. Okay, and finally I'll just render one div with the cursor fill icon. Okay, so here I'm just going to import the motion. So let's import motion from framer motion. Okay, so this is going to be div. Okay, and here let's give the styling for this. So first thing, the styling, so it's going to be dynamic. I'm just going to make this as absolute in, and top 0, left 0, and text color I'm just going to make this as a blue. So let's make it as 800. Okay, and then depending on if position dot x is equals to -1, I'm just going to hide this. Okay, so this is the thing, styling for this, and the animate part. Okay, so here I'm just going to set x value as position dot x plus x, and then the y coordinate I'm just going to set position dot y plus y. Okay, fine. And then transition, so transition I'm just going to add the duration for this 0.3 milliseconds, and then here the ease I'm just going to make this as a linear. Okay, and let's first here we have to showcase one icon. So for that I'm going to install the React icon. So here I'm just going to install the React icons. Okay, so here let's import the icon from the React icons. Okay, so I am just going to import bs cursor fill from React icon slash bs. Okay, and I'm going to use this inside this div. So here I'm just going to use this, and I'm just going to give the styling for this as I'm just going to rotate this the 90 degrees. Okay, so this is the socket mouse component. Okay, so fine, and now I'll create one more component, okay, called mouse renderer. So here inside this I'm just going to create here a new file, mouse renderer.tsx. okay, so here I'm just going to name this component name as mouse renderer. Okay, and here let's have the list of mouses coordinates. Okay, so here I'm just going to name this as mouses, and the callback function to update as mouses. Okay, so here use state hook, this is going to be a string array. Okay, so initially I'm just going to set it as empty array. Okay, and let's just log the mouses values. Okay, and now inside this use effect hook, we are going to listen to the users in room event from the server, and accordingly I'm just going to set the mouses with whatever the users we receive from the server. Okay, so socket dot on users in room, and I'm going to receive the socket IDs. Sorry, I mentioned as coordinates, but this is socket IDs. Okay, so here I'm going to get the all users. So here let's get this socket IDs dot, and I'm just going to filter accept this current socket ID. I'm just going to socket ID is not equals to socket dot ID. Okay, so here and I'm just going to set mouses to whatever the value we receive from here. Okay, so here fine, and so after this just cleaning up. So here on destroying, we're just going to stop listening to user syndrome. Okay, fine, and this is not going to depend on anything, so I'm just going to add empty array, and finally rendering the list of the mouses, IDs, cursors. Okay, here I'm just going to iterate through the list of the mouses. Okay, that is, I'm just going to iterate and get the socket ID, and then pass this as a parameter to the component which we have created, that is socket mouse. So here so I'm just going to so I think I have not exported this. Okay, so let me export this socket mouse. Okay, and here I'm going to add here the socket mouse and pass in the socket ID, which is going to be the socket ID, and then key also I'm just going to set it to be socket ID. Okay, fine. So this is how we are going to render the list of the mouse cursors on our canvas screen. Okay, so now the almost the components needed for mouse socket mouse and mouse renderer, I think the pretty much done, but again I think we have to add the one more component which is going to be like mouse position component. So I'm just going to create that mouse position dot tsx. Okay, so here quickly let's name this as mouse position. This is first, let's get the let's use one use ref. I'm going to name it as a previous position. So initially we are going to set the x and y coordinate to be 0. So here previous position. Okay, so I'm just going to get the x coordinate, it's going to be of type number, and similarly y coordinate, it's going to be of type number. Okay, so initially I'm just going to set x and y coordinate to 0 respectively. Okay, and then let's destructure the x and y coordinates from our useBoard position hook. Okay, and then let's have the one reference using the useRef hook, and this is going to be of type HTML div element, and I'm just going to set initially it as a null. And here we are going to use the use mouse from React use library, so which is going to give us the coordinates of the mouse. Okay, so I'm just going to name destructure them, so it is going to be doc x and doc y. So here I'm just going to import here and pass in the reference here. So here this we are going to attach to the div, we are going to write below, and also we are going to use the use interval from the React use. So this is where I'm going to update the position of the mouse. Okay, so this is what, so here if previous position dot current dot x is not equals to this doc x. Okay, or if previous position dot current dot y is not equals to not equals to doc y. Okay, I'm just going to emit the mouse move event to the server. Okay, mouse move to the server and pass in the coordinates. Okay, here this is going to be a doc x minus x dot get x coordinate. Similarly the y coordinate would be doc y minus y dot get. Okay, fine, and then I'm just going to update the previous position. So previous position dot current, it's going to be x is going to be the doc x, and y it's going to be doc y. So okay, so this is how we are going to emit the mouse move to the server along with the updated x and y coordinate values, and then we are going to store previous position inside our previous position ref. Okay, and this is going to let's add the interval here as a 300 milliseconds. Okay, fine, and then I'm just going to return this div. So motion dot, so I'm just going to import this motion. So let's import this from framer motion. Okay, so here motion dot div. So here I'm just going to attach this reference. Okay, and then the styling for this, I'm just going to make this as absolute and give the top 0 and the left 0 and give the z index to be 50, and then select, I'm going to give none. Okay, so and then obviously the animate and the transition part, so I'm just going to give animate your docx plus 15, and similarly for y I'm just going to add the 15, okay, to the y coordinate as well. Okay, and then the transition part, so here I'm just going to give duration 0.05 thing, and ease I'm just going to pass in the linear. Okay, and here we are going to display the coordinates of x and y, so I'm just going to get this like this, so docx minus x dot get, okay, and this is the y coordinate, so doc y minus y dot get. Okay, so this is the mouse position components. Now mostly whatever the components are needed for us to create a room component, I think it's pretty much set. So first thing, I'm going to create here the new component called room. Okay, there we are going to use the all the components which we have defined. So here I'm just going to create the new file room.tsx. okay, so here let's define this room, and here I'm just going to wrap everything inside the room context provider, so that room context provider. Okay, so here I'm just going to add the div, and let's make this as a relative, and then make the height full and also width to be full, and overflow I'm just going to hide it. Okay, fine, and here I'm just going to use the components which we have created. So first thing is the canvas, so canvas, and then the mouse position. Okay, so and then the mouse renderer. So here mouse renderer, I think I have not exported that. Okay, let's export this. So let's go back here, so I'm just going to a mouse renderer. Okay, so this is the room component, so I'm just going to export this, and then instead of and also we have to make some changes in the canvas component and minimap component. So here going to the minimap component. Okay, so if you see here, I'm just going to I'm not going to pass in this x and y coordinates anymore, because we have separately maintaining that in our context. So I'm just going to remove this, and also this x and y coordinates. Okay, so here I'm just going to get them in this way, so I'm just going to destructure those values from our use board position hook. Okay, so this is going to give us x and y coordinates, and now we were using this component inside the canvas part, so we'll have to make changes here accordingly. So here I just have to take care, discard these two things params. Now this is pretty much and also here I'm just going to change here the I'm just going to make this also as relative. Okay, fine, so this is the pretty much the change needed for us to render the mouse positions on our canvas part. So now let's go to the output and check if we are able to see the position of the mouse or not. So let's here no, I just have to change here in the pages section. Here instead of the canvas part, I just have to import the room part. So here I'm just going to call the room component. Okay, so here let's remove this. Okay, so fine. So now let's go to the output and check if we are able to see the cursor or not. So I'm just going to refresh this. Okay, so ideally we should be seeing it. Okay, let's. Okay, there is an issue. There is an issue with respect to coils. Okay, let's go to the recoils. Okay, I'm just going to restart once and let's see if I missed something. Okay, there is an issue. Okay, fine. So let me check this issue. Okay, I think there is an issue inside our server file. Okay, if you see here, what is the issue? Is it because I have to 1 second, maybe I'll have to import the types, but I don't think so. Okay, let's import this. Let's import the ours common folder, and then the types, then this file. Okay, so now let's see at least. Okay, so I think now we don't have issues. Maybe I just have to import the types in the server folder. That was the issue. Now let's refresh this. So here it's fine, and let's add one more. Here you see, now I have created a separate, I mean kind of joined this global room with one more as a user, and we have to see we are seeing here mouse renderer, which is the blue cursor. Okay, so we added the cursor, so fine, and here let me add one more user. So now we should see the two cursors. Okay, so here I'm just going to see, yep, you see two cursors. Okay, fine, and now let's focus on the undoing part. That is, we drew something and we wanted to erase this, and that we are going to handle now. Let's go to the code base. There is one issue here. I was focusing on the rendering of the other users cursor here, but here if you see, we are not seeing the current cursor. Okay, so for that, the mouse position component, there is some issue with that. So let's go check the code base. Okay, so here if you see here, I just missed here the absolute, misspelled the absolute. Because of that, I think we were not able to see the position coordinates of x and y of our cursor. So now let's go back, and now here, now if you see, I'm just, so let's close this. Okay, so now you see here, now the coordinates are we are able to see the coordinates and all everything. Okay, so even this one, once we are moving here, and I'm just going to here we are seeing the change. Okay, so now the moving cursors in our the room, and also the people who are joining, their cursor is also fine. Now everything is fine, so we'll focus on the undoing part. Okay, so let's focus on undoing part. For undoing part, so we just first we'll add the types inside our server to client and client to server events. Okay, and here first thing is, from client to server, I'll have one event which is of type undo. So this is going to be empty input parameter taking function, and then from the server to client, I will have here I'm just going to rename here the socket draw to user draw, and I'm just going to add the additional parameter here by adding in the user ID. So here I'm just going to add the user ID, and also I will add one more event, whether to know if the user is disconnected or not. Okay, so here I'm just going to emit the socket ID to this client side. Okay, and this is going to be return type void. Okay, fine. So these are the change in the server to client events changes, and also client to server events. And now I'm going to add the a recoil state for users. Okay, so let's create here the new folder, the global state for the users. Okay, so here I'm going to create a new folder called users, and in this I'm first going to create the atom. So I'm just going to name it as users.atom.ts. Okay, so here first thing, let's create the users atom, and here this is going to be receiving the type key of type string, and the value it's going to be matrix number comma number array. Okay, and here the key we are going to set it as users, and then default I'm going to set the empty array. Okay, so I have to import the atom from recoil, so let me import that atom. Okay, fine. And here so it has to be object, sorry, not array. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to export the selector as well, that is user IDs. So here I'm just going to import the selector from recoil, and I'm going to give the key for this as user IDs. And here let's get the user IDs from our users atom. So I'm just going to collect here in this way users, and I'm just going to get the users from the users atom, and then I'm just going to return object dot keys from the users. Okay, so this is going to give me the user IDs. Fine. And so let's expose them as a hook. So I'm just going to create here the separate file for that, so called users.hooks.ts. so here quickly I'm just going to export the user IDs hook. So here I'm just going to get the users. Okay, so using the use recoil value, and here I'm just going to pass in the user IDs from our the atom section, and then I'm just going to export the users, return the users. Fine, so this is going to give us the user IDs. And one more hook, I'm just going to name this as use users. So this is going to give us the details of the user. So here I'm just going to use the same use recoil val, but here we'll pass the atom. So users atom, and then we are going to return the users. Okay, so the hooks is also ready. So let's export this in the index.ts file. So here I'm just going to export default the users atom, and then I'm just going to export use user IDs, and then the use users. Okay, so it will be from the hook. So let me import that use user IDs and use users. Okay, so the So the state for our users is ready, and also I'm just going to define one the helper inside our common library sections. So I'm going to name that as get position. Okay, so it's nothing but getting the position of x and y coordinate. So here I'm just going to name this as get position, and this is going to receive the input parameter position, which is of type number, and the motion value, and this is going to be of type motion value, so from framer motion. And here I'm just going to return the position minus motion value dot get. Okay, so this is the helper function. Now let's go to the section where we had to make the changes to handle the undo part. So first thing is let's go to the room context. Okay, so I'm going to the room context part. Okay, so here if you check your room context, so I'm going to get the user IDs, and this is where I'll listen on to the users in room event from the server, and accordingly update the list of the users. Okay, so first thing here I'm just going to get the set users function. So here use set recoil state, and I'm just going to import the users atom, and then users IDs, and here I'm just going to import user IDs. So here after this, in the use effect hook, we are going to listen to the users in room event, and I'm just going to get the list of the users. Accordingly we are going to update our state. So here I'm just going to iterate through each users that we receive as a input param from the server, and then if user IDs the user IDs does not includes this user, and this user is not equals to the socket.id, I'm going to update into our users list. So whatever the previous users are existing, I'm just going to keep them as it is, and then additionally I'm just going to add this user with no moves. Okay, so this is how I'm going to update our users list, and then here I'll be listening on to the user disconnected event 2, and here I'll be receiving the user ID from the server, and accordingly I'll be removing this user from our users list. So here I will get the previous users from the users collection, and then I'm just going to get the new users. Here it's going to be the whatever the previous users we have, and then I'm going to delete new users by passing in the user ID, and I'm just going to return the new users. Okay, this is how I'm going to delete the user if he is disconnected from the particular room. And in the destroying part, I'm just going to stop listening to the above events. So that is, I'm just going to stop listening to the users in room, and also the user disconnected. So, and this use we have to make this use effect run depending upon the users change, and also the user IDs. So here users IDs, fine, and this is the change in this room context. Okay, so now going back to the canvas. So we had to listen to the undo we have to emit the undo part from the client to server, so that also we'll have to handle. So we will handle that in the so it's going to once we emit that undo from the client, again the server is going to emit back the user undo event to our client side. Again, on listening to that, we'll have to make the changes. So first thing, we'll come to that part. So first is we are going to make changes wherever is needed. So in the canvas section, so we see there is some issue here because we changed this socket draw thing. So before we added the changed it to user draw and added additional input param. So before coming to this part here, first thing, the copy canvas to small, I'm going to change this little bit. So here I'm going to listen, I'm going to check even if the small canvas ref is active or not, and then I'm just going to get here the small context. So this is going to be nothing but the get context of 2D. So here I'm just going to get the 2D context, and if small context is not null, then only I'm just going to apply this part. So here so even here I'm going to use the small context ref. So here first thing, I'm just going to clear this rectangle. Okay, so here, and the width is going to be from the constant variable we have defined, and also the height. Okay, after this I'm just going to call this from the small context. So small context dot draw image, and so the remaining part is going to remain same. So that this is small change in the copying the canvas to the small mini map section. And here in the now the other part is we are going to move up this use effects we have defined here as a separate helpers. So I'm not going to keep them here. So first thing is, let's create the separate move the hooks to the canvas hook. So here we have here, so as of now what we have here is the handling the starting drawing and the this part. So here I'm going to add the part to handle the undo thing. So first let's focus on adding the undo function here. So here I'm just going to handle the undo part. So handle undo function. So I'm going to use the callback hook from our React. Okay, and here in this, if context is not null, I will so here I'm going to define here one variable, global variable here. So I'm going to name here it as something like saved move. So this is going to be of type the number double matrix. Okay, so it is going to be this, and initially I'm just going to set this as an empty thing. So here if the context is not null, so I'm just going to pop from the saved moves, and then I'm going to emit the undo event to the server. And then here I will have to call the function which is going to update our canvas. So that I'm going to name it as like draw on undo thing. So let's first complete that. So I'm going to call I'm going to create that inside our helpers. So here canvas in the helpers section. So first thing, let's create the function for that. So I'm going to name this as draw on undo a thing. So this is going to receive context, so which is of type canvas rendering context 2D, and then the saved moves array. So this is going to be of type number comma number, and okay, and then the users. So users, again this would be object which is key, which where the key is of type string, and then the value is of type array. So here I'm just going to yeah, this is the type. Okay, so now here first thing is I'm going to clear rectangle of the context. So here I'm just going to pass in this parameter the context dot the canvas dot whatever the width it has, and also the same thing for the height part. So here I'm just going to what I'll do is I'm just I'll go through the all values present in the users parameter. So that is object dot values users dot for each we are going to get the user here. So now again we are going to iterate through every user moves. Okay, here I'm going to get the user move, and here I'm going to start beginning the path, and here now for every move we are going to draw a line to each coordinate. So here I'm going to get the coordinate. So here I'm just going to draw a line to that coordinate, so x comma y. Okay, after this I'm just going to call the stroke function on the context object, and then I'm just going to close the path. Okay, so fine, this is how we are going to draw a line to each coordinate of each user move. Okay, and then in the saved moves part, so I'm just going to iterate through moves array, and here I'm just going to start begin the path and iterate through the moves array. So here I'm going to get the each coordinate, and here I'm going to draw a line to x and y coordinate, and then the stroke I'm going to call the stroke function, and then the close path. So okay, so this is the draw on undo function. Okay, so here and here I'll have to move this here outside, not in the thing, so just like we did here. So the same way, so that is a change in this helper. So we have the drawn undo part. So now let's go to this hook section. So here we are going to import that drawn undo function which we have just written in the helpers part. So here draw on undo, and then we are going to pass the three parameters. One is the context, and then the saved moves, and then the users list. Okay, and then we are going to call the handle end function, and here this is going to depend on the context and handle end function, and then the users. Okay, so here again we'll have to define, get the users here. So I'm just going to get the users from use users hook. So yeah, so this is sorted. Okay, so and also now we have the handle undo function. We'll have the one use effect hook which is going to listen on to the key down event. Okay, so let's quickly create that. Okay, here I'm just going to name the function here like handle undo, that is, this is for control Z handling. Okay, so this is going to receive the input param of type keyboard event, and if e dot key is equals to Z and e dot control key is pressed, then we are going to call this handle undo function. Okay, and here we'll keep listening to the this key down event, and I'm just going to pass this function, so which is handle undo keyboard. Okay, so and here in the on destroying part, I'm just going to remove the event listener. So here I'm just going to remove event listener on key down part and then pass this function. Okay, and this is going to depend on the handle undo function. Okay, so this is the use effect for this. And now here in the modex variable, we are going to so here in the useDraw part, we are going to change here the just a second, so we are going to change that. So what I mean to say is I am going to create here the I'm going to remove this as a parameters. Okay, and I'm going to get those as I'm just going to create them as a local variable. So here mode x, so I'm just going to get from board position. So let's here, okay, so I'm just going to get from our board use board position hook. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this mode x. Okay, so here I'm going to get the x coordinate from the board position variable, and then the mode y, I'm going to store the y coordinate from the board position. Okay, so then in this thing and in the handle start drawing part, so we have this error. So let's I'm going to remove this updating the mouse thing, and here I'm just going to call the helper function which we have written, that is get position, and then I'm going to pass the x comma mode x, and also the get position x comma mode y coordinate. Okay, so there is mode x. Okay, x value, so okay, there is an issue with respect to the x values that I'm passing, so with the type. Okay, let's check this thing. Position is of number, so I don't think so that's a problem. Okay, so we have an issue. Okay, so let's first sort out in this thing. So here I'm just going to pass the context and the dragging part. Okay, and also I'm going to get the undo part. So here handle, so I'll have to export this. Okay, so let's go to the hooks. Okay, so there is still an issue here. So what's wrong in this is okay, so I don't see line to get position. I'm just going to pass in here the mode X and mode Y. I still see okay. Is it issue with respect to mode X and mode Y value that we are getting from the board position? I don't think so. Okay, so here let's let's go to this helper. Is it because now let's go to thing. So is it because it was because the way I was returning from that as a from that get position, so it was because of that. And now in the handle draw part also we'll have to change here the thing. So here I'm just going to remove this thing. So x plus mode X, and I'm just going to pass into the get position. So it will be x comma mode X, and here it will be get position. I'm just going to pass y comma mode Y. Okay, so and I'm going to remove this mouse part and I'm going to add here at the end. So here I'm just going to again pass this params to get position. So x comma mode X, and this is going to be x comma y comma mode Y. Okay, so that's the change here. And in the end drawing part, so we are going to save the moves here. So I'm just going to save I'm going to push the moves into our saved moves, and then I'm going to emit this event to server, and then I'm going to set moves to empty array. So and this drawing, let's set before I'm going to set here. Okay, and also we have not called the context dot close path here. Okay, so let's remove here. Okay, this is the handle end drawing part. So first I'm just setting drawing to false and then closing the path and saving the moves to our saved moves, and then emitting draw and making moves as empty. And then from this I'm just going to emit return handle undo function as well. Okay, so now let's go to our canvas. Okay, and here I'm just going to import the handle undo part. Okay, and so even here in the hook section I'm going to create here one more hook called useSocketDraw. Here this is where we'll listen on to the useDraw event from the server, and also the user undo event from the server, and accordingly we are going to update the moves for each user and also update the list of the users. Okay, so let's quickly create a hook for this. So I'm going to name here it as useSocketDraw. So this is going to receive the context which is of type canvas rendering context 2D, or I'm going to make this as undefined. Okay, and handle end. So this is going to be callback function. Fine, and here first thing I'm going to get the function to set the users. So set users. Okay, I'm just going to get it from set recoil state. So use set recoil state, and I'm then going to pass the users atom. And in the first use effect hook, I'm going to listen on to the users draw event from the server, and here I'm going to receive the new moves and then the options, that is line color and line width, and also the user who is drawing on the canvas. Okay, fine. So here if there is context and it is not null, then I'm going to set the line width to the options dot line width, and also the stroke style I'm going to set into the options dot line color. And here I'm just going to start drawing the path. Okay, using the new moves, and I'm going to iterate through this array, and I'm going to get the each coordinate, and then I'm going to draw a line to each coordinate. So here, so ctx dot line to the x comma y coordinate, and then let's call the stroke function on this, and then I'm just going to close the path. Fine, and then I'm just going to trigger the handle and callback function, and accordingly, and then I'm going to set the moves for particular user. So here I'm just going to get the previous users. So previous users, let's collect into new variable the new users. Okay, and using the spread operator, let's collect the new users, and for the new users, for that user ID, I'm just going to add new users ID, whatever existing is present, we are just going to keep it this way, and then add the new moves for that user, and then I'm just going to return the new users. Okay, so this is how we are going to update the moves for a particular user based on the user ID that will be receiving from the server. Okay, similarly here on we'll be listening on user undo. So did we add that? Okay, let's go here. Let's first make the change in the server part. So here I'm going to first thing this would be changed to the user draw, and I'm going to add here the socket ID as well. Okay, fine. Now here we'll be listening on to the undo event from our the client side, and here accordingly I'm just going to console this undo part, and then I'm just going to broadcast to this user undo event. Okay, so and here this is we are going to pass the socket ID. So user undo, so did we not add that inside our Okay, types, yeah, that's the reason. Okay, so here after this, from server to clients, I'm just going to add one more event, user undo. So here this is going to receive the string, and it's going to be fine. This is the user undo thing. So now going to server, we should not see that issue anymore. Okay, fine. So the changes broadcasting to our user undo is done. So now let's go to the same here where we were completing that. So the hook section. So here I'm just going to listen on to user undo event, and here I'm just going to get the user ID. Let's first update, get the users list, our recoil state. So here I'm just going to collect the users into new users. Okay, I'm just going to use the spread operator here, and then for that particular user ID I'm just going to slice thing. Okay, fine. And then if context is true, so then I'm going to call this drawn undo function. So by passing in the context and then the saved moves and then the new users, and then I'm just going to call the handleAdd function. Okay, so after this I'm just going to return the new users. Okay, so this is how I'm going to undo the canvas part for a particular user. Okay, so here in the destroying part, I'm just going to stop listening to the both the above events. Okay, so here socket dot off user draw and socket dot off user undo. Okay, so these are the changes that we used, the use socket draw. So the thing that we added this use socket draw, we will use this inside our the canvas part. Okay, so what I mean to say is this. So in the, and also we have to make the changes inside our the variable changes in the other components. So first thing, socket mouse, I'm going to change here the parameter to the user ID. So again here I'll have to change here to user ID. So let me just select this. Okay, so okay, fine. I'm just going to change here to the user ID, and here as well to user ID. Okay, that's the change in this socket mouse component. And now inside our mouse renderer also, if you see immediately the issue there. So here first thing, this users in room thing, I'm going to remove this because we handle this inside our context thing. So I'm just going to remove here everything, and then I'm going to get the user IDs from our recoil user state. So here I'm just going to use the user IDs hook, and accordingly here I'm going to iterate through user IDs list. Okay, and I'm going to pass in the user ID, and here I'm going to pass in the user ID. So here I'm going to change it to the user ID and here as well the user ID. Okay, so fine. So that's the change here in this component. And now going to this mouse position component. So here, rather than calling this, we'll make use of the helper function that we have created. So that is, get so okay, so let's remove this completely. I'm just going to remove this completely, and here I'm going to call this the get position, and then going to pass this docx and comma x to, I'm just going to have the fixed thing, and similarly for the y coordinate. Okay, so here get position, I'm just going to pass in the doc y and comma y. Okay, dot to fixed 0. Okay, fine. And here let's add the styling for this, pointer events none. Fine. And here even in this use interval will make use of this get position, and I'm going to pass in here doc x comma x, and here in this y part 2, so get position thing. Okay, so and also here mostly that's the change needed in this mouse position component. And also in the minimap I'm just going to reduce the duration to completely to 0 for the transition part. So here, okay, so to make it a smoother. And now main thing in the canvas part, we see the issues here. So first thing is I'm going to remove this use effects drawing thing. So let's say, like, we had this socket draw, we were listening on to this okay, this use effect. So because we have moved up this to separate hook, so I'm just going to call here the use socket draw and pass in the context, and then the copy canvas to small. Okay, so that's the change here. And also mostly this is the change. And now for the undo part, to actually control do it from the UI standpoint, let's add a button in this UI part of this canvas component. Okay, so once we make that change, let's go to the output and check if we are able to see what we wanted to see, like, undoing the part. Okay, so I am going down, and then I'm going to add the button straight upside of our canvas section. So here I'm just going to add the button here, and I'm just going to give the styling here. Let's make this as absolute, and let's make it the top left section. So I'm just going to give the top is 0, and here on click I'm going to trigger the handle undo function, and let's make the text of this button as undo. Okay, so this is the change. Majorly these are the changes. I know there was a huge changes we made to achieve the undo part. So now let's go to the output and check it out and see if you're able to undo the sketch for particular user, and also even on Control Z also we are able to undo it or not. So I'm going to the end output. So here let me refresh this. Okay, so you see now let me do this, and I'm going to okay, there is an issue in the draw part, but okay, fine, let's click on the undo part. Okay, but seriously there is an issue in the handle draw part, I guess. Okay, let me check that. So the issue, I couldn't figure it out, but I did miss some parts here. So in the canvas section, so here, instead I was supposed to use the values from the useboard position, but I was using this one, so I just commented it out and I'm making use of this. And also here I was referring to the drawing variable from this useDraw, so I just changed it here from drawing to dragging. So that's the change I did here. And in the hook sections, okay, so here in this use socket draw hook, okay, here if you see here to this use effect, okay, so let me close this so that you will understand clearly. So I did miss adding the dependencies for this use effect, so I just added context, handleAdd and set users. So, and that is the thing I did, but not I still couldn't figure out the issue for that. But for now the thing is decent enough for me. So if I press on the pressing on the Control Z, so let's close this everything. So let me so draw this. So this is one thing, and here this is second thing. So on pressing Ctrl Z, this should get removed. So I'm just okay, let's click on this. Okay, so here I'm able to erase this. So here let's check again. So this is working fine, and let's add the users again, one more user. So let's check now. So this user has added these two lines. So now if you see here, now let me undo this part. So this is gone, okay, and here now undoing this should be completely gone, okay. So here fine, so this is working for now. With the minor bug issues, we will take care of that. So next thing, we will focus on the and adding the toolbar to change the line color and line width, okay, and also see if we can cover up this bug issue, and also see if we can refactor some part of the code. So let's go to the code base. So first thing is I'm just going to export the use set options from our option hooks, okay. So we have to update the options of our line, okay. So here I'm just going to export one more function called use set options. So let's create here the variable called set options, and then I'm just going to use the use set recoil state, and then going to pass the options atom and return set options, okay. So that's the change in this option hooks, okay. Now and I'm just going to add the interface for the move. So okay, so what I'm trying to say is this. So I'm just going to create here separate interface called a move. This would have the two properties. One is the path, so which is nothing but the matrix, okay. So and the other part is the options, which is going to be of type context options. And now that I'm going to change here. So for the user draw, instead of emitting this new options and the new moves and options, now I'm just going to emit the move here, so it is going to be of type move interface, which we have defined. Okay, fine. So that's the change in the types, and also here in the draw part we will be emitting just the move here. So move, it's going to be of type move. Okay, and that's a change in this types part. So now going to our users item. So here now value, let's change this to be a move array. Okay, so I'm just going to change this to a move array. So fine, and now let's go to the canvas part. So now we were using this use socket draw. Here I'm just going to pass in the additional parameter for this, so which is, I'm just going to pass in the drawing value to this. So now we are going to change the params in the use socket draw. So let me go to that. So use socket draw. So here in the canvas hooks, here in the canvas hooks, so first thing is we are going to add the param here, so which is going to be of type boolean. So I'm going to name this as a boolean type. Okay, and here in the here we are going to declare two variables. So inside the use effect, one is to store the moves to draw later. Okay, so I'm going to name it moves to draw later is of type move or undefined, and then the one more variable which is nothing but the user id later. So this is going to be empty by default. Okay, now here in the socket user draw event listening, so here now we'll be getting the move, not just not the user options and the context options. Okay, so here let's get this, and here I'm going to call here I'm going to create here the separate function called handle move. So that I'm going to create inside the helpers first, so then I'll come back to this file. So here in the helper section, I am going to I'm going to create here the so I'm just going to rename this, so let's go to the helpers. So here the thing draw from socket, I'm going to rename it to the handle move part. Okay, so I'm just going to rename it to move part, and also here now we will be receiving the moves. So the params I'm going to change to move, so this is going to be of type move. Okay, and the context, so after draw I'm not going to receive here, and now I'm just going to extract the destructure the options and the path from the move input param, and then accordingly we are going to set the thing. So here the line width, and so here it's going to be just the options dot line width. So similarly here also it's going to be options dot line color, and now instead of socket moves it's going to be path dot for each. Okay, so I'm just going to change this, and after draw we no longer need it here. So that's the change in this thing. And also in the drawn undo part, we are going to remove the saved moves and the users part. So I'm just going to remove both of them, and I'm just going to save I'm going to make this is going to be of type move array, and then the users, it's going to be key remains the same, which is of type string. And here the move array. Okay, fine. So now instead of now I'm just going to remove here the thing. So I'm just going to iterate through each user and get the move, and here I'm just going to call the handleMove function by passing in the move and the context. Okay, so this is thing. And also here I'm just going to get the saved moves. I'm just going to iterate, and I'm just going to get the move, and then I'm going to pass it to the handle move. Okay, so I'm just going to pass the move and context. Okay, so those are the changes in this helpers thing. So now let's go to the hooks part. So the thing where we were making it change. Okay, so going here, so here now in the users draw part, okay, I'm just going to so here first thing I'm just going to check for the context and the not drawing thing. Then we are going to I'm just going to call in here the handle move function. So here handle move, and I'm going to pass the move and the context. Okay, so and the remaining things I'm just going to remove them. So this is all will be removed here. Okay, and then set user. So this is going to be now the move. Okay, so that's the change here. And here if this if is not satisfied, in else part I'm just going to store in the these two variables where I have declared above. So move to draw later, and then the user ID later. So here I'm just going to store them into these two variables. And in the so here I'm just going to separate this user undo into separate use hook. Okay, so first thing in the user undo in the written part of the user draw, after this I'm just going to check if moves to draw later and the user ID later is not null, and also check if the context is not null. Then I'm just going to call this handle move, and then pass in this move to draw later along with the context. Okay, so that we will not miss this part. And then call the handle end function here, and then I'm just going to update the users. So here let's get the previous users. Okay, and here let's collect the users into new variable, so by thing. Okay, and here I'm just going to update that user ID later. So I'm just going to update that particular user ID later with the moves thing. Okay, so here moves to draw later, I'm just going to convert this to move, and then return this users. Okay, so return new users. Fine. And now here I'm just going to add the drawing variable. Okay, fine. So for now, as I said, we'll be moving this use effect undo to the other part. Okay, so here I'm just going to change users draw is fine, and here the undo part I'm just going to change it to the other use effect. So let me take this. So here I'm just going to so if you see here, I'm just going to add here one more use effect. So let's paste this here, and also the user undo part in the callback I'm just going to pass on to this too. So here so in the written destroying part I'm just going to use this here, and the dependencies for this, it's going to be the context, handle end, and the set users. Okay, and now the thing we are missing is the saved moves. Okay, okay, here saved moves, I'll have to change the type of that. So so first thing I'm just going to change here the type. This is going to be a move array. So fine, and that's the change here. And now we have to make a few more changes in this use draw hook. Okay, so here in the handle end drawing part, so here there is an error if you observe. So first thing is I'm just going to create one object. So let's name this as move of type move. So here I'm just going to create an object with assigning the moves to path and the options. Okay, and then that I'm going to push into our saved moves. Okay, and then in the while emitting, so we are just going to emit the move, so because that will be having both path and options. Okay, so that's the change in this handle hand drawing part. So mostly these are the changes inside our the hooks of both the hooks. Okay, so now in the server side, okay, so if you go here in the server side in the draw part, so I'm just going to here I mean send the only move type from the client side. Okay, and here also it's going to be just of move along with the socket id. So these are the changes in the server side, and the thing now so we have changed the type of matrix number comma number to move, and we have to change now the things in the files. Okay, so now here I'm just going to go to the socket mouse. I'm just going to rename this to the user mouse. Okay, so that will be more meaningful. So let's rename this here to it as user mouse, and the component also I'm just going to rename it to the user mouse, and here, and let's apply the styling here pointer events none to our thing. So here I'm just going to add here the pointer events none styling for this. Okay, so that's the change here in this mouse user mouse. So and we have to add the new component called toolbar, so where we'll have the colors needed, like red. So let's have 4 colors for now, and then accordingly we're going to update the options line color. Okay, so let's create here and also there is an issue in this mouse renderer. So first let's figure out this. Okay, here now instead of socket mouse it will be the user mouse. So I'm just going to change here to user mouse. and here as well. So this is going to be user mouse. Okay, so that's the change in this component. Okay, and also in the mouse position, I'm just going to remove this, select none. Okay, so that fine, and that's the major change. Now we will focus on the new component, so which is the toolbar. So I'm just going to create here, and also there is some issue here in the canvas part. Okay, so the issue is there is no drawing. Okay, thing is I have commented here, so I'm just going to uncomment this value. We are taking it from the useDraw. So now mostly the issue should be gone. Okay, but still here. Okay, fine, I'm just going to remove this. Okay, fine, and now let's go to the component section, and then I'm going to create here the new component called toolbar. So let's create here a new file. So I'm just going to name this as toolbar.tsx. fine. So quickly let's export this component. Okay, and here I'm just going to get the set options from the use set options of options hooks. Okay, so here fine, and then let's focus on rendering the divs. So let's give the styling for this. I'm just going to make this as absolute, and let's make in the top left section. So I'm just going to give left 0, top 0, and z index 50, and let's make this as a flex, and let's have the gap to be 5 between each of them, and background I'm just going to for now make it as a black, and the text color let's make it as opposite, that is white. Fine, so here we'll have the 4 buttons, which is like for 4 colors for now, just for the testing purpose. Later we'll change completely this component. Okay, so here I'm just going to get the previous value here, and then accordingly I'm just going to update the line color. So here I'm just going to update the line color to red. Okay, and so this has to be wrapped inside. Fine, so now no issues. Okay, so here let's make the text of this button as red. Okay, so and let's close this button, and I'm just going to copy this button and paste this for 3 more times, and just change the color. So I'm just going to change here the color to green. So here also let's change to green, and then I'm just going to change this to blue. So here blue color, and then here let's go to our original black color, and then here I'm just going to update here to black color. Okay, so that's the change. Now in the room component, I'm just going to add here the toolbar component which we have just created. So now ideally we should be able to see the toolbar, and let's see the impact of our toolbar. Okay, so going to our output now. So let me refresh here. So yeah, ideally, so now you see here toolbar with the 4 things. Okay, so now I'm drawing in the black color, so let me select this green. So now it should be in the green color. Okay, so fine, the options part, so now change to black, and now let's go for the red thing. So options wise, changing the color, it's fine. So now so whatever we wanted to we kind of a little bit organize the code, and also now able to change the color of the lines that we wanted to. So now the next thing we wanted to focus on is, like, let's say, like, new user is trying to join the room. Now you see we had this much of the sketch, but the new user is we are loading it as empty. So the focus now I will make is, like, loading all drawings on first connection for other users too. So let's go to the code base. So first thing here is I'm just going to add one more type here. So I'm going to name this as, type room. Okay, so here this is going to be of type map with the key string and value to be move array. Okay, so fine. And here I'm just going to add one more event from server to client, which is of type join, and this is going to emit the room id, so which is going to be of type string, and the return type is void. So that's the change in this types. Okay, now in the hook section, here I'm going to add here the one more use effect in the use socket draw function. So here I will be listening to the joined event that is we just added from server to client, and listen on joining I will be getting the room JSON, and accordingly I will be iterating through that room and then update our users. Okay, so this inside this use effect. So first thing is I'm going to listen on to joined event, and here I'm just going to get the room JSON here. So here I'm just going to get the room, so which is of type room. I'm going to create map object, and by passing the room JSON. Okay, so here, okay, so I'm just going to get the room details here. So now let's iterate through this room, and we'll get the user moves along with the ID of that user. So first thing, if context is not null, we are going to update the user moves. We are going to iterate through each user moves and get the moves. So, and I'm going to call this handleMove by passing in the move along with the context. Okay, and then I'm just going to call the handleAnd function, and after this I'm just going to update our users. So here let's get the previous users that we have, and here I'm just going to get all the previous user and then add the new user ID, so which is nothing but and map the user moves for that user ID. Okay, so that is the change here, and now on destroying part I'm just going to stop listening to the joined event. Okay, so here a join, and this should be triggered based on the values that get changed in the context, and then the handleAnd, and then the set users part. Okay, so that's the change here. We have added a new use effect which is going to listen on joined event that is emitted from the server side. Okay, so that's the change here. Now in the server part, okay, we'll have to make changes here in the server section. So first thing is I'm going to here so right after this, let's define the variable to store the rooms. Okay, so this is going to be of type string, and the type value it's going to be of type room. So first thing, I'm just going to set the global room with empty map. Okay, so here, and then I'm just going to create here one new function, addMove. So the input params for this, it's going to be a room ID, so which is of type string, and then the socket ID which is of type string, along with the move, okay, which is of type move. So here first thing is I'm going to get the room from our rooms map. Okay, so here let's store in this room variable. So I'm just going to get the room by passing in the room id that will be receiving as input param, and here if the room has no socket id, so I'm just going to set the socket id and the move that we receive as an input param. Okay, fine. And if not, I'm just going to get that the socket id, and then I'm just going to push the move. Okay, so that's the change here. And also let's do the same for the undo part. So I'm just going to add this undo move function. So here we are going to receive the room id, which is the type string, and then the socket id, which is of type string. Okay, here let's get the room here, same like we did above. So here I'm just going to pass in the room id, and here I'm just going to get the socket id, and then I'm just going to pop the uh, last move from the socket id. Okay, so here now instead of just joining here, I'm just going to remove this part, and here what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get the global room, and then I'm just going to set the socket dot id to empty map. Okay, fine. And after this, to this global to this socket id, I am going to emit the joined event along with the stringified json, so which is nothing but rooms dot get global. Okay, so this should be not null. Fine. Okay, and that's the change here. And now the thing in the draw part, I'm just going to call this add move function. So and the room id is going to be global, and then the socket dot id is the id, and then I'm just going to pass the move, and the same thing in the undo part as well. So here I'm just going to undo move. Okay, so let's add here the room id as a global, and then pass the socket dot id. Okay, so fine. And that's the major change for us to load drawings on single connection for other users as well. So now let's go and check it out. Okay, so here I'm just going to refresh this. So let's remove this. Okay, I'm just going to refresh. So I'm just drawing here there's something. Okay, so now I'm just going to load here the new user. Now you should be able to see this. Okay, ideally, okay, let me restart this. Ideally we should be able to see that thing. So let's check now. Okay, so I'm just going to okay, so here let's draw. Yeah, okay, fine. So I'm just going to looks like there is an issue. Okay, so let me open. Okay, there is some issue. Let me look at that. Okay, so the issue was I was even not joining this room, so that's the reason. So I just by mistakenly removed this. So fine, so I'll just have to use it here. So this have to be here in this part. Okay, so this is what I was talking about. So here, fine, in the connection part, so that's where I missed this. So hopefully now we should be able to see that. So let's check it out. So I'm just going to remove multiple tabs. So here, let's say I'm drawing something like this. So now on loading we should see that. Okay, I'm still not able to see this thing. Okay, so the issue was nothing. I just had to restart the server. So now looking at the output, now you see I'm just going to draw here. Okay, so here I'm just drawing this. So now opening on the new new one trying to join our global room, we should be seeing the sketch we already drew in the left tab. Okay, so now you see it's pretty much working the same. Okay, so fine, and this we were able to do it this already. So now this is working fine, that is loading all the sketches to the users whoever is joining that room is working fine. So now next thing is I'm going to focus on adding the rooms. Okay, so as of now we are just joining the global room, but let's add the dynamically the room part. So let's go to the code base. So first thing is we are going to change the things inside the type section. So here in the this part, so in the server to client event, so I'm going to add the room event. So here I'm just going to name here the room event. So this is going to emit the room JSON to the client side. Okay, fine, and there is an issue. Okay, so I have added the room event, and also the same way we are going to add the created event. So that is again this is going to emit the ID, okay, to the client side. So sorry, the created event, and then the joined also I'm going to alter this event. So along with the here I'm going to change the room ID, and along with the room ID I'm going to add if the user is able to join it or not. So failed, I'm going to make this as an optional, so which is of type boolean. Okay, and similarly I'm going to add the new user, and also the so I'm going to add here in the users part. So I'm just going to add the new user event. So this is going to emit along with the ID, user ID, so which is of type string. And let's fine, and so we altered the joined thing and added the created event and then the room event. Along with that I'm just going to remove here for the mouse mode, instead of socket ID I'm just going to emit the user ID. So this is the one change in the mouse mode event, and now we no longer need this users in room event. So I'm just going to remove this. Okay, so here, and so that's the pretty much a change of emitting the events from server to client. So we just added the new user, created, and the room, and altered the joint part and also the mouse mode. Okay, and here also in the user disconnected, so we are going to change the socket id to user id. So fine, so that's the thing. Now in the client to server event, so here we are going to emit from client to server. First thing is the create room event. So I am going to name this as create room. Okay, so create room event, and then the join room event. So here we are going to pass the room, which is of type string, to the server, and next is the joined room acknowledging, okay, from client to server. So this is the event of type joined room, and then the leave room. Okay, so this is the change in these types of emitting events from server to client and the client to server. So if we wanted to add, again we'll come back to this. So first thing is I am going to create here the new module. So okay, so here I'm going to define here the new module. So I'm going to name this as a home. Okay, so there we are going to add the page that we wanted to. So I'm just going to create here a new folder inside this called components, and inside this let's create the file called I'm going to name this as home.tsx. Fine, so here first thing is let's create the component. So I'm just going to create the component called home. So first thing, so here I'm going to get the I'm going to maintain one local state variable to keep track of the room ID. So I'm just going to name this as room ID. So the function to update this is, I'm going to name it as a set room ID. So here I'm just going to by default so let's import this. Okay, use state. Okay, fine, and okay, so here, and let's get the router using the use router from the next router. So here use router, and now inside the use effect part, so first thing is I would be listening on to the created event from the server. So here as soon as we receive the created event from server, we will be receiving the room ID as well. So I'm going to name here it as something like room ID from server, so it will be more meaningful. So here I'm just going to go to that route. So I'm just going to push the ID to our router. Okay, so after this I'm going to listen on to the joined event as well from server, and now I'm going to get the room ID from server along with the optional variable, that is failed, was it successfully we were able to successfully join the room or not. Okay, so I'm just going to update here get those things. So and then if not failed, I'm going to push into this ID to our router. Okay, else I'm just going to for now log say like failed to do join row. Okay, so this is the thing, and then in the non-destroying, we are going to stop listening to this created and also the joined events. Okay, so and this is going to depend on the router thing. So I'm just going to add this as the dependencies. Okay, so now let's create two functions which is going to handle the creating a room and joining the room. Okay, so I'm going to name here So let's name this as handle create something like this, create room. So here I'm just going to emit from client to server the event create room. Okay, so same way I'm just going to create one more function called handle join room. So here this is going to be event of a form event, and here this is going to be of type HTML form element, and here I'm just going to prevent the default emitting actions, and then I'm just going to emit the event join room to the server along with the room ID. Okay, so fine. So this is the how we are going to emit the join room to the server along with the room ID. So now let's focus on the UI part. So here this page is going to, so let's give the styling for this. First is I'm going to make this as a flex, and direction let's make it as a column, and items I want it to be center. Fine. So now the first thing, heading, so the title of our application. So I'm just going to give here margin top, let's say some 24, and text I want it to be extra, and then font let's make it to be extra bold. Okay, and leading I will make it as a tight. Okay, and here I'm just going to add here it as digi board. Okay, so for now so this is our title, and then the small heading again kind of like real-time dashboard. Okay, so here let's mention this as real-time whiteboard. Okay, so something like this, and let's give styling for this too. So I'm going to make the text size 2 times extra large. So that's this header. So now here we will have the form. So I'm just going to give styling for this form. So here first let's give the margin top 8 and make this as a flex, and I'm going to give the direction also to be column, and items let's make it to be centered, and the gap let's give 2. Okay, fine. And here in the on submit handler I'm just going to pass in this handle join room function where we have defined above. Okay, so fine. And now let's add the label for first thing the which label for like kind of say enter the room ID. So for this I'm just going to style this thing. So let's make this as self start, and I'm going to make the font to be bold, and let's make the leading to be tight, and let's have the ID for this. So I'm just going to add here the room ID. So the label is going to be something like this, enter a room ID. Okay, so that's the label. Now here we just have to add the input thing. So here input, so here first the styling for this I'm just going to make the corners to be rounded, and then they had the border and padding in all direction let's make it 5, and in padding y direction let's make it 1, and ID I'm just going to attach what we attached to the label, so which is nothing but the room ID, and then placeholder I'm just going to set something like enter something like room ID, and value here will be whatever value will be storing in the local state variable. On change we are just going to update our room ID. So here I'm just going to pass the he.target.value. Okay, so that is this input for enter taking the room ID as an input from the user, and then beneath this I will have the button, so which is nothing but which says like join. So here let's give the styling for this. So let's make this as a rounded XL extra large, and the background I will make it as a black, and padding I'll give it as 5 in all direction, and Y let's make it as 1, and the text color let's make the opposite of background, so which is white, and transition let's have in the all direction. So I'm just going to add this, and on over let's apply the scaling effect. So scaling let's make it to be something like 105, and active also I'm going to apply the scaling effect. So fine, yep. and this type it's going to be of submit. So the button text I'm going to name it as a join. Okay, fine. So this is a form to take the input of room ID from the user and allow him to join. Okay, and let's have one more div which is to create a room. Okay, so here I'm just going to give again some space, margin top, and let's make this as a flex and column, and items I want it to be centered, and let's have the gap as 2. And first thing, the let's have the like let's use h5 tag, kind of say like creating the new room. And the styling for this, it's going to be self start. Let's make the font to be bold, and leading I want it to be tight. So here I'm just going to name this as something like create new room. So after this we are going to have the button. So I'm just going to copy this. It's going to be pretty much same. So just we'll change the text of the button to create. Okay, so here I'm just going to change it to create, and also here I'm just going to add on click event. On click we are going to call the handle create room function which we have defined above. Okay, so pretty much that is it for this, and I'm just going to export, I'm just going to export home. Okay, so there is an issue. Okay, so I just will reorder this. Okay, so fine. Yep, so this is the home component. Now what the change here is in the room context part. So if you see here, in the users in room, we completely removed that. So I'm just going to remove that part. Okay, so here here instead of this I'm just going to add here the new user event from the server, and we'll be receiving the new user from the server, and then accordingly I'm just going to update our list of users. So set users, and let's have the previous users. Okay, and here I'm just going to keep the previous users as it is, and then I'm going to add the new user with empty moves of for that user. Okay, so this is the how we are listening on to new user, and I just discarded the user syndrome event listening. Okay, and here in the destroying part as well, I will just rename this to be new user. So that's the change in this context file. Okay, so now going on to the canvas hooks. Okay, so if you just move on to this this canvas hooks. Okay, here the change here is this thing. So here I was so here on the joined thing I was getting so the thing is I'm going to have the separate hook here inside the useSocketDraw to emit the joined room from client to server. So what I mean is so I'm just going to add one more use effect hook here. So here I'm going to emit the joined room from client to server, and this is not going to fine. So this is the thing how we are going to emit the joined room from client to server thing, and in the Here we are going to listen on to room event from server and then get the room JSON, and then accordingly we are going to update the pretty much the same way. Okay, so fine thing. And here I just have to stop listening to room event. Fine, so that's the thing. So that's the pretty much change in this hooks part of our file. Okay, and now pretty much straightforward. So here the thing is inside our server thing. So here again there is error here. So first thing, I'm going to define one function here just to get the room ID. So I'm just going to name this to be the get room ID, and here I'm just going to get the joined room. So here I'm just going to get socket dot rooms, and I'm just going to find the room. So this room should not be equals to socket dot id. Okay, fine. And here if not a joined room, so we didn't find any, I'm just going to return the socket dot id. Okay, so if not, I'm just going to return the joined room. Okay, so yep. Now the thing here is I'm just going to remove these two parts now. So here so because we are in not need of global room anymore. So now I'm just going to listen on to two things. One is the create room from client side, and also the join room from client side. Okay, so first thing, so here let's on create room, I'm going to receive the event from the client side. And here first thing, let's define the variable to store the room id. And here in the do while thing, first thing I'm going to check room. I'm going to get assign the random room id here using this math library. So let's convert into a string, and I'm just going to say, let's say 36, and let's get the substring of 4 characters something. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to do it this until I get the unique id. So here, apart from whatever we have in the rooms list. Okay, so this is this, and I'm just going to join this room id that we get. Okay, and once we get that, I'm just going to set the room id the new empty map. Okay, so this is what I was talking about. And then I'm just going to get the room id. Okay, and then I'm just going to set the socket id to empty moves. Okay, so fine. And after this, to that socket id, I'm just going to emit the created event to the client side. So here I'm going to pass in the room id. So this is the how we are going to handle create room event from client, and then emitting to that socket id the created event to the client side. Then after this, I'm just going to listen on to the join room, and here we are going to get the room id, so which is of type string. So here I just have to if check in the rooms list, if rooms dot as the room id, I'm just going to join that room id. Okay, if not, we if we have, so to that socket id we are going to emit the joined event to the client side. Okay, along with the room id. Fine. And if not, we are just going to that socket id, I'm just going to emit joined with empty room along with the failed to be true. that is, this is nothing but user is trying to join the room where we still don't have that id. So this we are going to send back the empty room id along with the failed attribute to be true. So that is this thing. So fine, and now we no longer need this thing. So I'm just going to remove this, and here let's just define one variable, so where I'm going to get the room id from get room id function above. So here now I'm going to remove this part as well, so no longer needed for us. So first thing here, we'll have to listen on to joined room as well. Okay, so for the joined room, so let me add here the socket dot on joined room from client side. So here fine, so here I can just console that, something like the event name joined room. So after this I am just going to get the room id in this way, in the join the room event listening, and then so here let's get the room by searching in the rooms list. So room id, okay, and here I'm just going to set socket dot id to empty rooms. Okay, so here fine, okay, and here after this I'm just going to that socket id I am just going to emit the event of type room to the client side along with the rooms json. Okay, so here I'm just going to get the using that room id. Okay, so it has to be not null, fine, so this is thing, and then we are going to broadcast to that room id and add the new, emit the new user, so that the users present in that room will be updated accordingly. Okay, this is how we'll be passing to our client side. So this is how we are going to handle the joined room on the server side, and similarly we'll have to listen on to the leave room as well. So here leave room, so here let's get the room id. So I'm just going to get it room id and also get the user who is trying to leave. So here rooms dot get room id and get the socket dot id. So this is going to give us the user. So if user dot length is equals to 0, I'm just going to get that room id and then delete the socket.id. okay, this is how I'm just going to handle this part. And here now in the draw part, instead of adding the move to the global room, we'll have to get the room id here. So here in this way room id, so I'm just going to get the room id and then pass the room id here. Okay, for this add move, and also here we have to broadcast to this room only. So I'm just going to add the room id dot emit the user draw and move along with the socket id. Okay, so this is how we are going to add move to particular room id. So the same thing applies to our undo part. So I'm just going to define here room id. So here get room id, and I'm just going to pass in here the room id and then broadcast to that particular room. So this is the in the undo part, and similarly in the mouse move also we'll have to broadcast it to a particular room ID. So the same thing, so I'm just going to do it here. So to the room ID, so I'm just going to get the room ID in this way. Okay, so mouse move also it's going to emit to particular broadcast to this particular room ID. And in the disconnecting part, so here also we no longer have to do it to the global part, so I'll do it for the room ID. So let's do it to the room ID. And also here, if let's user, okay, I'm just going to get the users, okay, using the get room ID dot get socket dot ID. So if user length is equals to 0, then I'm just going to delete that one too. So here dot delete. Okay, so okay, so here I'm just going to fine. So that's the handling in our server side for the all events we have added for join the room, joining room, and create room, and leaving the room, and also broadcasting to particular room. Okay, that's the change in the server side. Now in the client side, we'll have to create the separate page, to first at least create a room. Okay, so for that, I'm just going to create here inside the pages folder the new file called room id dot tsx. Okay, so here I'm just going to create here it as a room page. So room page, and here I'm just going to return the room component. Okay, fine. And let's export this. So export default room page. Okay, so this is the room id page. And now in the so pretty much I think so we have handled the thing. So even in the so looks like this is most of it. Okay, so here yeah, we have handled the joined room, I mean emitting here, and also in the room context we are updating. And then I have created the new room, where is it, home module. So here the home section, so this is also fine. So I think in the this, so now I'll have to change I mean make use of that home component, so inside our thing. So here in the pages.index.tsx, now instead of rendering the room thing, so here I'm just going to rename it to be like home page. And I'm just going to use our home component. Okay, so where and also this is going to be of type home page, and here we no longer need this row, so we remove that. So now we should be able to see the room page and able to create it. And let's go to the output and check it out. Okay, so now let me refresh this. So yep, now you see you are seeing the new home page, where we have created this home page, which is with the title, and then the thing to room ID and all. So now let's click on this create. So we should be redirected to the some unique id for decides unique id page, which is going to create it. So let's click on this. So now you see we have come into particular room, and we're able to do the same thing we had in previously. So now let's go to the home page again. So let's 74u6 is the id. So now user is trying to join our room. So 74u6 he is trying to join. Now we should be able to see this sketch, and we should see the cursor here in this screen. Okay, so let's join, click on join. So fine, so now he's able to see the sketch, and now going here we see the cursor is here. So now let's say, like, let's draw something something here. So let's go back here. Yep, we are seeing this, and here now pressing here on the Ctrl Z part, we should be able to remove this sketch. So yep, so Ctrl Z is also working fine. So here everything fine, and the navigation is also working smoothly fine. So we have created the room, and also now here if you just go to this thing, and let's say, like, I'm just going to press a random id. So here we'll be consoling that fail to join room. So here let's check this out. So I'm just going to click here. So you see here fail to join room. So now we were able to add the room and able to create the room and join the room and allow others to join our room, and parallelly see the collaboration from multiple users at the same time. Okay, so next thing is what we'll focus on is this thing. So now you see user is trying to join the room where there is no id. We are just consoling it. So rather than that, we'll show one model where which kind of say you are trying to join where there is no room id. Okay, that model, and also we'll see if we can ease the experience of drawing on the canvas. Okay, that part I'm going to take it on now. So let's go to the code base. So now first thing, so before going on to the modal, so let's first add the recoil state for our room as well. So here I'm just going to create here the new folder. So let's name this as room, and first let's create the atom. So the new file I'm just going to name here the same like we did for the other atoms. Okay, so here first thing, let's create here, it has room atom. So and this is going to be, we are going to import the atom from recoil, and here let's assign the key it to be room, and then default I'm just going to set the id to be empty string. Okay, so here this is the room atom, and then let's create the new file for the hooks out of this. So I'm just going to name this as room dot hooks dot ts. Okay, so first thing, so let's create here the hook has use room id, and here let's destructure the id from our use recoil value. So and pass in our room atom. Okay, and then I'm just going to return this id. So fine, and now let's create one more thing to set room id. So here I'm just going to name this as use set room id. So here let's first get the set room id from our use set recoil state. So I'm just going to name this as set room id. So let's use the use set recoil state, and pass in the room atom, and then here let's have the function to handle set room id. So here I'm just going to name this, and we are going to pass the id which is of type string, and then we are going to update our room id by passing in this id, and then I'm just going to return this handle set room id. Okay, that is this, and let's export this via our index file. So let's create here index dot ts. So I'm just going to export here default the room atom, and then I'm just going to export the use room id along with the use set room id. So sorry, spelling mistake. Okay, so this is the change and how we have created the room state, recoil state for room. So now let's first change the types here. So for rooms, now rather than storing it this way, we'll store it as an object now. So you'll know once I make the change here. So here it's users. So users, it's going to have the map of string and the move array. Along with this, I'm going to add the drawed variable which is going to be of type move array. Okay, so this is the room definition type change. Okay, and now here in the room thing, so instead of here passing the string to client, I am now going to pass the type room along with the users to parse. So here, okay, and users to parse, it's going to be of type string. Okay, so that is the change in these types. So now going to our home component. So let's go here to home component. So first thing is I'm going to import the use set room id, that is set room let's name this as something like atom, because we already have above set room id. So set atom room id. So here I'm just going to import use set room id, and here on created thing, before pushing on to router, I'm just going to set our room id to our state. Okay, so here room id from server. Okay, fine. And here on failed thing, so if not failed, here also I'm going to set the room id. So joined thing, let's here I'm just going to set atom room id from server. Okay, so now this is going to depend on this set atom room id too. Okay, so that is the change in this home component. And to ease the mouse things, as I said, I'm going to make some changes. So here in the components mouse position, I'm just going to change the interval to let's say like smaller value 25 rather than 300 milliseconds. Okay, that is thing. And now in the room file, in the room section, I'm just going to here I'm just going to get the room id from our room state. So here room id, so let's use the room id, and if there is no room id, I'm just going to return due saying that no room id. Okay, so here in this way. Okay, so fine. And here, okay, this is the change in this room file. And on now let's go to the user mouse, and here I'm just going to reduce the duration of transition from 0.3 to 0.1. okay, fine. And now let's go to the canvas helpers section. So here I'm going to rename the draw and undo things to something like draw all moves. And here I'm going to add here additional param for this, which is going to be moves without user. So moves without user, and this is going to be of type move array. So now here after this I'm just going to iterate through this moves without user and get the each move from this move array, and then call the handleMove function by passing in the move along with the context. Okay, that's the change here in the helpers part. So now going on to hooks, already we see a lot of issues here. So first thing is let's change the import to draw all moves, and also I'm going to add here the additional variable which says like moves without user. So this is going to be of type move array. So by default I'm just going to set here the empty array, and here I'm just going to rename this to be temp moves, okay, so that we'll not have confusion, and this is going to remain the same of type. First thing, we were in the handle undo part, I'm just going to change here to draw all moves, and we'll have to pass in the moves without user additional parameter. So I'm just going to pass this, okay, fine. And then in the here start drawing part, I'm just going to after this stroke function, I'm just going to push into our temp moves. So here I'm just going to use our get position library helper function. So here I'm just going to pass in the moved x along, and also I'm going to do for the same y coordinate, okay. So here moved y, okay. So this should be comma, okay, fine. So fine, this is how I'm going to update the temp moves. And now in the handle draw part, so instead of your moves, it's going to be the temp moves, okay. So fine, so that's the change here. And in the handle end drawing, now we just have to rename the moves to temp moves, okay. And here I'll just have to change the naming convention, and after emitting this draw, I'm just going to call all draw all moves. So now I'm just going to pass in the context, and then moves without user, and then saved moves and the users, okay. So that's the change here. And in the useDraw hook, now coming to the thing useSocketDraw, here I'm just going to check on the condition of the context here first. If context is not null, then only we are going to emit the joined room. So and also I'm just going to pass the context as a dependencies, okay, in this use effect. Now here in the listening onto the room event from the server, I'm going to receive now room along with the users to parse, okay. So here first thing is we'll check for the context. If there is no context, we are going to return from it. And after this, I'm just going to collect the users. So I'm just going to write here the users. So create a new map, so which is of type string, and value it's going to be move array. And I'm just going to parse the users to parse. So here, okay, and here I'm no longer need this, so I'm just going to remove this. So we have the users now. Now here we are going to loop through room dot draw for each, and here I will have just the move, okay. So draw is of move array, okay. And I'm just going to remove this. So here I'm just going to call handleMove function, and I'm just going to pass in the move along with the context, and then I'm just going to push moves without user this move into that thing, okay. And here now we are going to iterate through this users and get the user moves along with the user ID, and then let's iterate through each move of the user. Each move of a user, and I'm just going to so let's do it this way. I'm just going to call the handleMove and pass in the move and the context. Okay, and then I'm just going to update the users. So let's get the previous users, and here let's have the previous users as it is, and then I'm going to add the new user ID and the moves associated to that user. Okay, so this is the change on listening onto the room event from the server side, and after this I'm just going to call handleAdd function. Okay, so this is pretty much thing, and also here we have some changes to be done here in the thing. So here we renamed here to draw all moves, so I'm just going to rename here and then pass in the moves without user param as well. So fine, so now the everything should be good. So this is pretty much change. I know it's just the what do you say, adding or improvement in the some easiness in the drawings on the canvas, and some refactoring of the code. Okay, so mostly these are the changes. Okay, so let's save it. Okay, so there is an issue here in this server. Okay, what is the thing? Okay, in the server as well I'll have to make a change here. So first thing is now so if you see we have a lot of errors here, so we changed the types, right? So here as well we'll have to make a change. So I'm just going to remove this, and here now instead of it will have to add here users attribute, and same way here as well. Fine, and here as well I will just, we added the users and draw object, right? So that change has to be reflected in the undo part as well. So here users dot get, and let's write here the function to leave the room. So I'm just going to name here it as a leave room, and here I'm just going to give two params here, string and the socket ID, which is of type string. And first here let's get the room from our rooms.get by passing the room ID. So here, and let's get the user moves. So I'm just going to get room.users.get. I'm just going to pass in the socket ID. Okay, and from room.draw I'm just going to push existing user moves, and then I'm just going to delete the socket ID. Okay, and then if you just to confirm, I'm just going to log the room here. Okay, fine, and after this in the now going here after this part, in the create room, we see here the issue. So while setting, so we'll have to set here the users first. So users, we are going to set it as a empty map and then the draw also to empty array. Okay, so this should okay, and here again I'll have to set it to users. So that's the error in this create room event. Okay, so after this so same way I just have to so scrolling down, if you see in the joined room, so here same thing. So first thing is I'm just going to get the room first. So using the rooms dot get room ID, and if room is not null, then I'm just going to iterate through users and then set the socket.id to be to empty user moves, and I'm just going to remove this. So and here now I'll have to emit the room as well along with the JSON, and this is going to be I'm just going to change here to be room.users. Okay, so there is still an issue. It's possibly undefined. But okay, okay, so I'm just going to set everything inside this if. Okay, so now it should be good in the joined room. And now going to the again to the leave room part. So here I'm just going to call in the function where I have defined above, which is the leave room, and I'm just going to pass in the room ID along with the socket.id. Okay, so here now we basically we don't have to handle this, and I'm just going to emit to this room ID the user disconnected event to the client side. Okay, so along with the socket.id. So that's the thing in this leave room part. And now in the disconnecting section, so I'm just going to call here the leave room and get the room ID and pass along with the socket.id. Okay, and so here let's do first this, and then I'm just going to call this, and remaining part I'm just going to take it off. So these are no longer, this has handled in this above. So first, so this is the change. Now let's go to the output and check it out. Let's see now. It should be fine. I don't think so. Yeah, so let's refresh this. Okay, so let's create a new room. So okay, so now we should be able to draw as usual. Fine, and this is good. It's nothing but we just refactored the most of the code and kept it more organized, moving up the state, and also changing the types of room and just the way. And also now if I try to check for the something like 1 2 3 which does not exist, we should get the div with no room ID. So if you see now, yeah, so this is also working good. So fine, now what we'll do, we'll focus on adding the model. So all the things are pretty much good, so I don't see any issue. So let's go to the code base now, adding the model. So first is, let's create a components related to a model. So inside the common folder, I'm just going to create here the new folder called components. So whatever are needed for us to define the model, those components I'm going to define here. So let's create here the new folder called model. Sorry, it's a file. Okay, I'm just going to delete this. So let's go here. I'm just going to create a new folder called a model, and inside we'll have the animations, okay, a separate folder. And here I'm just going to create a new file, the helper for the animations, okay. So here I'm just going to name here model manager dot animations dot ts, okay. So quickly, and also I'm just going to define one constant here named as easings, okay. So here let's define here a new file. I'm just going to name it as like easing, just the default easing animation easing constant, okay. So easings, and here let's create here the variable name as default is, and here let's give the values here in the array 0.01, and so you can give any values here. So I just, after trying it out, I'm just giving these values, okay. So here now let's go back to our model manager animations, okay. So here first thing I'm going to create here two objects. One, I'm going to name it as background animation. So this is going to have your two properties. One is a closed, and this will have opacity. So I'm just going to set opacity for this as a 0, and let's define the one object called transition. So this will have the ease. So here I'm just going to import the default ease for this, and then I'm going to pass in the transition for this, and similarly I'll be having the opened property. So this I'm going to have the opacity to be 1, and I'm just going to pass in the transition. So this is the background animation object. Similarly we'll have the object for model animation. So here I'm just going to create here the model animation. So here let's closed, I'm going to give the white y coordinate here to be -100 and pass in the transition, and opened I'm going to give y to be 0 coordinate, okay, and pass in the transition, and also the exited thing. So y, let's give 100 and transition, okay, fine. So okay, I just have to forgot to add okay. So this is the what's the issue, okay, fine. So this is the animations part, and now in the here I'm going to define the recoil state for model as well, okay. So let's define here the so that will you'll know why what properties that model state is going to have, okay. So I'm just going to here create here new folder called model, and first thing we are going to create the atoms. So for I'm just going to create here a new file, I'm just going to name this as a model dot atom case dot ts, okay. So here let's export this. I'm going to name this as something like model atom, and here let's import the atom, and here first thing this would have going to store two properties. One is a model. This is going to be of type jsx dot element or the array of jsx dot element, okay. So fine, and the one more boolean variable, I'm going to name it as is it opened it or not. So this is going to be of type boolean. So by default let's give the key name for this to be a model, and I'm just going to by default set it to empty fragment. So here let's rename this to tsx. Okay, so I'm just going to rename this to tsx. Okay, fine, and then opened, I'm just going to set it to false. Okay, this is the item. So now let's define the file for the hooks. So I'm just going to name here model dot hooks dot tsx. Okay, so here first thing I'm going to name this as hook name as use model, and here let's have the set model from use set recoil states. Okay, so use set recoil state, and then I'm just going to import the model atom. Okay, so here we're going to have one function which is going to name it as a open model, and this is going to have the input param the model which is of type JSX element. So it can be this or this. Okay, fine, and here I'm just going to set the model here. So I'm just going to pass in here model, and opened, I'm just going to toggle this to true. Okay, fine, and same for the same way for the closing the model as well. So I'm just going to name this as a close model. So here we are just going to set the model to empty fragment like we did in the default thing. So here in this way, and the opened, I'm going to set it to false. Now I'm just going to return this. Okay, open model and close model from this use model hook, and then we are going to export this. Fine, so okay, and this is the hooks, and now let's have the index file, so where we are going to export all of this. So here index.ts. okay, so first thing I'm just going to export here default the model atom, and then I'm just going to export our hook which is use model hook. So let's import this. Okay, use model from, did we not export it? I did. Use model. Okay, I just have to fine. So now the state for the model is created. So after this I'm just going to create here one component called portal. So basically portal is used when we wanted to render the children in separate DOM, or rather than in a whole DOM of our application. Okay, so here I'm just going to create here a new folder. So here I'm just going to name this as a portal, and here again I'm going to create a new folder called components, and let's define here the file for this. So portal.ts. okay, so here I'm just quickly going to name this as a portal, and this is going to receive children of type JSX element. So or array of JSX element. Okay, so I'm just going to fine, and here now first thing let's import the create portal from React DOM. So I'm just going to import create portal, and here I'm just going to have one local state variable to keep track of the portal thing ID. Okay, so set portal, I'm just going to this is going to be of type HTML element. Okay, and let's use the use effect, and here I'm just going to get the node by id. So here document dot get get element by id, and here I'm just going to set now that to id. Eventually I'll set here. If there is a node, I'm just going to set into this portal. Okay, fine. And there is no dependencies. I just want to trigger on this mounting, and if there is no portal, I'm just going to return null. Okay, else I'm just going to return a create portal, and I'm going to pass the children along with the portal. Okay, and let's export here default the portal thing. Okay, so there is okay children I did use, right? Okay, okay, fine. So it's just late loading. Fine, so the portal is created. So now I'm going to create the model manager component inside our model folder. So I'm just going to create here the components. Okay, so here I'm just going to create here the new file. I'm going to name this as model manager.tsx. So quickly let's complete this component. Okay, so I'm just going to name this as model manager. So no input params for this. Okay, so first I'm going to get the opened model and set model from our model atom. Okay, so this is thing. So I'm going to destructure the opened model, and along with I'm going to get the set model. So I'm going to use here use recoil state, and I'm just going to pass the model atom. Okay, so fine. And then I'm just going to create a local state variable to keep to store that HTML element. I'm just going to name this as portal node. So here I'm just going to name the callback the set portal node. So here this is going to store of type HTML element. Okay, fine. And here first thing in the use effect part, I'm going to check if portal node is not null. So I'm just going to get the node by id. So document dot get element by id. Here id is the portal. Okay, and if node, okay, I'm just going to set the portal node the value, and then I'm just going to return here. Okay, and after this if it is opened, I'm just going to portal node dot style dot pointer events. Okay, I'm just going to set it to all. Okay, else I'm just going to set it to none. So I'm just going to set it to none, and here this we want it to be triggered based on the value changes in the opened and portal node. Okay, it's fine. And now let's focus on rendering the UI. Okay, so here I'm just going to wrap everything inside the portal. So let's import the motion dot div. So let's import here, I'm sorry. So I'm just going to import here the motion from our framer motion. Okay, so here motion dot div, here we'll give the stylings for this. So first is the styling, I'm going to give z index to be as higher as possible, 40, and let's make this as a flex, and the minimum height I'm going to make the full, and width also I want it to be full, and item center and justify also I'm going to make it as center, and give the background color, let's say, like, give something like this. Okay, fine. Now on click I'm just going to update our model state. So here I'm going to set the model to be empty fragment again, and then the opened variable I'm just going to set it to false. Okay, so here that is how we are going to close the model. And variants I'm just going to use the BG animation where we have created just a while ago, and initially I'm just going to set it to closed, and animate based on if it's open I'm just going to set it to be open, and if not we are going to set it to closed. Fine. So now inside this div we are going to wrap everything inside the animate presence. So here based on if it's opened I'm going to render a div where we are going to wrap our model component. Okay, so here motion dot div. So let's give variants for this. The I'm just going to import this model animation, and initially let's make keep the default to be closed, and animate I'm just going to set it to opened. Exit, let's call this to be exited. Okay, and on click I'm just going to stop propagating the event click. Okay, and then let's give the styling to be in a padding in all direction. Let's give something like 6. Okay, and this is where the actual our component will be wrapped. Okay, that is the model. So fine. So now I'm just going to export this default model manager. Okay, so fine. Here we should be having a space, so I'm just going to so let's move this up first. Okay, and here let's have the space again. So let's move this also up, and this one too. Okay, fine. And so now the model manager is ready. So the thing that we are supposed to do is now we have configured the state, and we have the model manager and all. So now let's go to the our style section. So here I'm just going to rename add here the portal 2. So id I'm going to add here. I'm going to additionally set the just changing the styling. I'm just going to hide the overflow part. So similarly for that id we still are yet to add that id. Okay, so and here overflow y I'm just going to make this as overlay. Okay, and here let's add for that id z index I'm going to set to be 1. So this is my slide change. Now in the home component, so before even going to the home component, okay, inside this I'm going to create here a new folder called models. Here I'm going to create one component called not found. So here let's create that file. So first I'm just quickly going to define this component. So not found model. Okay, this is going to receive the id which is going to be of type string. Okay, fine. And here let's get the close model from our use model hook. Okay, so I'm just going to import this. Okay, so here we are going to focus on the div part. So quickly let's make this to be relative, and let's make the flex and the direction to be column. Items I'm going to center it, and rounded I want it to be rounded medium sized, and background I'm just going to make this to be white, and padding in all direction I'm just going to apply 10. Okay, so first thing I'm going to add the button, so that is the closing button. So here I'm just going to on click I'm just going to call the close model thing, and here the styling for this, it's going to be absolute, and we are going to keep it in the top right corner. So I'm just going to give the top 5 and the right as well 5. So here let's say use the close icon, so from React icon. So I'm just going to use this. So quickly I'm just going to import here. So import AI outline close from React icons. Yeah, okay, fine. And after this I'm going to have the text in 2 headers. One is the thing, something like room with this id does not exist or not found, we can say. So the styling for this I'm going to give here the text large and make this to be a bold, sorry. And here I'm just going to say here it has room with that id. So here I'm just going to wrap inside the brackets not found. Okay, and inside the smaller header I'm just going to say like check id and try to join the room. Again something like this. Okay, some helper text. Okay, fine. And I'm just going to export this not found model. Okay, so now I am going to, first thing we are going to add the id. So in the pages section, so if you see here in the document.tsx, I'm just going to add here the div with the id portal. Okay, so fine. And now in the app.tsx, here inside this I'm just going to wrap in this model manager. So fine, and this let's import. Okay, so this is the change, and now the thing here we'll have to make the change is in our home component. So let's go to the home component now. So first thing here is I'm going to get the import this not found model. So let's import not found model, and I'm going to get the open model from our use model hook. Use model. Okay, so here let's move this up. So okay, fine. So thing now here is in the else part, instead of now logging it, we are going to showcase that model. Okay, so here open model, and then I'm just going to pass our not found model, and id is the room id that I'm going to pass to this component. Okay, fine. And now here the dependencies I just have to add here open model along with the room id. So that is the change here. So mostly this is it for showcasing the model. I know we have written a lot of code, but that's the way we are supposed to handle if you wanted to handle it at all application level. So now let's go check it out. Okay, so going to the output, I'm just going to refresh in the home page. Okay, so fine, so let's enter something like 123 and clicking on join, it should showcase us the model. Okay, so yep, now you see the animation, it came from the top, and then there is a padding here and then icon. Okay, and background is black. Okay, so now clicking on this, it's closing, and here, okay, and clicking on this anywhere is also going to close this. So the model that we wanted to showcase in case the user is trying to join, which is not yet found, we are showcasing this along with the id. Okay, so now other things should work just the fine they are, because we have not touched that part of the code. Okay, so yeah, now the adding room is also completed. So mostly, sorry, adding model is mostly completed. Next thing is we'll focus on the toolbar. So you see here, we'll have to showcase here along with the multiple options for the color and width picker and those things. So we'll focus on the toolbar thing now. So let's go to the code base. So now we'll before going to the toolbar, let's now if you see in the thing, we are maintaining the local state variables, for the users. So if you see here, this user saved moves and moves without user, we are maintaining it as a local state. So first we will move it to our we have already the room recoil, so we are going to move the state to this. So additionally to the id, I'm going to add the users list as well as the my moves list and then the moves without user. Okay, so here I'm just going to add it this way. So here let's add this users. Okay, and then moves without user, I'm just going to initialize it to be empty array, and my moves, and also this is going to be empty array. Okay, and here we'll mention the type here. So first let's change the type here and create new interface for this. So I'm going to name it as something like client room. Okay, so here let's define here the client room. Okay, so here first this will have the id. Okay, and then the users, which is of type map, string comma move array. Okay, and moves without user. Okay, this is going to be move array, and my moves, and this is also, it's going to be move array. Yeah, so mostly this is the interface. Now let's go to the thing, the add room atom. So here I'm just going to mention here the type. So here it's going to be, so I'm just going to so this is going to be of type client room. Okay, so accordingly we'll have to change here the hooks as well. So here now in the hooks, okay, so I'm just going to first let's correct this. Okay, so here I'm just going to set the room id. So here we'll have the previous, we don't have just the id now. So first let's have the previous values as it is. So that is, I'm just going to keep them as it is, and just I'm going to update the id. So now this should remove the error. So now let's create the hooks, to get the room and all those things. Okay, so I'm just going to create here use room. This and here I'm just going to get the room using the use recoil value by passing in the room atom, and then I'm just going to return this room. Okay, this is the use room hook, and the same way I'm just going to export the use set room. Okay, so here use set room, and here I'm just going to get the set room using the use set recoil state. Okay, recoil state, and I'm just going to pass in the room atom, and then return, I'm just going to return this set room. Okay, fine. And now so after this we'll have to define the hooks, like setting the users, and handling the adding the users, removing the users. Okay, so let's create for that part. So I'm just going to name this to be use set users. Okay, so here we'll have multiple so first let's get the set users, using the use set recoil state, and just pass in the room atom. Okay, so first thing, let's have the function which is going to handle adding the user. So here I'm just going to receive the user ID as a param for this, and here I'm just going to set the users. Okay, let's get the previous users first. So I'm just going to create one variable to store the previous users. So here previous dot, it's going to be users, and here new users, I'm just going to set the user ID and the empty moves. Okay, and then we are going to return the previous along with the new users. Okay, so this is how we are going to handle adding of the user. Similar way we are going to handle the removal of the user. So handle, I'm just going to call this function as remove user, and we are going to receive here user ID which is of type string. Here I'm just going to use this set users. Okay, previous data, let's first collect the users. Okay, so here new users, it's going to be a previous dot users. Okay, and let's get the moves of that user. So get user ID, and I'm just going to delete that user ID. Okay, and then we are going to return the data. So users is going to be new users, and moves without user, it's going to be the thing, and here I'm just going to user moves. So okay, so here it's going to be user moves, or I'm just going to add the empty thing. Okay, so that is how we are going to remove and update the moves as well. Okay, so after this, I will have to handle adding a move to the user and handling the removing move to the user. So again those functions will have to define here. So here I'm just going to define handle add move to user. So here now we are going to receive the user ID, which is of type string, we know that, and also the moves, which is of type move. So here okay, let's set the users. Okay, I am just going to get here new users, okay, which is nothing but previous dot users, and let's get the hold moves. So this is going to be previous dot users dot get user ID, and then new users dot set user ID, and I'm just going to pass along with the hold moves and add the new ones. Okay, so here let's add the hold moves. Okay, so along with the moves that we received as the input param, and then finally I'm just going to return the previous values, and just I'm going to update the users. Okay, fine. So this is how we are going to add the move to the user, and we should have the same way to remove moves from user. Okay, so let's define that. So I'm just going to name this as handle remove move from user. So this is going to receive just the user ID, so this is also going to be pretty straightforward. So let's get the previous values and get the users here. So here users previous dot users, and let's have the hold moves previous dot users dot get user ID, and I'm just going to pop from the hold moves. Okay, fine, and then I'm just going to set to this user ID the hold moves. Okay, so hold moves, if not I'm just going to set the empty thing. Then we are just going to return the previous things and the updated users property. Okay, fine, and finally we are just going to return these 4 things so that we can make use of them in the components. Okay, handle add user, handle remove user, handle add move to user, handle remove move from user. Okay, so this is the use set users. Okay, so first now what's the issue? Okay, so fine, then same thing, let's define for the my moves as well. So export const use my moves. So here I'm going to get the room from our recoil state. Okay, so set room use recoil state, and just going to pass in the room atom. So here let's define function called handle add my move. So okay, so I'm just going to name this, and here we are going to receive the move as the input param, and then I'm just going to update my moves without user property, sorry, my moves array. Okay, so here previous. Okay, and here we are just going to add the input param here to the existing my mouse. Okay, so this is the how handling add my move, and the same way to handle the remove my move. Okay, so here remove my move, so we are going to get the moves existing moves first into one variable. So that is this, let's get the my moves. Okay, and then I'm going to pop the last one from this, and then I'm just going to update our state. Okay, so this is pretty straightforward. Okay, so and now let's update the my moves thing, so which is nothing but new moves. Okay, so finally we are just going to return from this hook, which is handle add my move and handle remove my move and my moves. I'm just going to export these values. Okay, fine, and this is the change in the hooks part of our room state. Okay, and now in the index part. Okay, so here we'll you know export the room. Okay, so here what I mean to say is like use room. So first let's import this use room, and then use set users, and then use my moves. Okay, so accordingly I'm just going to export this. Okay, so yeah, now the state is moved, and also the functions to update the respective properties of the room state is also created as a hooks and exported. So now we'll have to use them. So first thing is let's go to the home component. So quickly I'm just going to the place where the changes had to be made. So first I'm going to here in the joined part. So so here let's have this as a separate function, and then pass as a function to this event, rather than handling everything in here itself, so that it will be look clean. Okay, so kind of you can say it's a refactoring too. So I'm just going to here listen on to joint, and here I'm just going to rename this to let's say handle joined room. Okay, so here I'm just going to and also we'll have to mention its type. So this is going to be string, and this is going to be boolean, and optional thing. And so let's quickly pass here handle joined room. Okay, so here okay fine, and okay, so that's the thing. And also in the destroying part also we're just going to pass this function. Okay, so that's the change here, just refactored the ping. And in the canvas part, in the components canvas section, so let's import the room. Okay, so here I'm just going to import use room. What's okay, so let's do it here. Okay, so we got the room. So now the thing is, in the useDraw, I'm no longer going to pass your copyCanvasToSmall. We are going to update this. Okay, and also in the use socketDraw part as well. So I'm just going to remove this. So first thing, here I will create use effect, to emit the joined room, and also okay, so let's first create this. So if context, then I'm just going to emit joined room. Okay, so and this is going to depend on the context. Okay, fine. And one more use effect hook, okay, where if the context is, I'm just going to import the draw all moves and pass in the context and room, and we are going to call the copyCanvasToSmall, and now this is going to depend on the context along with the room. Okay, so here we will update this draw all moves function as well. So that is the thing in this canvas part. So in the mouse renderer thing, so let's get the room. So instead of user IDs, I'm just going to get the room from our use room hook. Okay, so here use room hook. Okay, so I'm just going to remove this. Okay, and this has to be fine. And now here, now instead of iterating it this way, I am going to room dot users dot I'm just going to keys dot map and we are going to get the user ID, and here if user ID is equals to socket dot ID, I'm not going to return this. Okay, else the so it has to, we have to. Okay, so now the what is the issue again? Okay, so let's move up here. Fine. So this is the thing. So if user ID is equals to socket ID, we are not going to return. If not, we are going to return the blue color user mouse. Okay, so that's the change here. So now let's go to the room component. So here it will be first thing, we are going to get the room from use room hook, and then the router, I'm just going to get the using the use router from next router. Okay, and now in the use effect part, we are going to listen on to the joined event from the server, and on joined I'm just going to call I'm going to set the room ID. Okay, so you'll understand this now. So here use effect, here I'm just going to create one function called handleJoined. So this is going to receive room ID from server, which is of type string, and then a failed boolean, optional boolean variable. So here if it is failed, I'm just going to go to the so I'm just going to the home page. So that is router.push, I'm just going to the home page. If not, else I'm just going to set the room ID. So let's get the room ID as well. So here I'm just going to get set room ID using the set room ID from our room recoil. Okay, so set room ID, and then I'm just going to pass in the room ID from server. Okay, so here this socket dot on joined, so I'm just going to listen and then pass on this function. Okay, and on destroying, I'm just going to stop listening to this joined event from server and then pass in the handle joined, and here the dependencies, it's going to be the router and then the set room ID function. Okay, so now here if there is no room ID, so here I'm just going to use the room.id, so we no longer need this. I'm just going to remove this. So it's pretty much same, but no need of double imports. Okay, so here let's get the first the dynamic room ID router dot query dot room ID. I'm just going to collect the dynamic room ID. So here and I'm going to convert it to a string, so let's convert it to string. Okay, so first if this is not null, then I'm just going to emit the join room to the server. Okay, or by passing in the room ID as well. Okay, and then I'm just going to return null. Okay, so that is the change inside this thing. So now the problem of the so we no longer need this, so I'm just going to remove this, and the now the use effect, so let's move this here. Okay, and I'm just going to keep it here at the bottom and the toolbar, and so use router, so let's move this. Okay, so so this also we are going to move it up. So we can change the our ESLint configuration, but this is the way that to organize our code in a good manner. Okay, fine, so that's the change here inside our room component. So now let's go to the context part of our room. So here now I'm just going to remove this thing, so I'm just going to get the using the use set room, I'm just going to get the set room using the use set room from the hooks we have defined, and then the functions like handle the add user, and then handle remove user from our use set users. Okay, fine, so here now we are going to listen on to the room event. So here I'm just going to handle listening onto room event as well, and we are going to receive the room along with the users to parse. Okay, so I'm just going to here first get the users, I'm going to parse it. Okay, so this is going to be just I'm mentioning the type of this map. Okay, and we are going to parse this users to parse. Okay, and then I'm just going to use this set room and then update the users. So here users and moves without user. Okay, so it's going to be room dot draw. Okay, so sorry, I forgot this. Okay, so this is how we are going to update the room properties. Okay, and here in the new user part I'm just going to use that handle add user thing, and then I'm just going to pass in the new user. So simple, right? So in the user disconnected, so we're just going to remove everything here, and I'm just going to call the handle remove user and pass in the user ID. Okay, so fine, and now I just have to stop listening to this room event as well. So I'm just going to add here, and the here the dependencies, it's going to be the handle add user, then handle remove user, and then the set room. Okay, fine, and now the imports. Okay, so first thing, we no longer need this, so I'm just removing this and this as well. Okay, fine, so that's the change in this room context. Okay, so now let's go to the helpers part. So here in the helpers, so we removed we'll have to we removed here the draw almost, I'm just going to remove here everything, and we defined one object which is interface room client room, right? So I'm just going to create this. I'm going to pass this as a param for this client room. Okay, and then here I'm just going to destructure for those respective details, users, moves without user, and then my moves I'm just going to destructure from this room. Okay, and here and now here, instead of iterating through this object dot values, we just can iterate through the users. Okay, so here I'm just going to this is going to be my moves. Okay, so let me change here, and here as well I'm just going to change here to users. Okay, users dot for each user, we can just rename this so that it will be clear for us. User moves, and remaining it's going to remain the same. Okay, so what's okay, so that's the change here in the draw all moves, and also in the handle move part I'm just going to that's going to remain the same. Okay, so no need to change that part. Okay, and now the hooks we had in the canvas hooks, we are using the two hooks. Okay, so if you see here, use draw and use socket draw. So rather than clubbing them into single file, let's separate them into separate files, like useDraw.ts and useSocketDraw.ts, so that it will be clear. Okay, so first thing I'm just going to create here the new file called useDraw.ts. Okay, so let's copy whatever we have here inside this. So here I'm just going to paste it here. So now let's import and also remove the parameters. So handle and I am not going to use this. And also let's import what and all we don't have. Okay, so first thing is let's import so here I am going to import handle the remove my move handle add my move where we have added in the use my moves hook. Okay, so let's import that. So handle remove my move and handle add my move from use my moves. Okay, fine. And then we have we need to import this. So let's import this thing. So import use board position. Okay, and then we have mode x and fine, and then use options. Okay, so let's import use options and then the use state from React. Okay, so use state. Okay, and also the use effect, and then the use callback. Okay, so remaining parts it's going to remain the same. So just that here in the thing, so I'm just going to here I'm just going to remove everything, and I'm just going to use the function which is the handle remove my move. Okay, so and so I just have to import this socket as well. So let's import this. So let's import here, let's import socket from common library socket. Okay, and also we would need the get position too. So I'm just going to import get position. Okay, so here first thing in the handle undo part I'm just going to remove here everything and pass in the handle remove my move as the dependency for this. Okay, so and here this is going to be the pretty much same, the handle undo keyboard. Okay, so then handle start drawing, there is some issue here. So the thing here is I will have to create here the variable. So let's define here the temp moves. So this is going to be matrix of type number comma number. So initially let's set it to empty. Okay, so that is the issue gone in this start drawing. Okay, so now in the then the most of the parts and the hand drawing, again we have some issues here. So here in the end drawing I'm just going to call here handle add my move, and then I'm just going to pass in the move. Okay, so here everything I'm just going to remove here, and yeah, mostly that is it in this thing. So here mostly there is an issue with okay okay there is okay fine, and there is that's it. I don't think so. Fine, we don't see any issue here. So fine, so that's the moving of useDraw hook to separate file, and similar way we'll create a new file called use socketDraw. So use socketDraw.ts, and let's from our hooks. Okay, I'm just going to let's copy everything, and I'm just going to remove the parts which I don't want. Okay, so use draw I don't want, so I'm just going to remove this. Okay, and here in the use socket draw we are just removing this handle end part. Okay, and here again we are going to import the handle add move to user, and then handle remove move from user. So let me destructure them. Handle add move to user, and then the handle remove move from user. Okay, so here use set fine, and here we no longer need this thing because we are handling in this part. Okay, so first thing is I'm not going to listen to this part because we are going to handle this and this inside our context part. So we'll focus on the user draw and user undo here. That's it. Okay, so here this I'm just going to remove everything here and just call the function this handle add move to user, and then by passing in the user ID along with the move. Okay, and this here as well. So I'm just going to remove everything here, and then call add move to user by passing in the user ID later and the moves to draw later. Okay, so fine, and now this we are going to remove, and here I'm just going to pass in this handle add move to user. Okay, so here in the user undo part as well, so I'm just going to remove everything here, and then just pass this user ID to this function, and here as well I'm just going to add this as a dependency. Okay, so the things which we are not using I'm just going to remove from the imports. Okay, so okay, fine, I'll have to import the use effect. Okay, and here this part also no need, so I'm just going to remove this. Okay, let's move this up. So we are not using this, so I'm just going to remove this. There is just Okay, mostly the errors, I don't think so, the errors here. So now in the hooks folder file, I'm just going to delete this. So here, okay, okay, so here whatever we are not using, so I'm just going to remove this. Yeah, mostly it should be that. Okay, fine. And so that's how we move it to different files. Okay, so mostly the things we have handled. Now the imports in the canvas thing should be changed. So okay, it's just a loading issue, I guess. So I don't see any issues here. So here in the canvas file, so we are going to change the imports now. So first thing is so we have an issue here. Okay, socket, and so I'm just going to move up this, and even the draw all moves. Okay, so and this is no longer needed. Fine. And here I'll have to import useDraw and useSocketDraw, okay, which we just created. So I'm just going to import them, so which is useDraw and then the useSocketDraw. Okay, so this is the pretty much. So now if you see, it should work the same way like we saw. Okay, so let's see the output. So I'm just going to close multiple tabs. So here let's go to the home page. Okay, let's create it. So here now you see there is no big issue. So yeah, and everything is as usual. So let's join the this room. Okay, so what is the t3jy? Okay, so t3jy, so let me quickly join. So here, yep, so the user is here, fine, and everything is working the way we wanted. Just we refactored the code and moved up the state to recoil and separated the hooks into separate files, and everything related to updating the moves, updating users, we moved up to recoil state so that it look clean. Okay, so so here just one more change here inside the server in the live room part. Okay, I just have to so here in the live room function, so we defined here the live room. Okay, so here we are going to see, make sure that if there is no room, I'm just going to I mean the null checks, that's it. So okay, I'm just going to return it this way. Okay, I don't know this, it has to, okay, the issue with the loading thing. so not with the any code part. Okay, just the server. Okay, fine. So now we'll focus on the new toolbar and the color and width picker. Okay, yep. For color picker, so first I'm going to export the options, so recoil state. So if you see here in the hooks, I'm going to export one more hook. Okay, and I'm just going to rename this to options value. Okay, so that we'll have to change the state, right? So let's use this, so that we'll use in the components that we are going to create now. So here I'm just going to create here the new hook, which I'm going to name it as a use options. Okay, so first here I'm going to create here the options, so which is I'm going to use the use recoil state. So I'm then just going to pass this the options atom. Okay, and I'm just going to written this. Okay, so now let's update here inside our index thing. So I'm just going to along with this use options, I'm just going to so let's import this. Okay, use options value and use set options. Okay, so here we are just going to export this. Okay, so now let's go to the now before going to that, for color picker we are going to create animation file like just we did for model. Okay, so here in the rooms module, so here in the rooms module I am just okay, what's the error here? Okay, okay, I'll come back to this part. Okay, first in the rooms folder, and I'm going to create here the animations. Just is the type issue, so I'm just going to look into that. So here let's create here the animations folder. So and here I'm going to create one file for the color picker animation. Okay, color picker dot animations dot ts. So here let's create the object. So I'm going to name this as color picker animation. Okay, so here from let's give the y coordinate to be 30 and opacity I'm going to set 0 and transition I'm going to use this default is. Okay, and duration I'm going to keep it to 0.2. okay, and similarly to the two things, so let's assign 0 to y, and opacity I'm going to set 1, and transition, so I'm going to set ease to default ease, and duration to 0.2. okay, and so this is the color pickers animations. And now let's focus on and also let's change the canvas background color. So let's go to here. So if you see in the here I'm going to change where is the class name. Okay, here I'm just going to change it to lighter one, so let's make it as 100, Okay, and the minimap also. So let's go to the minimap. So here I'm going to reduce the size of this to let's say by 3. So let's reduce this, and also in the div part I'm going to assign z index quite less than 30 and make this rounded thing, and also let's reduce the background to lighter zinc, okay, to 200. And also the style I'm just going to reduce it by like we did, so I'm just going to reduce it to by 3. And in the again here let's add the rounded for this too. So I'm just going to add the rounded thing, okay, and the same thing I'm just going to reduce it by change it to 7, and here as well. So fine, and now the main thing, we'll have to create components. So for the toolbar, okay, so here inside the room components thing, I'm just going to create here separate folder called toolbar. So let's create here, let's say something like toolbar. So first thing I'm going to create for color picker. So let me name this as color picker.tsx. Okay, so here for color picker I'm going to install react-colorful. That's a library which helps us to pick the extra colors easily. Okay, so I'm going to install that. So here react colorful. Okay, so now let's quickly get focus on this component. So I'm just going to name this as color picker, okay, and here, okay, so first let's get the options from our use options hook, okay, so options and the set options. So here, okay, so camel case, so use options, fine, and now let's create one reference variable which is of type div. Okay, let's remove this. So here this is going to be of type HTML div element. So initially I'm assigning the null value, okay, and let's have one local state variable to keep track if it's opened or not. Okay, so here opened set open. So I'm just going to assign by default the false, okay, and then we'll use the use click away hook from React use. Okay, so here use click away, and here I'm just going to pass in the ref, and here I'm just going to set opened to false. Okay, the ref we are going to attach to the div we are going to right now. Okay, so here this div I'm just going to give this, make this as a relative and make this flex, and items, so let's make it center and attach the ref for this div. Okay, fine, and here let's have the button. So here I'm just going to name this as, this button, let's give the styling for this. Height and width I'm going to make it as 6, and rounded I want to be circled. Okay, so let's make rounded full, and let's have the border 2, okay, and the color of the border I'm going to make it white, and transition let's all have in the all directions, and hover, let's have the hover effect and the scaling. So I'm just going to add some, let's say 125, and active also let's add the scaling effect, Okay, so here fine, and this style, let's have the background color. Okay, so here background color would be options dot line color. Okay, so fine, and on click I'm just going to set opened, I'm just going to toggle it. Okay, so here on click set opened to whatever the value is there in the thing. So here let's close this. Now here inside this, let's wrap everything inside the animate presence. So here based on if it's opened, I'm going to render this div, so which is motion dot. So let's import this framer motion. Okay, so here let's apply the styling for this. So let's make this to be absolute, and top let's left I'm going to give a 14. Okay, and variance. Okay, variance we had added this color picker animation, so we're going to add that. And initial I'm just going to say to be from and to animate I'm just going to set it to 2. Okay, and exit is from. Okay, so now inside this I'm just going to use the X color picker from the React colorful library. Okay, and here I'm just going to set this color to line color, and then on change we are just going to update the options line color. Okay, so here set option, so I'm just going to update the line color. Okay, so in this way, and then I'm just going to close this component. Fine, and so this is pretty much the color picker. So I'm just going to export this color picker. Okay, so okay, I'm just going to add this here. Fine, so this is the color picker. Same way we are going to add one more component called line width picker. So inside this toolbar folder itself, so I'm just going to define here it as line width picker.tsx. okay, so here let's quickly write this component. So here it is line width picker. So here first thing is I'm going to get the options from the state recall state. Okay, so here I'm just going to import that. Okay, and as usual let's have the ref using the useRef from React, which is going to be of type HTML div element. Initially I'm going to set it to null, and the same it is same. So let's have the opened and set opened use state. I'm just going to set it to be false, and use click away here just we are going to set opened to false. Okay, so now let's focus on the UI rendering. So here div, let's give the styling for this. Let's make this as a relative and flex, and I'm going to make this item centered. Okay, and attach the ref. So first thing, let's have the button. So here we'll add the icon from the React icons. Okay, so here I'm just going to give styling for this to be a button, and so let's add here. So I'm just going to give the text to be extra large, and on click I'm just going to toggle the opened value. So here opened, and here I'm just going to import bs border width. Okay, so fine, and fine, and here now we are going to wrap everything inside the animate presence, and here based on if it's open I'm just going to render this div. So here let's import the motion. Okay, so motion dot div. So for this it's going to remain the standard. Let's give the styling for this. So class name, let's make this as absolute, and top I'm going to give the pixel, let's say 6 pixel, and left let's have the 14. Okay, and width I'm just going to give 36. Okay, and initial I'm going to keep the same from, and animate to 2, and the exit also from. Okay, so fine, and now inside this I'm just going to wrap the input thing. So here input is going to be type, it's going to be range, and min I'm just going to set to 1, and max I'm going to set it to 20, and value I'm just going to set whatever the width we have in this options. Okay, on change I'm going to update our option state. So here set options, so let's get the previous values whatever we have, and let's keep the previous values as it is, and we are going to modify the line width to I'm just going to pass parse to int, and pass the value e.target.value to decimal. Okay, fine, and so here this is the on change thing, and let's apply the styling for this input. So let's make the height to be 4, and the width let's assign full, and the cursor let's make it as a pointer, and appearance I would like to assign it as none, and rounded let's make it as large, and let's have the background as gray color, let's say 200. Okay, fine. So yep, so this is the line width picker. So I'm just going to export this. So export default line width picker. Okay, so that is this component. Now here I am going to have this toolbar component inside this. So we had before here, so I'm going to move this to this here. So what I mean to say is I'm just going to create here toolbar.tsx. okay, so I'm just going to copy this here. We are going to update this. Okay, so here first let me change the styling for the main div. So let's assign the left to be 10, and the top let's make this to be something like 50%, and z index let's keep 50, and let's make the direction to column, and items center, and let's have gap 5, and rounded I'm going to give the LG. Okay, and background let's be the same, and padding let's give 5 in all directions. Okay, so fine, and let's give the style for this too, that is transform. I'm going to translate y so let's say minus 50%. Okay, fine, and now first thing I'm just going to import this color picker, and after this I will have the line width picker. Okay, and here we'll add the just the some icons buttons. Okay, so I'm just going to remove here all the buttons here, so for the color, because we have the color picker for that. So here I'm just going to add let's give the styling here. For them I'm just going to make here, I'm just going to import the icons from React icons. So so let's import randomly some icons. Okay, so let's do the same. Let's add 4 more buttons. Okay, just I'm going to change the icons here. So here I'm just going to use BS fill image fill. Okay, and here we'll use something like 3 dots. Okay, so and here I'm just going to use something like download thing. So I'm just going to this, I'll have to import this, so let me import these things. Okay, so hi outline download. So okay, so this, let's move this up, and we no longer need this. Okay, so I'm just going to remove this. Fine, and the toolbar is ready. So here I'm just going to delete this. So I'm just going to delete, and now and in the useDraw hooks. Okay, so here we had to import here the use options value. That's the reason we see the issue with the types. Okay, so I'm just going to change this. Now the issue should be gone. Yep, so that's the thing. And also now we'll have to import the toolbar into our the room. I mean, just change the imports thing. Okay, so and also yeah, so let's go to the room. So I'm just going to import this. Okay, so yeah, now let's check it out. Okay, so let me go to the output, let me refresh this, and let's create new room. Yep, so you see now we have this color picker, the width picker, and just this random buttons. Now as of now this doesn't do anything. So now let's click on this. Now you see see, now I'm going to so clicking on this, it's going to close that. So let's me draw this in this way. So now clicking on this, So here let's change it to something like blue, and I'll have to just a second. So here now it is set to red, so if I draw, it is now changed. So we are able to pick it from the section. So here let's now, okay, so now you see, so we are able to change the color, and also let's change the width. So let's make it as so now you see, so the width is also we're able to change. So the thing we wanted to add into our the toolbar, and as of now we are able to achieve the width picker and also the color picker. So now let's focus on to the other part, so other things in this toolbar. And before that, I'm going to add the users names to the other users who is going to join the room, okay, and also focus on adding a background lines. And then yeah, so first we'll focus on adding the usernames and adding the background lines. So let's go to the code base again. So for the usernames, first we will add the change the types from the server to client and client to server. So here in the type section, so the thing what I'm trying to add here is, so here for this I'm just going to change this name to the it as users moves, and I'm additionally going to add the user, so which is going to be of type map of string comma string, okay. So this is the type of a room now, and then in the client room I'm just going to change this to user moves, okay. And in the server to client events, I'm going to add one more event called room exists, okay. So here room exists, and this is going to return the boolean, emit a boolean value to the client side, okay. So yes, and then the room part here, the room, we are going to rename this users to parse to users moves to parse to string, and then additionally going to add the users to parse of type string, okay. So here fine, and then in the new user thing, along with the user ID, I'm going to emit the username as well. So here this is going to be of type string. So that is a change in the server to client events, okay. And now coming to the client to server events, we are going to add one event naming check room, and here I'm going to pass the room ID, which is of type string, okay. So this is the event we are adding. And the create room, so here additionally we are going to send the username to the server, okay. So which is going to be of type string, and here join room, additionally I'm going to pass the username. So here the username to the server, okay. So that is the change here. So now let's go to the first room item. So here I'm going to add here the users moves, okay. So which is initially we're going to set it as, and okay, so fine. And now let's go to the hooks part. So okay, did I, let's, so here okay, client room, okay, I have not added the additional things, so that's the reason we see their error. So here this is going to be a map of type string comma string, Okay, so now so now in the hooks part, okay, so first is in the handle adding the user. So let's go first to the here. So we are going to receive here even add the username, so which is going to be of type string. Okay, so this I'm going to get the here we were I'm just going to get the new user moves here. So let's define new variable for this. So new users moves, so here it's going to be previous dot user moves. Okay, and then I'm just going to set new users dot, I'm just going to set the user ID and the username. Okay, sorry, the username, and then new user moves, I'm going to set user ID to empty array. Okay, so and we are going to remove this. Okay, so and here we are going to pass in the user moves as well. So here user moves will be new user moves. Okay, so that is the change in this handling the thing users. Okay, and also here rather than naming it as set users, I'm just going to rename it to set room. So here let's select the thing where and all we are supposed to change. So I'm going to change here to set room. Okay, so let's select this. Fine, so I'm just going to change it manually, set room, and I'm just going to follow the same set room. And now in the remove user, so we are going to change the same here, and now I'm going to get the new user moves. Okay, so here new users moves, so we are going to get from previous dot new users moves. Okay, so this now I'm going to here get the user moves of that based on the user ID. Okay, and once I get them, I'm just going to delete from our so here new users moves dot delete and pass in the user ID. Okay, and here I'm just going to add this additional users move, so I'm just going to update with the new user moves. Okay, so fine, and that's the change in this removing the user. Okay, and now here I'm just going to change in the add move to the user. Let's change to set room. So same thing here, so here I'm just going to get the new user moves here. So here I'm just going to get new user moves from users moves. Okay, and here instead of accessing the hold from the users, I'm just going to get it from users moves. Okay, using the user ID, and here I'm just going to set this user ID with the hold moves, and then I'm just going to update the user moves. Okay, so here Fine, so this is the how the change we are supposed to make here in the handle, adding the move to the user. Okay, and removing the same, so let's change here to room, and now we are going to change here to new user moves. Okay, and this is going to be user moves, and here hold moves, and we are just going to get from this, and just here I'm just going to change it to new user moves, and here as well. So okay, so that's the change here in this. So that is a change in this room hooks. Okay, so now going to the home component. So here let's go here. First thing, in the handle create room, so I am going to pass in here the username. So this I am going to create here one state variable for that. So like we did for the room ID, so I'm just going to create here one state variable. Let's name this as a username, and set user name. So let's initially set it to empty string. Okay, so first here I'm going to pass in this username to the server. Okay, fine, and also here while joining the room we are going to add the username as well. So I'm just going to add here the username. Okay, fine, and now here I'm just going to, after this I'm going to add one div, so for taking in the username as the inputs. Okay, so let's give the styling for this. Let's add some space on the top, margin top 10, and make this as a flex, and I'm going to make the direction as a column, and let's add the gap 2. Okay, fine. So first thing, let's add the label. So label, I'm just going to give the the self start, and font I'm going to make it as a bold, and leading let's make it as type. Okay, fine, and here I'm just going to enter the label text as enter your name. Okay, fine, so here the input, so here let's give the styling for this first. So here let's make the rounded XL, and let's give the border and have the padding of 5, and padding y direction I'm going to make 1. Okay, and ID I'm just going to give it as a room ID. Okay, and the placeholder I'm just going to say like username or something like this, and the value we are going to assign the whatever the username variable will be holding, and on change we are just going to update that username variable. So here e dot target dot value. Okay, so this is the addition for taking input of username from the user. Okay, so and also here I'm just going to remove this margin here, and also I'm just going to increase the gap here to 3. Okay, fine, so that is the change here, and yeah, and after this I'm just going to add the div. So after this join. Okay, so for or like to just give a more thing, so after this form I'm just going to add one div, so which is like this. So this div will have something like hard text. Okay, so here in the y direction I'm going to have the margin as 8, and let's make the flex, and width let's give 96, and items, let's make it a centered, and gap I'm going to give 2. Okay, so in this div I'm just going to have one div. So first let's have the height I'm going to give, and width I'm just going to assign full, and background let's have the zinc. So I'm just going to make lighter, so 200. Okay, so this div is just for that, and let's have the p, so this is the thing which holds the text star. Okay, so here I'm just going to give the text the zinc color. Okay, let's give here something like 400. Okay, and here I'm just going to give the text here sr. So it's just to mention that you either can join using the room ID or create it. Okay, so just the thing, and I'm just going to add the same div here as well. Okay, so yep, so that is the styling of thing, so mostly here. And now let's go to the mouse's renderer. Okay, so if you see here, we'll have to additionally pass in the username too. So here I'm going to add here one more param to the user mouse. Okay, so here room dot users dot get the user ID, or else I'm just going to pass in here the anonymous. Okay, so I'm just going to, so we have to update this here in the user mouse component. So next thing I'm going to update there first. So here in the user's mouse, so if you go to this, I'm just going to add in here the additional param, so which is going to be username, so that is going to be of type string. So here username, which is of type string. So the thing we are going to add here is just below this I'm just going to add p tag. So let's give the styling, so let's have the margin left 2, and here I'm just going to render that username. Okay, so that is the thing. Now let's create the component to take the name as the input, like so either we can take that, or else just a second. So before going there, I just wanted to create here one component name input. Okay, so like which is going to take name. Okay, and just entering, but I just wanted to create that. Okay, let's create that first. Okay, so fine. So I'm just going to, inside this room components, I'm just going to create here the new file which I'm going to name here it as name input dot tsx. Okay, so here I'm just going to name this as name input. Okay, and here let's first get the set room ID. So I'm just going to get the room ID. So here use set room ID, and then let's have the local state variable to keep to store the name. Okay, so here I'm just going to import use state. Okay, let's initially set it as to empty string, and let's have the router and the room ID. So pretty standard. So here let's have the use router hook. Okay, from next router, and I'm going to get the room ID from query params. Okay, so here let's query dot so room ID. Okay, if it is, or else the empty, I'm just going to convert it to string. Okay, fine. And then in the use effect thing, first thing is we are going to see if there is no room ID. I'm just going to return from here. If not, I'm just going to emit the check room. Okay, so check room and by passing in the room ID here. Okay, and then I'll be listening on to room exist event from the server, and this is going to give us the boolean value. So here I'm just going to, for now I'm just going to console this, for our testing sake. So here I'm just going to say something like, room exist, and print in the exist, and here if not exist, I am just going to home raw, that is we are just going to home page. Okay, and okay, so fine, and here after this I'm just going to just stop listening to the room exist. Okay, fine, and this is going to depend on the room ID and then the router. So these are the dependencies. Okay, so fine, and after this, we'll have the one more use effect. So here we are going to listen to the joined event. Okay, so this I'm just going to create here quickly the handle joined function. So here we are going to receive room ID from server, which is of type string, and also the failed, the pretty standard one which we have already written multiple times. Okay, so here if failed, we are just going to go to the home page. So here, okay, else I'm just going to set the room ID. So here room ID from server. Okay, and here I will be listening on to joined event from server, and then pass in the handle joined function which you have defined above, and on destroying I'm just going to stop listening to joined event. So joined, and just I'm going to pass the handle joined thing. So yeah, that is, and the dependency is same, so it's going to be a router and then the set room ID. So yep, and now let's quickly have the function to join the room. So this is going to be from, already we have this part of code, but let's write it as separately, so later we'll see of refactoring. Okay, so here let's prevent the default thing, and then I'm just going to emit joined room event to the server. Okay, so sorry, joined room, and I'm going to pass in the room ID and the name. Okay, so now let's quickly complete the UI part. So here let's have the form, so which is going to be flex, and make the direction column, and items centered, and on submit I'm going to call this function handle join room. Okay, and in the h1 we'll have our the title of our application. Okay, and let's give the text extra. Okay, and font extra bold, and leading I'm just going to give tight. Okay, so here I'm just going to name this, and it's going to be same, just I can take from this home component, but let's, and this is going to be a real-time whiteboard. Okay, fine, and after this we'll have the div. So let's take from the home section. So okay, let's quickly complete this. So here I'm just going to have let's margin top 10, margin bottom let's have the 3, and direction I'm just going to column. Okay, and here the label quickly let's have the styling for this self start. Okay, and let's make the font type to be bold, and leading I just wanted to make it as tight. Okay, fine. So here the label would be enter your name, and here we'll have the input. So here let's give the styling to be same like we did just while ago. So border, and let's give the padding, and then padding y direction. So here, and also the ID I'm just going to give here the room ID, and placeholder the straightforward we are just going to say username. Value I'm just going to pass the name. On change we are just going to update the name variable. So here set name he dot target dot value. Okay, so that is it, and just we'll have the button here after this div. So here button, so let's where is the home component? So let's go to that. Here I'm just going to copy this button. Okay, so let's take this. I'm just going to copy this, and here I'm just going to say it has enter room. Okay, so and let's export this component. So export default name input. Okay, so here this is not from this. Okay, so this is the pretty much name input component. So now let's go to the room thing. So here now I'm just going to remove everything the what I mean to say is this part. So here I'm just going to remove this completely, and here I'm just going to see if this room ID does not exist. I'm just going to showcase this component, that is name input, so the thing which we have just created. Okay, so here whatever we are not using I'm just going to take it remove them. So here fine, so that's the change in this room, and the user mouse we made it, and in the context part so we'll have to make changes here. So if you see here we were so in the on listening to room event, now we will be receiving room user moves to pass and users to pass. Okay, so we have to add here users moves to parts along with the users to parts. And first thing, so we are going to get the user moves as well. So here users moves, so which is going to be of type string comma move array. Okay, so and I'm just going to parse them. So here json dot parse the users moves to parts. Okay, and here this users is going to be of type string comma string. So here okay fine, so now we'll have to pass in the users moves as well. And also here in the new user part we will be receiving here the user ID and the username. So here user ID and username, so I will be just passing here the handle user add user to user ID and username param. Okay, so that's the change here in the context part. And in the canvas helpers if you see here we'll have to here destructure the users moves. Okay, so users moves, and then we'll have to iterate through this user moves. So the rest the remains the same. And in the server side, so going to the server now, so the thing here is, it will be the check that we'll be doing here. It should be user moves. Okay, and also here it will be the user moves. Okay, and in the undo move part as well, so it will be from user moves. And in the leave room, users, it has to be users moves. Okay, so and also in the create room, here we'll be receiving the username, so from the client side, and that I'll have to set here the room ID. Okay, so the users, so here we'll have to additionally add users moves, and also here I'm just going to set the socket.id with the username that would be receiving. And then here after this I'm just going to update the users moves as well. So this we'll have to set socket.id the empty array moves. Okay, so that's the change here. And then we no longer need this. Okay, so now in the check room, okay, so here so here here I'm going to change here to in the joined room. Okay, so we have multiple issues here. Okay, so first thing is I'm going to let's add here the new thing. So here the new listener on joined room, sorry, the check room. Okay, so and here we are going to get the room ID from client side. And then first thing is we can console if room ID and those things to check. And also we are going to check if rooms dot has this room ID. If it is true, I'm just going to emit the room exists along with the true value to the client side. Okay, else I'm just going to emit the room exists with the false, that exist as a false value. Okay, so now in the join room part, okay, so here so here we'll have to add the additional thing here. First thing, let me first store the room as room from the rooms.get by getting in the room ID. And also additionally we will be receiving here the username from the client side. Okay, So first thing, I'll collect the room, and if room is exist, okay, then we are going to join that room ID, and then I am going to set the username, okay, and same thing for the user moves, okay. So I'm just going to fine, and then the remaining is going to remain the same in the on listening to the join room, okay, fine. And so after this we will have to in the joined room part, you see we have multiple things here to take care of, okay. So first thing is, if there is I'm going to check the condition in the vice versa. If there is no room, we are just going to return. So okay, if not, okay, let's take these things, okay, and remove this part, okay. So first thing is to this socket ID I'm going to emit the room, and along with this users I'll have to emit the same for user moves, okay. So let me copy this. So here I'm just going to say it as user moves, okay, fine. And then I'm just going to broadcast the new user the socket ID, along with that the name, okay. So here room dot users dot get socket dot id or anonymous, okay. So that's the change here. So now, okay, so what's the issue here? Okay, maybe this is just an issue, okay. Now so that is the thing. So now the changes needed, I mean in the server part, okay, if you see, so we have completed the changes. Now going to the output, we should see additional column the usernames, and let's test it out, okay. So let's go to the output part, okay. So I'm just going to remove this, and here let's open the home page. So yep, now you see the username, okay, and the room. So for now let's say I am entering it as a Vinith, and then clicking on create room, okay. So now let's let's type this, and 08mk is the room name. So here let's let's say this as something like this, and room name id is 08mk, right? So here 08mk. So let me click on join. So now if I go here, now you see along with the username we are getting what is this cursor. Similarly, the cursor here that we are doing will be visible here. So now you see the Vinith, okay. So that is the thing. So yeah, and same thing. So now let's say so the things that we wanted to add username we are able to, and here clicking on saying this id does not exist, so that is going to remain the same, okay. So yeah, so the mouse along with the username is rendered. So next thing is let's add the, so now the thing that we wanted to add the usernames along with the cursor, it's taking the input from the user and all, we are able to do it. Next let's try to add the background lines to our canvas, okay. So the thing that I wanted to add here is, okay, let's go to the let's go to the code base first. So here in the canvas helpers, I'm going to create here one more function. Okay, so I'm going to name uh, we'll name it as let's name this as draw background, and here we are going to just receive the context, which is going to be of type canvas rendering context 2D. And okay, so here first thing I'm just going to set the line width and the color to line width I'm just going to set to 1, and the stroke style the stroke style I'm going to set it to this color. Okay, and let's loop through. Okay, so here let's loop through our canvas size dot height. Okay, and I'm just going to increment it by 25. Okay, so here inside this, let's begin path. Okay, and then keep on moving to like this, and then draw a line to ctx dot canvas dot width comma I. Okay, and then call the stroke. So do it similar way in the for the width as well. So let's copy this. I'm just going to here down, so here let's change to width, and here it's just the vice versa. So I'm just going to move like this, and here it has to be vice versa. Okay, so okay, so fine. So this is the function which is going to help us draw background. Okay, so now in the draw all moves part. Okay, so here let's move this up. Okay, so better. So here I'm just going to move up here, and in the draw all moves part. So after this I'm just going to call this draw background. So let's say the context, pass the context. So let's check it out now. So see now, so checking the so here I'm just going to close this. Okay, so let me refresh this. So I'm just going to enter the test, and let me create this. So now you see the background, the white lines that we drew moving in the both the directions of the width and height, and then this is the background that I was talking about. So now just the so this is how we will be able to add the background. Okay, so at least now we were able to add the background lines. Fine. So after this the thing that we will focus on is, like, let's say, like, multiple users are trying to join the room. So we will try to add the random colors to the users whoever is joining to the room, and see and also try to focus on the eraser part. Okay, so yeah, now let's go to the code base. So now let's add the dynamic colors for the users whoever is joining the room. So for that, first let's define the set of constant colors that we'll be using. So here in the comments section, in the constants, I'm just going to define a new file here. So I'm just going to name it as colors.ts. okay, so let's quickly write some 10 colors, and then we'll be using that. Okay, so here I'm just going to name this object as colors, and here the pink. So here this exact code for this is EV29DA. okay, so fine, and the same way we are going to get the multiple colors like that. So mint color, so this is the mint color, and then the purple, so purple it's 6B32F3, fine, and the green color it's 6FCB12. okay, and let's go for gold color, so it is E896C. okay, so we can add whatever colors we want, but let's add the unique colors. okay, so here red it's going to be EF32D27. okay, and red dark, I'm just going to add here BA1555, and this is going to be something like red light, so this it's nothing but ED7878. okay, fine, and let's add the blue color, so blue color is nothing but 408FF8. okay, 8FF8. okay, and for orange, okay, so here this code is nothing but this, and the last color, so we can add more colors if you wanted to. For now I'm just going to stop at this color. okay, so this code is CBF6. okay, fine, so now I'm just going to create them as an array. so here export const colors array, and here I'm just going to here store it in our array. so object dot values of the colors. okay, so now we have this, and let's define one function in the libraries which is going to give us the next color. okay, so I'm going to name the file name also in the same way, like get so let's get next color dot ts. okay, so here I'm just going to name the function name as get next color. okay, and here let's have the color which is the of type string. so here let's get the index first, so out the colors array, so colors array dot I'm just going to find index, I'm just going to use the find index. okay, and I'm just going to search with the param that we'll be receiving. so color, so if index is not found, that is -1, I'm just going to return the first color. okay, if not, I'm going to return the colors array. okay, and I'm going to return colors of index plus 1 modulus of the overall length. okay, so here, okay, so this is the function which is going to give us the next color. okay, now let's go to the first thing in the room atom. so I just wanted to define these things as one object. okay, so that you'll understand why I'm going to define this as an object now. so I'm just going to name this as default room. okay, so this is going to have all of them, so let's copy this. so id users moves, my moves without this. okay, so now here I'm just going to attach here the default room. okay, so now let's go to the hooks part. so there is, what's the issue? Okay, so let's go to the hooks part. So here in the places wherever we are setting the room ID now, rather than now passing in this way, I'm going to change it this to this like this. Just so here I'm just going to get the all values from default. So let's import this, import default room. Okay, so here I'm just going to spread from that default room and then add the ID. Okay, so this is how I'm going to change. And similarly in the add user part, so let's I'm just going to rename this username to name. Okay, and here now I'm just going to get the first the color. So that is here just before this I'm just going to get the color from the get next color function which we have written, and here I'm just going to get the users values, and I'm just going to get the users values, and then I'm just going to pop the color from this. So now so first you will not get the color here, so I will have to change the types here. So I'll come back to this. First thing is, let's go to this types. Okay, as usual. So here first I'm going to define here the one interface. So I'm just going to name it as a user. So this now it's going to have name on the color. Okay, so which is of type string. So this now I'm going to assign to the users rather than the string here. So here I'm just going to change it to the user part. So now this I'll have to change in the multiple places. So first thing is let's change in the mouse renderer part. So I'm going to get the so in the mouse renderer, so here let's destructure for the users. Okay, and I'm just going to iterate through this thing, and here I'm going to just pass in the user ID. Okay, so I'm not going to do this thing, so I'm just going to remove this username. So I'm just going to pass in this user ID. So I'm going to update the user mouse accordingly now. So user mouse here now I will just pass the user ID, and based on that I'll get the username. So here I changed back to user ID again. So here I'm going to get the users, I'm going to destructures from our use room hook. Okay, so here in the style part. Okay, so first thing here and the for this div, so here the style part, I am going to set the color to be users dot get, and use the user ID param, and then I'm just going to assign here the whatever the color attribute that we receive. Okay, and here now instead of passing in the username, same we are going to search in our users thing. So users dot get user ID, and if it is not null, I'm just going to showcase name, or else I'm just going to show here the anonymous. Okay, so anonymous. Okay, so that's the change here in the mouse part. So now the same let's go to the context here. So here now I'm going to rename this to what is this? Okay, users to parse So here let's say I'm just going to rename this to users parsed, and here I'm just going to create here one more variable called users, which will be of type new map of string comma the user. Okay, so here I'm just going to initialize this. So first thing is I'm just going to parse through this users parsed. For each I'm going to get the name and ID, and here if id is equals to socket.id, I'm just going to return. If not, I'm just going to get the index. Okay, so here this is how I'm going to get the index. So users passed dot keys. Okay, so dot the index of the id. Okay, fine. So once I get that, I'm just going to get the color from colors array. So here I'm just going to index modulus the colors array dot length. Okay, so fine. Now I'm just going to here set into the users dot set id, and I'm just going to pass in the name and color. Okay, so this is how I'll be changing in here. So there is some issue. Okay, so that's the change here in this room context. So now going to the, so we changed in the user mouse and a mouse renderer, and also in the types. Okay, and in the hooks also we did change. Okay, so mostly now we should be able to get the thing that we wanted to. So okay, there is, what is this? Okay, there is some issue here. Is it because of the compiler, or I don't see if there is an error we would have seen here. Okay, fine. I'm just going to so let's see the output. Let's check the output now. Fine. Okay, so just refreshing, it should take us to home page. Okay, so here let's say like something like this. I'm just going to join here. So fine, and 1QJW is the room thing. So here so some random name. So 1QJW is the room name. Okay, so now if I see the cursor, we should see, okay, there is an issue in the room.hooks.ts. okay, let's go to that. Here, okay, I didn't, fine, I didn't check this properly in the add user part. Okay, I just have to change here. Okay, here we'll keep the check here, and also I did not change here, sorry, I did not update this thing. So I'm just going to update here the name and the color. Okay, so this is the change. I think that I did miss here. So mostly, let me go back and check it out. Okay, so fine, I'm just going to close this. So let me refresh this. So here test something, I'm just going to create here something, and RCOE is the room ID. So RCOE, so here I'm just going to say this, and let's join this. Okay, So now if I go and see the cursor, it should have the different color. So yep, you see there is a pink color, and let's say we try to join with the one more thing that will have the different color. Okay, or COE, and here I'm just going to say something like this. Okay, let me join now. So here okay, now if I see the cursor, now you see it has a different color. So now we are able to change the color to dynamically to the users whoever is joining the room. Okay, so that's the thing. So the thing we changed. So next we will focus on showcasing the what whoever the users are present in our room. We kind of try to show their first letter in their username and showcase the users here, and also try to add the eraser option in our toolbar, and later we'll focus on the chart section here, that is we'll be able to communicate these three things will focus. So now let's go to the code base. So first let's add the users list. Okay, so for that I'm going to create a new component inside the room module. So I'm just going to name that as something like users list. Okay, so here I'm just going to name it as user list dot tsx. Okay, so let's quickly define this component. So here let's get the room using the use room hook. Okay, and let's focus on the UI part here. Okay, so first here let's give the styling for this div. I'm going to give the pointer events none to this div, and then let's make this as absolute, and z index I'm going to give it as a 10, and let's make this as a flex, and the padding in all direction I'm going to give 5. Okay, fine. And here let's iterate through these users and get the keys. Okay, and then we are going to map through that thing, and here we are going to get the user ID and the index. Okay, so now I'm just going to focus on returning the div here. So here this div, so the key that we are going to attach for this is going to be user ID, and then let's give the styling for this, make this as a flex, and height I would like to give it 12, and width as well, and around select I don't want to be none. Okay, and so items, let's make it center. Justify also, let's make it center, and rounded I want it to be circle, so let's make it full, and then text color, let's make it white. Okay, and the style I'm just going to give here background color. Okay, so background color would be room dot users dot get user ID. So here user ID, and if this is there is value in color, we are going to assign it, or else I'm just going to give the black color. Okay, and here margin left. So here margin left, if index is not equals to 0, okay, then I'm just going to assign negative 0.5 rems. Okay, if not, I'm just going to set 0. Okay, fine. And so here now here I'm just going to showcase the first character in their username. So users dot get user ID, I'm just going to get their name. So here, and I'm just going to split here, and then I'm going to get the first character. Okay, if not, I'm just going to set it as a, which is nothing but anonymous. Okay, so that is this component. So let's export this user list. Okay, so now let's use this inside our the room component. So here I'm just going to use this let's say, yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to use this users list. So now let's go and check it out if you're able to see it or not. Okay, so going to the output. Okay, so if you see already, so this is how the list of the users will be showcasing. So this is nothing but t here this, and so these are the users, test and test. Okay, that is the this is how we'll be showcasing the users list. And now I will focus on the eraser part. Okay, so first thing, for that we'll have to change the uh, types. Okay, so for that let's go to the code base. So here in the types, global .d.ts. so first the client context options. So here I'll be adding the additional arrays which is going to be of type boolean. Okay, and in the move also I'm just going to here I'll set add the eraser. I'm just going to add here as well the eraser to boolean. Okay, so first we are going to create a component. Okay, so that we can add it to our toolbars list. So I'm going to name it as eraser. So let's create that inside our toolbar folder. So here I'm just going to create here new file called eraser.tsx. okay, so here I'm just going to name this as eraser, and first let's collect the options from our use options hook. So set options. So here I'm just going to import this use options, and then return. I'm just going to return the button here, and the styling, so let's make the dynamic. Okay, so here let's give the text the excel size, and here based on options dot arrays, if it's true, and I'm just going to change the background color to green. So let's okay, so let's assign the lighter green color. Okay, and here on click I'm just going to update the option state. So here I'm just going to update here the arrays value. So previous and arrays, I'm just going to toggle the value. Okay, so and here now inside this I'm going to showcase the icon here, which is nothing but for eraser. So I'm just going to import this. Okay, so let's import this for eraser from React icons. Okay, so now let's export this. Let's export default eraser. Okay, so now what is the issue here? Okay, so okay, so now let's, what's the issue again? Okay, okay, let's not change the move now. For now, where is the types? Okay, so here let's thing. Okay, so we added the eraser, so let's add that to our toolbars list. Okay, so going to the toolbar component. Okay, so here I'm just going to add here, so I'm just going to after this I'm just going to add here the eraser. So we added the component, but we have a lot of changes to be made yet, so let's make them. Not just the eraser, so parallelly I'm going to add the code changes for us to see the chart interface too. Okay, so first thing in the types part, so here we are supposed to add here, let's change the interface of a move. So now we are going to attach here the timestamp for this, and this is going to be of type number. Okay, and the eraser. So as I said, so we will complete parallelly the eraser part and also the chart part. Okay, so I'm going to make the changes for both of them at the same time, and let's add the interface for the room. Okay, so here I'm just going to message. So for the chart message, so this is going to have the user ID, which is of type string, and this is also going to have the username type string, and then the color associated to that user, and then the message, which is going to be the string, and then the ID. Okay, so this is the interface for the message. And now let's add the event from server to client here. So I'm going to add two new events from server to client. So first is the your move event. So this is going to emit the move to the client side. Okay, and one more is the new message. Okay, so new message, this is going to emit the user ID and the message associated to that user ID. Okay, to the client side. Okay, so here fine. So this is the change in the server to client events, and in the client to server events I'm just going to add one event, which is the send message event. Okay, so here this is going to send the message from client to server. Okay, fine. So first thing, let's go to the we are going to first change, the attach the reference to our toolbar and the canvas part. So I'm going to first the consumption of those components is in our room component. So if you see here, so first for that I'm going to create here one new ref. So I'm going to name here it as something like undo ref. So this is for the undoing part also we are going to include in our toolbar. So I'm going to attach this here in this using the useRef. Okay, so this is going to be of type HTML button element. So initially I'm just going to set it to null. Okay, so here to the toolbar I'm just going to attach the undo ref. Okay, so here this is going to be nothing but undo ref. Even for the canvas I'm going to attach this ref. So you'll understand why I'm attaching this, and accordingly we'll make changes inside that component. Okay, so fine. And now here next thing is we will try to create background component. Okay, so rather than changing it to the way we applied before, so I'm going to create here separate component for that inside our room module. So here I'm just going to create here a new folder. I'm just going to name it as something like board. So here I'm just going to create here new file. I'm just going to name this as background. Okay, so let's quickly complete this component. So here first thing I'm just going to get the x and y coordinate from our useBoard position hook. So here useBoard position, and then let's define one reference. Okay, so this is going to be this is going to be of type HTML canvas element. Okay, so here, and I'm just going to initialize it with null value, and in the use effect part. So here the main thing that we are going to handle here. So first let's get the context. So here you'll understand. So first let's return here the canvas. So I'm just going to import motion from framer motion. Okay, so here I'm just going to return the canvas part here, and I'm just going to attach the above ref, and then width and height will take the from the constant which we have defined. So width and height also it's going to be the same, canvas size dot height, and the styling, let's make this as absolute, and I'm just going to make this top 0. On background I'm going to assign zinc, okay, lighter zinc, and style, okay, let's attach the x and y coordinate. Okay, so let's close this. So now here in the use effect part, okay, so I'm going to get the context first. So here let's get from the reference dot current dot get context of 2D. So here, so once we have this, we are going to apply the background to our canvas. So first is ctx dot fill style. I'm going to set as white, okay, and here fill a rectangle. I'm just going to pass in this height and width, okay. So from our constants, okay, so canvas height, fine, and here line width I'm going to set it to 1, and also the stroke style I'm going to set it to this color, okay. And then we had the in the helpers part. So if we go here, we defined the draw background. So I'm just going to take this, and we are going to apply there. So this I'm going to remove eventually. So let's go to our board background here. So after this I'm just going to apply this, okay. So fine, and this we wanted to get applied on mounting, so no dependencies. So this is the background component. So let's export this, and eventually I'll be using this inside our canvas component, okay. So and also I'm going to move majority of the canvas minimap, mouse position to the board folder. So I'm just going to move the canvas component and also the minimap to board component, because they are associated to that mostly, so it will be clear for us. And also the mouse position and the mouse renderer thing. So okay, so we moved background and canvas, minimap, mouse position, mouse renderer, and also I'll move the user mouse. Okay, so now let's go to the canvas part. So here I'm going to attach here the undo reference for this. So here as a input param for this component, so this is going to be I'm going to name this as undo ref. So this is going to be of type undo ref. It's going to be of type ref object, which is of type HTML button element, okay. So here now after this we had this key up event listener. So here I'm just going to get the undo button reference here. So here let's get from the input param. So here I'm just going to add event listener to this. So click, I'm just going to call handle undo function, okay. And now here the same thing here, I'm just going to remove event listener to the click. Okay, so and I'm just going to pass in this handle undo, and now the dependencies will have to add the handle undo thing and along with this undo reference. Okay, so fine, and let's now I'm going to remove this button. So here undo button, so I'm just going to remove this, and let's quickly change here the styling. So I'm just going to remove the background. Here I'm just going to apply this to be absolute, and let's make this top 0 and apply z index for this. So let's make 10. Okay, so that's the change here, and after this I am going to now apply the component where we have just created, that is background. So okay, so now you understood the usage of the background component we have just created. Okay, so now let's go to the mini map. Here also I'm going to change here, apply overflow hidden for this div. So I'm just going to apply here the overflow hidden for this div. Okay, so and so that's the thing, and also let's change the background to lighter zinc color. So I'm just going to change it to lighter zinc. So that's the change here. So in the mouse position I'm just going to again increase this to 150, so that it will be like not too smoother and not too harder. Okay, fine, and in the user mouse, so we'll have to create one local state variable to what is this, to store the message. Okay, so here I'm just going to create one variable called message, and the callback function to update message. So this is going to be initially the empty string. Okay, so let's parallelly I'm going to write one function which is going to so here I'm just going to write one function here. I'm going to name this as handle new message. Okay, so which is going to this is going to receive the input params, the message, the user ID, which is of type string, and then the new message. So this is of type string. Okay, fine. So here if the message user ID is equals to the user ID, I am going to set a message update the variable we have just created. Okay, and then I'm just going to set the timeout, and then I am going to empty the variable. Okay, and here the time I'm just going to set it to the 3 seconds. Okay, fine, and after this I'm going to listen to the event which we have just added. So new message from the server, and here we'll be receive I'm just going to pass in this the above function. Okay, and here I'm just going to stop listening to that new message event and pass in the handle new message thing. Okay, so fine, and now here now coming to the div part, let's change the duration little to 0.2, and after this I'm going to add the message. So I am going to here I'm just going to wrap everything inside the p tag. So here let's make this as absolute, and let's give here the top of full, and left I'm going to give the 5. Okay, and max width let's say 15 rem. Okay, and overflow let's hide this, and text I'm going to make this as ellipsis, and rounded let's make the medium, and background let's give a zinc the 900, and padding let's give 1 in all direction, and the next direction I'm going to give little more, and text color let's make this as a white. Okay, so here now I'm just going to keep the message here. So this is how we are going to if the message is sent along with the cursor the name for 3000 I mean, so for 3 seconds we are going to show with along with the cursor. So that's the thing here. So that's the change here in the user mouse. So now for the chart section we'll have to create the new components. Okay, so inside the room components section I'm going to create a new folder called chart, and then quickly I'm just going to create the components that are needed for us to apply the chart functionality. Okay, so here let's create here the chart.tsx. So before that we need to create the components that we'll be using inside this. So quickly first before coming to this I'm going to create the message and the chart input components. Okay, so let's create here the chart input dot tsx. Okay, quickly let's complete this chart input. So here I'm going to define the local variable called message to allow the user to enter, and we are going to store that user typing into this variable. Okay, so here some message and set message. Okay, so here let me initially set it to empty string, and I'm just going to write one function which is going to handle submit once the user is done with message. Okay, so I'm going to name this as handle submit, and here we are going to receive event of type form event, which is of type HTML form element. Okay, so I'm just going to get this, and here let's prevent default actions, and then I'm just going to emit the send message to server along with the message whatever the user has entered, and then I'm just going to set the message variable to empty string. Okay, so now let's focus on the UI part. So this is going to be the form, and the styling let's make this flex, and width I'm going to make it as a full, and items I'm going to center it, and let's have the gap to be 2. Okay, fine. And here on submit thing I'm just going to call this handle submit function which we have written above, and here first thing is the input. So here let's give width to be, I'm just going to make a full, and rounded corners I want to be rounded. So I'm going to apply the border, and the border color I'm going to apply zinc. So let's say like lighter zinc. Okay, and padding 5 in all directions, and y I'm just going to apply 1. So and value is going to be whatever we store in the message variable, and on change we are just going to update that variable. So here I'm just going to set message e dot target dot value. Okay, so that's the input thing, and now the button thing. So it's button, so I'm just going to have here the height full, and width I'm just going to apply 10, and let's have the background to be black. Okay, and the type it's going to be submit. So here we are going to use the send icon from React icons. So a outline send. So here this I'm just going to use this. So now the chart input component we want, it's almost ready. So I'm just going to export this chart input. Okay, so yep, and similarly I'm going to create the message component as well. So inside this folder, so let's create here a new file. I'm just going to name this as message.tsx. So fine, and here I'm just going to name this component as message, and we are going to receive the user ID, the message, and username and the color, so the interface which we have defined, right? So here I'm just going to refer to that interface, and first thing I'm going to check whether if it's equals to me or not. So this is I'm going to confirm with this socket thing if this is equals to the user ID. So if it is matching, so it will know that is the message sent by me. Okay, so accordingly we'll have to showcase in the left and the right part of the chart section, right? So we'll use this variable. So here this div, so this is going to be dynamic. So here let's have the margin y2, and I'm going to make this flex. Okay, and let's have the gap 2, apply space gap 2, and text let's make this to be clipped, and here based on me variable, so if it is true I am going to apply the justify end part. Okay, so that it will be in the right side part, and the text I want it to be right. Okay, fine. So this is how we are going to differentiate the message sent by us and the message we received from other users. Okay, and here if it's not me, I am going to add the styling in the h5 tag. So here I'm just going to apply the color that we receive the in as an input param for this component, and the styling let's make the font to be bold. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to apply the username. Okay, so fine, this is if it's not me I'm going to add the username. Okay, if not, okay, just the message here. So the style it's going to be word break. Okay, so I'm just going to apply break all, and here we are going to show the message. Okay, so this is a simple the message component. So let's export this. Okay, so the message component is ready. Now we can go to the chart file. So let's create this using those two components we have just created. Okay, so here I'm going to name this as a chart. Okay, first thing I'm going to get the room using our use room hook, and I'm going to define the local state variables to keep track of the new message, and also to know if the it's opened or not. So by default we'll be hiding it, right? So that we'll need one variable, and then the messages, so it's going to be list of messages. Okay, so quickly, so first time variable is to store the new message. So I'm going to the callback function is going to remain this new message. So initially this is going to be false. Okay, just to know whether it's we have sent a new message or not. Okay, so this will be used, let's say like I'm sending a message and you are viewing your screen, but your the chat section is not open. So we are you have to show some green new icon. For that I'll be using this. Okay, so here const the opened or not, and here this is going to be false, and now the messages list. So set messages. So here I'm going to initiate, this is going to be of type message. So initially I'm just going to set to empty array. Okay, so in this use effect part, so we are going to listen on new message event. Okay, for that first let's create one function. I'm just going to name here the handle the new message. So here we are going to receive the user ID from server, which is of type string, along with the message, which is also of type string. So once we receive this, first let's get the user from the room where we have above variable. So users dot get by passing in the user ID. Okay, so here I'm just going to set messages dot so here I'm going to use rather than use state, I'm going to use the use list hook from the React use. Okay, so that easily we can maintain the list. Okay, so I'm going to apply the push, and here this is what I'm going to push: user ID and the message and the ID. So ID is going to be a messages dot length plus 1, and then username is going to be user dot name. If not, we are going to keep it this as a anonymous. Okay, so fine. And then the color, so color, if the user is having the color or not, I'm just going to store it as a black. Fine. And here then into the and also I'm going to create one reference. Okay, so let's name this as message list. Okay, so I'm just going to have this message list. Let's import useref, and this is going to be of type HTML div. So this we are going to attach to the div we are going to write below now. Okay, so here I'm going to scroll, we'll have to keep scrolling top right. So if you're sending the message, okay, so here this I am going to get the current. Okay, and then scroll, so here I'm just going to apply the top the message list dot current dot scroll height. Fine. And here if the not opened, then I'm just going to set new message to true. Okay, fine. And after this I'm just going to listen on to this new message event, and then I'm going to pass in the handle new message here. Fine. And then on destroying, I'm just going to stop listening to this new message, and then pass in this function. And the dependencies here for this use effect is the set messages. Okay, and then messages and opened variable, and then the room dot users. Okay, so here now let's focus on the div thing. So we're going to wrap and everything inside the motion dot div. So let me import the motion from framework motion. Okay, so I'm just going to wrap everything inside this. So first thing we are going to attach the reference we have created above. So I am going to attach to this messages list, not to this div. So first thing, let's apply the styling for this. You'll understand where I'll be applying this reference. Okay, let's make this absolute, and I want initially to be bottom 0, and left let's have the space 36, and z index let's make the 30, and let's make this as a flex, and height I want it to be the 300 pixel. Okay, fine. And width, let's make this like 30 rems. Fine. And let's make the direction to be column, and overflow I just want to hide it, and then rounded at the top I want to be medium, and let's have the border. Okay, that's the styling. And the animate part, y depending on opened value, I'm just going to apply here 0, if not 260. Okay, find some number, you can just change that and play with that and change it. Okay, and the transition I'm just going to apply the default ease, and the duration I'm just going to apply 0.2. okay, fine. So that's this div. So now inside this we'll have the button, so everything will be wrapped in this button, so kind of, which is going to help us open and close it. Okay, so here button, and let's this style this thing. So let's make this flex, and width let's make it the full, and the cursor I want to be a pointer, and items let's make this centered and justify between. Okay, and the background let's give the zinc darker color, and the padding y direction I'm going to have the 2, and in x direction let's have more, and font type let's make the semi bold. Text I'm going to apply white. Okay, fine. Here now in the on click event I am going to set the opened variable to I'm just going to toggle this. So here I'm going to toggle this, and here set new message also I'm going to set it to false. Okay, and now everything will have to wrap inside this button. So first is the div, which is going to have the chart fill icon, and then the chart, and if it's a new message I'm going to showcase the green color the text the new. Okay, so here let's first create this div. So let's make this flex, and items I want it to be center. Let's apply the gap, let's apply 2. Okay, and first is the bs chart fill icon, and I'm going to apply the styling for this margin top, let's give the negative 2 pixel. Okay, so here let me close it here. Fine, and the text I want is the chart, and just here if the new message is boolean is true, we are going to showcase the new text. I'm going to wrap this inside the p tag, and let's give styling for this. So I'm just going to give the rounding thing, and also I'm going to apply the background a green color. Let's make the medium green color. Let's have the padding x in 1, and the font type I'm just going to make it semi bold. Text also I want it to be green color. Let's go for the darker. Okay, and the text I'm going to show it as a new. Okay, fine. So after this I will have the div, which is going to have the icon, the drop arrow down icon. Okay, so here let's wrap this inside this div, and I'm just going to the animate. I'm just going to apply the depending on open the 0 if not thing. Okay, and then the transition I'm just going to apply the default is. Okay, and the duration let's make it as 0.2, the same label. Okay, so here I'm just going to use the icon. Okay, so this icon, fine. So this is the icon. See the kind of like drop down will have the icon, right, that chevron down icon. Okay, so after this button, this is where the div for the messages that will be showcasing. Okay, so here in this div, so let's make this as a flex, and I want this to occupy as much as space, so I'm going to give it as flex 1, and the direction let's make it as a column, and the justify let's make it a between, and the background I'm going to make it white, and let's have the padding 3 in all directions. So inside this we are going to wrap the messages in this div. Okay, this is where I will be attaching the reference where I have created above. Okay, so here let's apply the height, let's make this 190 pixel. Okay, and overflow in the y direction I'm just going to apply scroll. Okay, so fine, and let's have padding right, and here I'm just going to attach the message list. Okay, fine, and now we are going to make use of the messages list, and we are going to map through this. Okay, so here we are going to get the each message, and I'm just going to pass it to our message component. Okay, so here the key it's going to be message.id, and I'm just going to pass all the props we have in this message thing. Okay, so after this div, the chart input. Okay, so for the user to enter if we want something to be passed to other users. Okay, so overall this is the chart component. Okay, so and I'm just going to export this chart component. Okay, so you will see this output very soon eventually, so once we configure this. And now we have the eraser component as well. So let's go to the toolbar. Okay, so if you see here, as I said, we are going to attach the undo ref for this to we are going to add the undo icon to this toolbar also. So I'm just going to attach here the undo ref. So this is going to be same like we did for the canvas part. Okay, so this is going to be of type, ref object. So here this is going to be of type button element. Okay, so here the first thing, I'm going to change the background black to let's say like zinc. Let's change to the darker zinc. Okay, and after this I'm going to add a button here for undoing. Okay, so here I'm just going to add here button, and let's apply the text to be extra large, and I'm going to attach the undo ref that will be receiving as the input param for this. Okay, so here the text of this, I'm going to have the icon from the React icons. Okay, so this is for this, and after this I'm just going to apply the dash. Okay, so some differentiator. So here let's have the this, and I'm just going to apply this background to be white. Okay, so now the chart fill we don't, I'm just going to remove this. Okay, so and we added the eraser. Okay, and that's the change in this okay, so here I'm going to remove this. Okay, let's move these things up. Fine, and yeah, so the toolbar, and now in the helpers part, so let's go to the helpers. We are going to completely remove this thing. So let me remove this, and first thing is in the handle move part. After this I'm going to check if the move.eraser is true. If it is true, we are going to set global composite operation to destination out. Okay, so fine. So if the eraser is true, then if you want to clean out the sketch, so we'll have to set this composite operation to destination out. Okay, and here after this I'm just going to again change this global thing to source over. So okay, fine, so that's the change. And here in the draw all moves, so we removed this. So I'm going to remove this both of the things, and here I'm just going to create here one new variable called moves. So this is going to have the moves without user along with the whatever the moves of mine. So here first thing, inside this user moves. Okay, so I'm just going to push into this above thing. So here I'm just going to push into above variable moves. Okay, and after this I'm just going to remove this. Okay, and I'm just going to sort the moves list. Okay, so based on the timestamp we have added, so here timestamp and so based on the timestamp we are going to sort this moves, and then I'm just going to draw all this. Okay, so here I'm just going to call the handle move and pass the move along with the context. Okay, so that's the change here in the helpers. So fine, and we no longer need this, so let's remove this. Fine, so the change in the helpers is this, and we figured out. And the now in the useDraw hook, so if we observe in the useDraw hook here after this I'm just going to apply if this options dot arrays is true. Okay, then I'm just going to set the global compose the operation to destination out. Okay, fine, and now I'm just going to create here the one more use effect where I'm going to listen on to the user move event from this server, and then accordingly I'm going to add the move, call this handle, so you'll understand this. So here I'm just going to add this use effect. So here let's listen on to the user move, and here I'm just going to receive the move object. So here I'm just going to call this and pass this move whatever I receive from server, and in the destroying part I'm just going to stop listening to this your move event. Okay, fine, so that's the change here. And in the here in the move part, okay, so if you here we'll have to attach the additional properties. So timestamp is going to be 0 initially, and eraser we are going to pass whatever we receive in the options. Okay, fine, and after this I'm just going to no longer needed this, and here I'm just going to set the global composite operation to source over. Okay, so that's the change in our useDraw thing. Now let's go to the main server. So this is where we'll have to handle the new events that we added. So first thing is, let's go to the room draw the where we are going to listen on to the draw thing. So here I'm just going to first get the timestamp here. So let's get the timestamp from the date dot now. Okay, and then I'm going to pass in the along with the move I'm just going to add in the timestamp. So whatever we have here in the move I'm just going to pass in this timestamp to this function. Okay, and here before broadcasting I'm just going to this socket ID I'm just going to emit the event the your move, and here I'm just going to pass in the move along with the timestamp. Okay, and here we are going to broadcast to this useDraw along with the move and the timestamp. Okay, so here I'm just going to add the move and then the timestamp. Okay, fine, so that's the change here. And I'm just going to add the one more event listener, which is nothing but the send message. So as it is going to receive the message, and then accordingly we'll have to emit to this room id. Okay, so here let's get the room id, and then I'm just going to emit the new message, and here I'm just going to pass in the socket.id and the message. Okay, so fine. So pretty much that is the change, and we see some issues here. Okay, but I think it's because of late loading. So here let's move this up. Okay, so now let's go to the output, and hopefully now we should see the users list. We should see the undo icon in the toolbar, and also the eraser option and the chart support. Okay, so now let's go to the output. Okay, so let me remove all of this, and I'm just going to freshly refresh this, and let's say I'm just going to enter my name, and then let's join this. Okay, thing here is I'm seeing the undo icon. So here let's write here the text. So now clicking on this undo, yep, so the undo functionality with the added to the toolbar, it's working fine. So let's add here this thing, and we have this eraser. So now let's try to think. Yep, now I'm able to erase this. Okay, so the eraser is also working fine, and let's click on this again. So again we should be able to draw. Yep, so it's working fine, and here now I wanted to erase here. Yes, okay, there is some minor bug, but I think the thing we wanted to add, and also now let's add the new user. Okay, so your room id is mwhs. Okay, mwhs, and I'm just going to add here. Okay, let's join this. So we are able to see the users list, that is fine, and now here should be seeing the thing, and here let's have the color picker. I'm just going to change it to red. So fine, and I should be able to see this. So it's working fine. Now the chart I don't see here. I think there is some issue with the chart. So first let me figure out the issue for the chart, and also here this part. So let's go to the code base now. So for chart, okay, if you see in the here, okay, fine, and in the room component, did we import that? So no, so that's the reason we are not seeing the chart component there. So I'm just going to import this chart component. Okay, so now let's go to the output and check it out. So we should be able to see that. So yes, so you see here, this is the chart component. So now if I open, so here maybe we'll have to add one icon, kind of, sending icon. So we will worry about these cosmetic changes later. First we'll focus on the achieving the functionalities. Okay, so let's say, like, I'm just going to type here hi. Okay, so here you see, since the message is mine, I'm adding here. So now if you go here, we should see the new text in this thing. So yep, you see here the new is visible, and as soon as I open, that should be gone. Okay, so now you see from which user this message is sent. Similarly, I'm just going to say I am this. So let's click on this. Now I should be receiving here the thing. Okay, so you see the chat functionality is also working seamlessly good. So so let's say, like, I want to collaborate, something like this. Okay, so immediately, yep, see from whom this message, and also you saw here the message was we did add here to show the message for a while, right? So quickly say I am Vinith, just checking the message send thing. So as soon as enter, so let's quickly go to this. So you see here we are able to see the message as well. So for 3 seconds, and then that will be disappearing. So the chart functionality, and then the users list, and then the undoing part and the eraser thing is working quite good. Okay, so next things that we wanted to focus on is to add more shapes to our toolbar, and also focusing on the image things and all. So we will complete these things. So as of now it's in a good shape, almost with the major functionalities, and just we'll have to add the functionalities to the toolbar. So let's go to the code base. So here now what I will do is I am going to add the ability to draw a straight line when we are holding on to shift key. Okay, so here let's change that. So I mean I wanted to add that. So in here while we are I mean in the on mouse move part. Okay, so here I'm just going to add the additional here the shift key. So we are going to make the change to this function. So that is inside our the useDraw, I mean useDraw hooks. Okay, so if I go to this, so first thing, so the changes needed for this I'm going to create. So first is I will have one separate function which is going to set the context option. So that is line join, line cap, line width, the stroke style and all. So I'm going to create that function here first. So let's name this as set context options. So this is going to receive the context which is of type canvas rendering context 2D, and then the options parameter which is of type context options. So here first I'm going to set the line join to round, and then the line cap to also to round, and then the line width let's set to whatever we receive in the options thing. So line width. Okay, and the stroke style will be the line color. Okay, and if options dot erase is true, we are just going to set this global composite operation to destination out. Okay, so this is the function to set the context options. Okay, fine. And now inside this useDraw, let's get the room details. So I'm just going to get the room details using the use room hook. So here now instead of setting everything here, we are just going to call the function which we have defined above. So here I'm just going to call this and going to pass the context and then the options. Fine. So that it look cleaner. And here now in the handle draw part. Okay, so we have added the new parameter. So I am going to make this as optional, and I'm going to make this type as a boolean. So here if this is true, so we will have to get the temp moves, I mean the temp moves dot slice thing, and then I'm going to call this function draw all moves. Okay, and by passing in the context and room, and then let's set the context options using this helper function we have defined above by passing in the context and the options. So after this I'm just going to begin path, and then I'm just going to draw line to this temp moves, okay, these coordinates. Okay, so here let's from this to here, and also the line to I'm just going to use this get position, and here going to pass the x and moved x, and also y and moved y. Okay, so here let's call the stroke and then the close the path. Fine, and here then the temp moves, I'm just going to push this get position x comma moved x and y comma moved y. Okay, so then I'm just going to return from this. Okay, and remaining is going to remain the same. So that is the change here. So now if we go and check it out, we should be able to draw the straight line. So let me go to the output, and here let's close this. So here I'm holding the shift key now. So just let me refresh this. Let's say I'm going to join, I'm going to close this, I'm going to create the thing. So let's try it out. So if you see now, I'm holding shift key, so it's working now. So if you see, I'm able to draw the straight lines by holding the shift key. Fine, so this is working, and normal way we're able to do. So holding the shift key, and I'm able to draw this straight line. That's fine. And now next thing is I'm going to add the shapes. Okay, so that is line, circle and rectangle to our toolbar. So quickly let's get that thing also done. So going to the code base, so first thing let's add in the types. So where is the types? Okay, so let's change here the in the context options. So I'm going to attach here the shape. Okay, so let's define the type for that shape. This is going to be of type or can be line, or it can be a circle, or it can be a rectangle. Okay, so I'm just going to assign this shape to this context options, and also to the move we are going to add the shape. So this is going to be of type shape, and the radius. Okay, so radius, this is going to be of type number, and then the width and height. Okay, so this is going to be big change. Okay, and here the height as well, so which is of type number. So that's a change in this move. So now we will have to make changes in the multiple places, and first thing in the items. Okay, so here I'm just going to add the arrays by default the false, and also the shape. So shape I'm going to set it to line. Okay, so now this the default options for this options item is okay, fine. And also here we'll make the multiple changes. Okay, so first thing we'll have to create one component for selecting the shape. Okay, so let's first create that component. Okay, so I'm going to create that inside our toolbar thing. So here if you see, let's create here new file, I'm going to name it as shape selector. So here let's define the component and keep the name as shape selector. And first thing, let's have the reference for this, and let's get the and also have one state variable to keep track of whether this is opened or not. And I'm going to import the options as well. So here first thing, let's have the reference. So for the div we are going to write, I'm going to attach this. Okay, so here use ref. This is going to be of type HTML div element, and let's set it to null, and then I'm going to get the options. So here let's use the options hook, and one variable to know whether it's opened or not. So this is going to be of type boolean, so I'm just going to assign this default value false. And here we are going to use the use click away hook from React use. So I'm just going to pass in the ref, and I'm just going to set opened to false. Okay, fine. And here let's create one function which I'm going to name it as like handle shape change. Okay, so this is going to receive the param of type shape. So we are going to update our options. So here let's get the previous values, and we are going to just update the shape. Okay, fine. And then I'm going to set opened to false. So now let's focus on rendering the UI part. So here I'm going to wrap everything inside the div. So let's give let's make the styling, make it as relative, and let's make this flex, and items I'm going to make it center, and attach the ref we have defined above. Okay, fine. And the first the button, so let's again make this as extra large. Okay, and on click I'm just going to toggle the opened value. Okay, so I'm just going to toggle this, and here we will have three icons, one for the circle, one for the rectangle, and one for the just line. Okay, so here if options dot shape is equals to circle, okay, then I'm going to showcase the circle icon. So from React icons. Okay, same way if the options dot shape is equals to rectangle, I'm just going to showcase the rectangle icon. So let's import this. Okay, I'm going to import this thing. So here from React icons. Okay, fine. And now for the line, so here's now the options dot shape is equals to line. I'm just going to show the BS pencil fill icon. Okay, fine. So that is this button. Okay, fine. Now we are going to wrap everything inside the animate presence from the framer motion, and here depending upon if it's open, so we are going to wrap everything inside our motion div. So let's import this motion. Okay, so I'm just going to import the motion here. So here first thing, the styling for this div, I'm going to make this as absolute, and left I'm going to give some space 14. Okay, and let's make this as a flex, and let's have the gap between each of them 1, and let's make the rounded the large, and background I'm going to make this as zinc, darker, and let's have the padding 2. Okay, and variance, it's going to be our the color picker mm, animations. Okay, so from the so maybe we'll have to change this the naming to something else to be more meaningful, because we are using in multiple components, right? So we'll change that. Okay, and then the initial I'm going to keep this to be from, and the animate, it's going to be to, and then exit is going to be from. Okay, so this is this div. Okay, and here we'll have the buttons, again 4 icons, one for the circle, one for rectangle, and one for line. Okay, so here button, and the let's have the same thing, and I'm going to add in so on click here, on click we are going to call this the handle shape change, and I'm going to pass in this circle for this. So here this is going to have the this icon. Okay, so same way let's copy this and add 2 more buttons. So here I'm just going to pass in the rectangle. Okay, and this icon, it's going to be by rectangle, and this is going to be a line, and this is going to be BS pencil fill. Okay, fine. So this is the shape selector component. So now let's export this shape selector. Okay, so the component that we wanted for shape selector is completed, and now we will have to use this. So first thing, in the toolbar, let's go to the toolbar section. So let's, here after this color picker, I'm just going to add this the shape selector component. Okay, so now accordingly we'll have to make changes in the lot of places. So first thing, let be change inside our helpers and the hooks, useDraw hooks. Okay, so here I'm just going to first go to the helpers thing. So here in this file, here based upon the options, we'll have to change here. So what we will do here is we are going to completely remove this. So let's remove this, and also okay, I'm just going to remove here everything. So here we'll use inside our switch. So here I'm going to switch based on the shape thing. So here first case, if it's line, it's we are going to be in the begin the path, and then it's going to be straightforward the way we did just like before. Okay, so here I'm just going to draw a line to that coordinates. Okay, fine, and just I'm just going to draw the call the stroke, and then close path. Okay, and then break from this thing. So if it is circle, we will have to change this. So I'm just going to begin path, okay, and here we will have to call the arc, okay, and the path we'll have to pass in the this, and then the this, and radius will be move.radius, and we'll have to pass in the start angle and also the end angle. So this is, I'm just going to import this from pi. Okay, so this is how we are going to draw the arc, okay, and then the stroke, okay, fine, and then we are just going to close this path and then break it out from here, okay. And now for the rectangle, so rectangle, this is going to be we are going to begin path, and I'll have to call here the rectangle, and the same way I'm just have to pass the x and y coordinates. So here I'm just going to pass in here x and y, and here we'll have to provide the width and height, okay. So move dot height, fine, and then let's call the stroke function, and then I'm just going to close the path and break from here, and default we are just going to break here, fine. So that's the change in this handle move part, okay. And now in the drawing all moves, I'm just going to add here the additional parameter, which is going to be the options, so context options. So here after this I'm going to apply the update the context thing. So first thing, line join, I'm just going to set it to round, and here the line cap, I'm just going to set it to round, and the line width, so line width I'm going to set it to options dot line width, and same thing, I'm just going to update the stroke style, okay, sorry, stroke style with the options, okay. So line color, and here if options dot erase is true, I'm just going to set global composite operation to destination out, okay. So now let's have the functions, to draw a circle, and then the to draw rectangles, okay, the helper function, and also the to draw a line, okay. So we'll have to use them accordingly. So first let's define the function for draw circle. So here this is going to have the context input parameter, which is going to be canvas rendering context 2D, and also from, and this is going to receive the coordinates, I mean from matrix, okay, and then the x and y coordinate. So here x and y, so here for the rectangle, so I'm just going to begin the path here, and let's get the calculate the radius. So it's going to be math dot square root, so the straight so x minus from 0, okay, it's going to be squared plus y minus from 1, okay, and just square it, okay. So this is how we'll be calculating the radius. So once we get the radius, I'm just going to call the arc, okay, and I'm just going to pass in the from 0 and the from 1, and then it's going to be 0 comma 2 into math dot pi, okay, fine. And then we are going to call the stroke, and then the close path, closePath, and then I'm just going to return the radius. Okay, so okay, I missed here passing in the radius thing, so fine. So this is the helper function for drawing the circle. So similarly we'll do it for the rectangle and the line thing. So here draw rectangle. So same this is going to have the context input param, and then the from, which is of type no number comma number, and then the x, which is the number, and then the y, which is of type number, and then the shift. Okay, so this is going to be boolean, so type. Okay, so here the same thing, let's call the begin path on our context thing, and here let's define one or two variables for width and height. So I'm just going to define them thing, and here based on if shift is true, then let's get the here distance thing. So I'm just going to calculate the distance the same way we did. So let's do one thing, I'm just going to take it from here. Okay, so so it's going to remain the same, and width is going to be d by math dot square root 2, and the same thing, height is going to be thing. Okay, so if x minus from is greater than 0, and also y minus from 1 is greater than it's less than 0, I'm going to assign negate the height value. Okay, else if y minus from 1 is greater than 0, and okay, so x minus from 0 is less than 0, I'm just going to negate the width. Okay, so now in the one more thing, one more condition. So here if x minus from 0 is less than 0, and y minus from 1 is less than 0, I'm just going to negate both of them. So width we are going to negate a thing, and also the height we are going to negate it. Okay, so here if shift is not true, we are going to just straight away get the width. Width is going to be x minus this, and height is going to be y minus from 1. Okay, fine, and after this I'm just going to call the rectangle and pass in the from 1 and from 0 on 1, and pass in the width and height. Okay, and let's call the stroke, and then the closePath. So I'm just going to return the width and height from this draw rectangle helper function. Okay, so quickly let's do it for our drawing the line 2. So here it's going to be draw line. So this is going to receive the context, so this is going to be of type canvas rendering context 2D, and this is going to be pretty same for all the things. Okay, so number and x coordinate, which is of type number, and y coordinate. Okay, and then the shift, which is of optional and a boolean. Okay, so here first thing is, let's based on the shift, if it is true, so here I'm just going to if it is true, I'm going to begin the path, and I'm just going to draw line to this, from 0 to from 1, and then also to this line to x comma y. Okay, and then call the stroke and the close path. So pretty straightforward for line. Okay, so close path. Okay, so then I'm just going to return, and if not, I'm just going to draw a line to this x and y coordinate, and then call the stroke. Okay, so this is the draw line the function. Now going to the useDraw hook. So here we'll make use of all the things. Okay, so first is I'm going to define here the two variables. One is having the temporary radius. Okay, so which I'm going to initialize to 0, and also the size, which will have width and a height as the properties. Okay, so first I'm going to get the options from our use options value hook. So here let's have this there is an issue with the this thing. So what I'm going to do is, let's copy this. For now let's dry it out. Let's move back to this. Okay, so I'm just going to remove this, and also so why is this happening? Okay, there is a comma. Okay, fine. Okay, so this is fine, and now in the handle start drawing a thing. So here I'm just going to get the final x and final y coordinates, and so what I mean to say is I'm just going to move this to two variables. Okay, so here final x, so this is going to be this. I'm just going to cut this. Okay, and similarly for the final y coordinate, so let's move this there. Okay, and then we are just going to pass here this thing, and then the y coordinate. Okay, same way for this pushing. So I'm just going to pass it here, the final x comma final y in this handle start drawing. Now in the handle draw, we will do the same. I'm just going to copy this. So here we will have to change the lot of the code here. First thing here is I'm going to first get these things fine, and we are going to remove this what do you say, the shift check. Okay, so I'm just going to remove this completely. So let's remove this. So first thing is I am going to switch based on the shape in the options. Okay, so if it is line, then we'll have to check again. If it's a shift is true, then we are going to do it, I mean get this first slice thing, and then going to call this draw all moves. So here we are going to pass in the context room along with the options. Okay, so that is if shift is true, and then I'm going to call this draw line function which we have defined just now in the helpers, and I'm just going to pass in the context and then the temp moves and then the final x and the final y coordinate and then the shift value, and then we are going to push into our temp moves the final x and the final y coordinate. Okay, so here and then break from here. Okay, so we'll have to do the same for the circle as well, so and the rectangle as well. So here first I'm going to call in your draw all moves, so context and pass in the room and then the options. Okay, and then the radius, so temporary radius, it's going to be, I'm just going to get it by taking the help of the draw circle. So context, and I'm just going to pass in the temp moves of 0 and then the coordinate of x and y which we stored inside our final x and final y coordinate. Okay, so here then let's break this. Okay, so and now let's handle for the rectangle. So for rectangle, let's call the draw all moves, and the same let's pass the context room along with the options, and then I'm going to get the temporary size from by calling the draw rectangle and by passing in the context temp moves. Okay, and let's have the final it's comma, pass in the x and y coordinate along with the shift value. Okay, and then I'm just going to come out of this. Okay, and default I'm just going to break. Okay, so this is the change in this handle draw part. Okay, and here I am going to remove here everything, so fine. So this is the handle draw part, so that's a change depending on the shape of the options. We are going to handle it in different way. So in the here now in the handle end drawing, so first thing is we are going to check the options dot shape is not, if it's not equals to circle, then I'm just going to set the radius to 0. Okay, and also I'm going to check if options dot shape is not equals to rectangle, I'm just going to set the temp size to a default thing, so that is width and height. I'm just going to set it to 0, and then here I'm just going to add in the this temp size thing, and along with this I'm just going to add the options shape. Okay, and then the radius, so radius it's going to be temp radius, and fine. So this is how we are going to change here. So that is the change in this useDraw hook. So we did make lots of changes, and here we do have an issue here. Okay, so it should be this. So Okay, fine. And now let's see if we missed any change. So we did make changes in the this draw hook and in the helpers. So we have written 3 helpers, one for the each shape, that is rectangle, circle and the line part. Okay, and we did add the shape selector component. So mostly this is it. So now and also in the canvas part, okay, let's go to this canvas component. Okay, so here we did change the draw all moves. So first what we will do is I'm going to get the options from our options use options values hook. So I'm just going to get the options value. Now here the place where we did refer draw all moves, I'm just going to pass in this options to this. So options, and here in the dependencies as well I'll have to add these options. Okay, so that's the change in this canvas component. So and hopefully now we should be good. So let's go to the output and check if we're able to draw the shapes that we wanted to. So let's refresh this completely in the useDraw. Okay, let's go to the useDraw part here. Okay, so I'm just going to remove this. Okay, so now let's go to the output. So let's refresh. Okay, so I'm just going to enter my name and then let's create the room. Fine. Here this is the shape selector. So now okay, so now if I click on this, now okay, we are seeing the shape selector. So let's first select the circle. So now if I draw, okay, cool, so we are able to draw the circle. And now if I change it to rectangle, I should be able to draw rectangle. Okay, so the shapes that we wanted to draw. And here now I'm going to change back to the line. So now I'm going to handle here. Fine, so this is pretty cool. So we added the shapes and we are able to draw the shapes of circle, rectangle and the line. So we did make a lot of changes for this shape, but this is crucial. So this is how, if we wanted to add the additional shapes, this is how we are supposed to do it. Okay, so we did add the shapes. Okay, so now we will add even so here we'll add one more icon to leave this room and redirect the user to the home page. So okay, so first yeah, let's go to the code base and see how to add this leaving the room functionality. Okay, so let's go back. So first thing here, we had here multiple refs, like we had a canvas ref, undo ref, and also we will add a background ref. So rather than defining them in the component that we want, so we will move up those as in the context part. So in the room context, so what I'm trying to say is we will make those refs as a part of this context. Okay, so that we can consume in the components that we have wrapped this context in. Okay, so here I'm just going to name this as undo ref. So here this is going to be of type HTML button element, and then the canvas ref, this is going to be of type HTML canvas element, and then the background ref. So here this is going to be again of same type, so HTML canvas element. Okay, so fine. So once we have this, I'm just going to define here 3 refs. So just the same thing. So undo ref, we are going to use the use ref, and this is going to be a HTML button element. So initially we'll assign the null value and then the canvas ref. this is going to be of type HTML canvas element, and we'll assign all three the null values. Okay, so here this is background ref, so this is also, it's going to be of type canvas element. So here I'm just going to assign the null values. Okay, so once we have them, so I'm just going to pass here them as well, the values. So here I'm just going to attach here background ref, undo ref, and then the canvas ref. Okay, fine. So let's define the hooks for them. So inside here I'm just going to create one new file called userefs.ts. okay, so here let's quickly name this as userefs, and here I'm just going to get the three refs. Okay, destructure the undo ref, and then the background ref, and then the canvas ref from our context. So using the use context hook, so here I'm just going to pass in the room context. Okay, so then I'm just going to return this three things. Okay, undo ref, background ref, and then the canvas ref. Okay, so fine. So this is the use refs. Okay, now we will make use of this this. So first thing, we'll have to let's go to the home component. So in the home component, I'm just going to add one use effect which is going to emit a leave room to the server. Okay, so here I'm just going to add, okay, let's say here because this is where we'll be adding the emitting part. So here I'm just going to emit the leave room. Okay, and then after this I'm just going to set atom room id to empty one. Okay, and this is going to depend on this set atom room id. Okay, so this is the use effect. So now going to the components where we used refs. So going to the room component, so here I have created the inside the undo refs. So I'm just going to remove this. Okay, so I'm just going to remove this, and also we no longer need to pass these as a reference, parameters to this component. So because we will just use the user refs inside them and then attach those things. So I'm going to make those changes now. So here the import is also not needed. So now going to the canvas and toolbar. So let's go to the canvas component. Okay, here, so here I'm just going to remove this thing. So I'm just going to remove this, and I'm just here we have this canvas ref. So I'm just going to remove this, and then I'm just going to get the from user ref hook. So canvas ref and background ref, and then the undo ref. So here I'm just going to use this use refs. Okay, so that I'm just going to and also the canvas to small, I'm just going to wrap this inside the use callback. Okay, so here use callback, I'm just going to wrap this here. Okay, and the dependencies I'm just going to attach here the canvas ref, and then the small canvas ref. Okay, so now in the thing here is, again here I'll have to add here the canvas ref. Okay, fine. And now in the background component, I'm just going to attach this background ref. Okay, so we'll have to make change in that component too. So here I'm just going to attach this. Okay, so let's go to the background component here. So we just added the parameter for this. So I'm just going to add the input param background ref for this component. So this is going to be of type the ref object HTML canvas element. Okay, so here fine. And now here now instead of getting here creating the local ref object, I'm just going to remove this, and here I'm just going to use the background ref. Okay, so yeah, and now here the dependency will just have to add the background ref, and also here I'm just going to attach the param that we are receiving. So that's the change here. Okay, what's the okay, this I'm not going to use, so I'm just removing, and okay, let's remove this. Okay, fine. And now let's go to the toolbar. The toolbar we'll remove the same here, the parameter for this, the undo ref. So I'm just removing this, and here let's get those refs from useRef hook. So here I'm just going to get the canvas ref, background ref, along with the undo ref. So I'm just going to import it from useRefs. Okay, so here now once these things, now here I'm just going to use them in the, so here going so first I'm going to add the button which is going to allow us to download our the sketch as the image. Okay, so I'm going to create the function for that. So I'm just going to name this as handle download. So here okay, so this is how, if you wanted to download our sketch as an image. So first thing, I'm just going to get the I'm going to create element canvas. Okay, so document dot create element and canvas. Okay, so here canvas dot width is going to be, we are going to assign the const that we define, and also the height as well. So this we are going to assign the constant values. So once we have them, so I'm going to get the 2D context. Okay, so that is I'm just going to store in this variable temp context. So canvas dot get context. Okay, so I'm just going to pass in the 2D. So here if this is not null and the canvas ref dot current is active, and also the background ref. Okay, so then I'm just going to draw image. Okay, so call this draw image function and pass in the background ref dot current on the x and y coordinates. Okay, and similarly I'm just going to call draw image function on the canvas ref 2. Okay, and by passing in this, fine. So after this I'm just going to get the link. Okay, so here I'm just going to create one anchor tag element. So create element, so this is going to be of type this, and I'm just going to attach the href for this is canvas dot to data URL, and this is going to be of type image slash png. Okay, and so here I'm just going to link dot download. I'm just going to name this file name as canvas dot png, and then finally trigger the click event. So fine, so this is how we are going to download our sketch as the image. So just here I am going to add so here on the outline download, I'm just going to add the on click event. So here I'm just going to call the handle download function which were defined above. Okay, so here let's remove this and this, let's move up. Okay, fine. So that's the change in our toolbar. So and now the thing we added the refs inside our context, and also now let's go to the server. So that's the changes we'll have to make in the server side. So here in the leave room part, so if you so just a second. So we had this leave room. Okay, so here I'm just going to change here. I'm just going to add the conditions checks here. So if the user moves is not null, then only I'm just going to allow the pushing into this drawed part. Okay, and okay, and then so after this I'm just going to call the socket dot leave room id. Okay, yeah, so here I just have to here there is little so I'll have to add the events to leave event. So hopefully I think I did add, but let's check this. So as of now I'm getting the issue is leave does not exist on any of our types. Okay, so here okay, so there is little issue with this. Okay, so let's, so here so the thing is I'm trying to refer to the socket not inside this but outside. So that's the reason. So what I will do here, I'm just going to move this leave room part of the code into the this on connection thing. So here I'm just going to remove this. Okay, and I'm just going to use it here. Okay, so let's say fine, I'm just going to use here. Okay, so whatever, wherever we want we can just use. Fine, I'm just going to use it in the here itself. So fine, so now we are not getting an issue with this. Okay, fine. So now these are the changes for downloading and the thing. So let's go to the output and check it out, both the download and leaving part. So I'm just going to refresh this. So let's say let's join us the creator room. Okay, so here I'm just going to type in something. Okay, so here first thing I'm just going to click on this. Now hopefully we should download this sketch. Okay, Yep. So now if I open this, yep, you see it is downloaded as a png, so it's cool. So let's go here, and also here leaving back, we will be triggering this leave room functionality as well. We didn't add in the toolbar section, but the leaving room when so on the home page, we are leaving going back to the home page. Okay, so fine. So that is this for this thing. Now next things is, so after this, I'm just going to focus on the image, adding the images to our toolbar, and also see if we can optimize the way of pasting the image using the Ctrl+V, and also optimize the way of image rendering and all. Okay, so fine. So now let's go to the code base, and I'm going to focus on the image part of the toolbar. So for the image part, so first let's go to the types, and I'm going to add one more shape which is of type image. So here to this, so I'm just going to add here the image, and also I'm just going to remove the shape property from move, and here I'm going to add the additional thing, which I'm going to name it as base64, which is of type string. Okay, fine. So after this, we will create add the additional parameters in our context. So here in the room context, I'm going to add the things like for here I'm going to add additionally the move image which is of type string, and also the set move image which is a callback function to update that. So, and also I'm going to attach the one more ref for minimap thing. So let's first update this context so that we can consume this in all our components. Okay, so here I'm just going to name this as minimap ref, and though this is going to be of type ref object of type HTML canvas element, and next the move image. So this is going to be of type string, and then the set move image, this is going to be a function which is going to receive string as an input. And okay, fine. So now we have this, and I'm just going to get the users here from the users room. So here use room, and here I'm just going to create the two more variables. So one for the minimap ref, so here minimap ref, so here this is going to be of type canvas element. So let's initialize with a null value and then one state variable. So I'm just going to name this as a move image. So here set move image. Okay, and initially this is going to have the empty string. Fine. So now here I'm just going to rename this to a new users. Okay, so let's rename this to new users, and this I'm going to rename it here as well, and here I just have to attach this new users. Okay, fine. So here in this and also we are going to add the toast. I mean, kind of like if someone is trying to join the room, we kind of let others know in the toast form that like this guy has joined the room or this guy has left the room and all. So that also I'm going to add in when the new user is added, and also when user is disconnected, I'm going to say like he left the room, and here this guy has joined the room and all. So we are going to add that, and here this is going to depend on this users, you'll not understand why I'm adding the users here because I'll be using the toast. So let me do that. And also here I'm going to add those values. So here minimap ref move image and set move image. Okay, so for this I'm just going to add the in the userefs part, I'm just going to add this minimap ref. Okay, so here I'm just adding the minimap ref, and also I'm just adding here, and then let's have the hook for moving the image as well. So I'm just going to create here new hook, so which I'm going to name it as use move image dot ts. Okay, so let's export that hook. So here use move image. So here I'm just going to get the move image and the set move image from our context. So here use context room context, and then I'm just going to return both of them. So that is move image and then the set move image. Okay, fine. So these are the hooks that we have added. And also here now let's go. First thing I'll have to install two dependencies, one for the resizing file resizer, and then the toast thing. So I'm going to install this as the dependencies. You can install whatever the same functionality it's going to achieve. You can install other libraries as well. So I'm just going to install toastify, react toastify, and then the react image file resizer for the image thing that we are going to handle now. Okay, so for the first thing, for toast thing, I'm going to so good, we will have to add in our pages here this part. So I'm just going to import that toast container. So here, and then we'll have to add that styling, css styling, so which is the straightforward. So this, okay, so it's going to be react dot main dot. Okay, so this is thing, and just I'll have to wrap in this here. Fine. So now I can add that in the context where I was talking about. So in the context, so first thing, so let's go to the context part. Okay, room context. So I'm going to import here the toast from that react toastify. So here I'm just going to okay, so fine. So now here I'm going to use this in the new user event and the here. So here, before adding the user, I'm just going to toast that saying that this username as join the room. Okay, and here then I'm just going to give the styling position. I want it to be top centered, and then theme, let's attach it to be colored. Okay, so this is how I'm going to add the toast when user is joining. Okay, and here as well, when user is leaving, let's add the toast here as well. So here I'm just going to say here users dot get user id. Okay, and here I'm going to get the name. If not, I'm just going to say it as anonymous. okay, and here I'm just going to say that this guy has left the room. Okay, fine. Then after this, the position we are going to be maintaining the same, which is top center, and the theme, let's make this as colored. Okay, so this is the thing. So now we added this, so that's the reason I'm adding these dependencies. So focusing on this image chooser and thing, so let's create the new component inside our the toolbar. So going here, I'm just going to create here a new file. So I'm going to name this as image chooser. Okay, so here let's create this component, so which is image chooser. So here first thing, I'm going to get the first we will write one function which is going to handle image input. Okay, so here I'm just going to name this as a function handle image input. Okay, and the first I'm going to create the input element, so just like we did for the download part. Okay, so document dot create element. So here I'm just going to create element of type input, and I'm just going to make this type to be a file. Okay, and then the file input dot accept, it's going to be of a type image stars. Okay, and then I'm just going to trigger the click event on this element. Okay, so once we have this, I'm just going to add the event listener to the change. So once this we are adding the event listener to change here, if the file input is not null, and then file input dot files, we have attached some files, then here I'm just going to get that file. So here I'm just going to get that file from the files. Okay, so here, and then I'm just going to use the resizer. So let's import that from the React image file resizer. So first I'm going to import that. So import resizer, okay, from React image file resizer. Okay, so here I'm just going to call the image file resizer on this, and then pass in the file, okay, which is a blob, and max width and max height. For now I'm just going to set this 700, and here the compress format, we are going to use the webp. Okay, and then the quality, I'm just going to mention it as 100, and here the rotation, let's be make it 0. Okay, and I'm just going to get the here URI. So here I'm just going to set into our so I'll have to import that. So let's const set move image. So here I'm just going to use the move image hook, and I'm just going to set into that variable, that is URI dot toString. Fine, and this here output type is going to be so base 64. So this is the handling of the image input. Okay, so now the quicker part, the UI. So I'm just going to add one button with the image icon. Okay, so here let's I'm just going to give here the text, let's make it as Excel, and then on click I'm just going to call this handle image input, and here we are going to use the BS fill image fill. Okay, fine. So this is the image chooser component, and I'm just going to export this component. Okay, it's fine, and here there is fine. I'm just going to reorder the imports. Okay, so this is the image chooser. the component so that we will add in our toolbar thing. So here I'm just going to the toolbar thing, so I'm just going to add this component. So right after this image fill, we had this image fill, so I'm just going to remove this, and then I'm just going to add this image chooser. Okay, that is fine. And now we'll have to create a one more component which is going to help us to move the image in our canvas. Okay, so for that I'm going to create a new component inside our board. So let's create the new file. I'm going to name this as move image.tsx. okay, so fine. So let's create here I'm going to name the component as well the same move image, and here I'm going to get the canvas ref first. So let's destructure this from our use refs. Fine, and then the x and y coordinates from our use board position hook. Okay, so I'm just going to import these things, and let's create two variables for x and y coordinates. So initially I'm just going to use set them to 50. Okay, so here I'm going to name this as image x, and here we are going to use the use motion value, and initially I'm just going to set the 50 for both of the coordinates. Sorry, 50. okay, fine. So and also I'm just going to get the move image and set move image from our use move image hook. Okay, so here move image, set move image from use move image hook. Okay, so first thing is we are going to create one function which is going to handle the placing of the image on the canvas. Okay, so fine, and also so let's create that function first, handling the placing of the image on the canvas. So here I'm going to get the final x and the final y coordinate. This is going to be a get position. I'm just going to use the helper, so image x dot get comma x. I'm just going to pass in this to our get position helper. So image y dot get comma y. Okay, fine. So here let's define the move object first, so which is of type move. So here width I'm just going to assign 0, and height also I'm just going to set it to 0, radius 0, and path let's set the values of the final x and the final y. Then the options, so options line width I'm going to set it to 1, line color let's set it to black, and arrays let's set it to false, and shape I'm just going to set it to image. Okay, and then the other things, timestamp let's make it 0, and eraser false, and base 64 I'm going to set the move image value. Okay, so this has to be matrix. Okay, sorry, fine. So now we have this, and after this I'm just going to emit the draw event. So here, and then I'm just going to pass in the move. Fine, and then after this I'm just going to set the move image to empty string, and then I'm just going to set the image x values to initial values to 50. Okay, so fine. So that is this function. Now after this, first I'm just going to check if there is no move image, so I'm just not going to return anything, so I'm just going to return null. Okay, if not, we are going to wrap everything inside our motion.div. So let me import the motion. So here motion.div. So first thing, I'm going to make this div to be draggable. So I'm going to make this draggable, and let's make this drag attach the constraints here, canvas ref for the drag constraints, and drag elastic, let's assign 0. Okay, and drag transition, I'm going to set the power to let's say something like this value, and the time constant I'm just going to mention it has 50. Fine. So after this, let's give the styling for this. I'm just going to make this as absolute, and absolute, and let's have the top 0 and give some z index for this. So let's make 20, and cursor I want to be grab. Okay, so grab. Okay, and the style I'm just going to attach the x and image x and y, image y coordinates. Okay, so this is the div, and inside this we'll have the button first of one button which is going to accept the placing of image. Then once we click on this, we are going to trigger the handle place image function which we have written above. So here first, here let's give the styling for this. Let's add a width full, and the text I want it to be centered, and let's give the color for the text to be black. And here for on click, I'm just going to call the handle place image, and the text of this button is going to say accept. Fine. And here the image. So here let's make this pointer events none, and then I'm just going to add here the image to place, something like this, and source is going to be whatever value we have inside our move image. Okay, this is the move image component. Okay, so this is the move image component. So I'm just going to export this move image. So this we are going to add into our the canvas part. Okay, so I'm going to add this into our here, I mean into our room. So component. Okay, so going to the room component, here I'm just going to add in here the move image component here. Okay, so still we have a lot of changes to be done. So first thing is in the so let's first focus on component wise. The thing here is, I'm just going to reduce the increase the z index for this thing. Okay, and in the canvas part, we are going to move this so if I go here, I am going to move this copy canvas to small, and the other parts to separate component. So I'm going to create a new hook. I'm just going to name it as use moves handler, and then there I'm going to move this the helpers, even the handle, undo, and draw all moves into that, so that to organize the code little cleaner. So first what I'm going to do is let me create that file. Okay, so here in the hooks part, I'm just going to create here new file. I'm going to name this as use moves handlers dot ts. Okay, fine. So this here we are going to have the copy canvas to a small function, and then draw move, and also the draw all moves function, then handling the undoing part and everything. So, okay, so that it will be cleanly organized. So quickly this is going to be okay. So let's try this component. So I'm just going to name so it's going to be same. So use move handlers. First thing is let's destructure the canvas ref and the mini map ref from use refs. Okay, and then I will need the room details, so I'm just going to use from use room hook, and then we'll have to add our moves and remove my moves in the draw all moves section. So we'll have to import this handle add my move and handle remove my move from use my moves hook. Okay, and I'm just going to have one local variable for storing the context. So here the context of a canvas, so here this is going to be of type canvas rendering context 2D. So initially let's make this empty. Fine. So in the first use effect part, I'm just going to set the context here. So let's get the new context from our canvas ref. So here current dot get context of 2D, and then if the new context is not null, I'm just going to set it to our local variable above. Okay, and this is going to depend on the canvas ref. Fine. So this is for this. So quickly let's create the function which is going to give us the sorted moves. So that is based on the timestamp. So sorted moves. Okay, here I'm just going to use the use memo hook from React. Okay, so okay, fine. So here first thing I'm going to get the users moves and the moves without user and my moves from a room variable. So I'm just going to destructure them, and here moves without user and the my moves. Okay, so fine, and here let's collect all of them into one single variable. So here moves without user, and it's just refactoring. So okay, so here let's iterate through this. Sorry, it has users moves. Okay, users moves dot for each we are going to get the users. So I'm just going to change the name to user moves. Okay, and then I'm just going to push into our the moves array above. So here, okay, fine, and then finally I'm just going to sort this moves list based upon the timestamp. So a that timestamp minus in the ascending order. So then return the moves, and here the dependency we are going to attach here is the room. Okay, fine, and in the canvas part we have this copy canvas to small. So I'm just going to copy this. Okay, so here and here I'm just going to paste it here, and then we'll make the changes. So I'm not going to wrap this inside the callback. Okay, so I'm just going to remove this, and here so it's going to be minimap ref. Okay, so not so I'm just going to change here the to minimap ref. So accordingly, so I'm just going to get the small context also minimap thing. Okay, and here if this is thing, so it's going to remain the same here, except that I'm just going to change here to whatever this small context dot canvas dot width, and similarly here as well to height. Okay, and here also I'm just have to change here small context dot canvas dot width, and here I'm just going to change to height. Okay, so fine, so that's the thing here. And the drawing the move now, so this is going to be quite big change. So I'm going to wrap inside the promise there. So here I'm just going to name this function as draw move. This is going to receive the move as an input param. Okay, so here I'm going to create the promise. Okay, and let's get the resolve here. First let's get the path, I mean from the move. If there is no context and there is no path length, I mean we are going to, I mean just going to resolve this. Okay, something just say for now, and I'm just going to return this. Okay, fine. If not, I'm just going to get this move options. Okay, from our the move dot options, and then if the move options dot no, shape, okay, it's equals to image. Okay, so if it's equals to image, then I'm just going to get the image first. So here this create the object of the image. Okay, and then I'm just going to assign the source to the move dot base 64, and then I'm just going to add the event listener on this. So that is in the load part. So I'm just going to draw the image by passing in this image, and then the paths coordinates. Okay, so here, okay, and then I'm just going to call in the copyCanvasToSmall, and then I'm just going to call this, and then finally return here. Okay, fine. And after this, we are going to set the line width to this context to whatever we receive in the options thing. So move dot options move options dot line width. Okay, and similarly the stroke style, so line color. Okay, so if the move dot eraser is true, we are going to set the global composite operation to destination out. Okay, fine. And here now the switching part. Okay, so here we had in the helpers thing. So if we go to the helpers, here same this thing, right? So I'm just going to take this. Okay, so let's copy this and go to our handler. So just after this, I'm just going to change here to move options. Okay, and here the context. Okay, let's okay, fine. So let's change here to let's me Okay, so I'm just going to add in the fine. So still there is an issue with the context being null. I don't because we if it is not null we are trying to return, but still the context okay, for now let's continue. And after this part, I'm just going to call the copy canvas to small. Okay, and then I'm just going to fine, and then this is the so I'm just making sure this is not going to be not null. Okay, fine. So after this, let's have the function for drawing the almost, so the same thing. So here I'm just going to, this is going to make this as asynchronous. Okay, and here if there is no context, I'm just going to return. And here let's clear the rectangle, so pass in the x and y coordinates and width and height from the canvas thing. Okay, fine. And then the for a const move of sorted moves, I'm just going to call this above function which we have written. Okay, so there is some TypeScript error. I'm just going to disable for this. Okay, fine. And in this thing use effect, we are going to listen on to the user move, and then I'm going to call the handleAddMove. And so just this straightforward, we have already thing written, so there we are going to remove. And so we are just organizing it in a cleaner way. So here socket dot on the your move. Okay, so here let's quickly call this handle add my move by passing in this thing, and then we are going to stop listening to this in the destroying part. So socket dot of your move. Okay, fine. And this is the dependency. I'm just going to handle add this handle add my move. And the now the thing one more so here I'm just going to define one variable here, which I'm going to name this as previous moves length. Okay, so I'm just going to assign initially the 0. So here I'm just going to assign it to 0 for that. Now here after this use effect, I'm going to add one more use effect for that. So here based on if previous moves length is greater than whatever the sorted moves we have, and then I'm going to call the draw all moves function. Okay, if not, I'm just going to call the draw move with the so with the so you'll understand this why while I'm writing. So here this is the condition: if previous moves length is greater than or equals to sorted moves dot length. Okay, or this is not null, I mean not 0. So I'm just going to call this, else I'm just going to call this draw move, and I'm going to pass in this last value. Okay, so here, okay, and then in the cleanup I'm just going to assign the previous moves length with the whatever we have in the sorted moves. Okay, fine, and this is going to depend on this sorted moves. Okay, fine, and I'm just going to, okay, so fine, so, and the handle undo part, so here handle undo if there is context. Okay, I'm just going to call the handle remove my move. Okay, and then I'm just going to emit the undo event to the server. Okay, straightforward. And then finally the listener for control Z. So if you go to our helpers, okay, so I think we had that inside our canvas thing, so let's go here. Yeah, we should be having here key down. Is it in room? Okay, fine, so no worries, I'm just going to quickly write that. Okay, so here I'm just going to add this handle undo keyboard. Okay, so here keyboard event, so here if e dot key is equals to Z, and e dot control key, sorry, control key is pressed. Okay, I'm just going to call in this handle undo. Okay, fine, that is this function. Okay, and here I'm just going to add the event listener to this key down. So, and I'm just going to attach this handle undo keyboard, and in the cleanup I'm just going to stop listening to this is pretty straightforward. Okay, so remove event listener, key down, and then pass in this undo keyboard function. Okay, and here I'm just going to attach the above function handle undo which we have written. Fine, and finally I'm just going to export here the draw all moves. Okay, and the draw move and the handle undo functions from this. Okay, so that is the it in this use moves handler. So now we will just make the changes using this thing rather than the canvas helpers. So first thing, I'm going to remove from those helpers. So let's go to the helpers. So here this handle move and draw all moves, I'm just going to remove this. So fine, then accordingly wherever we imported that, I'm just going to change them. So here in the canvas part, so first thing is I'm going to import this use move handlers here. Okay, so first thing I'm going to get that first let's get the functions from here, the handle undo and then the draw all moves from our use move handlers. Okay, so here once I get them, so I'm just going to remove this copy canvas to small, and also I'm just going to remove here the handle undo function from our useDraw hook, and also here we are going to change the not going to pass the context for this, and I'm going to pass in the draw all moves for this as an input param for this use draw. Okay, we are going to change that. Okay, and we had this use effect, which is going to call this. Okay, so I'm just going to remove this completely, and in the minimap thing I'm just going to attach the dragging and no longer the ref, and so we are going to change this as well. So yeah, that's the change here, and here we no longer need this room options and also the small canvas ref. Okay, so I'm just going to remove them, and here this options value, it's also not needed, and also this use room. Okay, and here the multiple things. Okay, so I'm just going to remove these things. Fine, now we'll have to update this use draw thing. So other than this, I think it's good here. So first let's change the minimap. So here straight away, so the thing here is we are not going to, I'm going to remove this forward ref. Okay, so here I'm going to completely remove this forward ref. Okay, so here, and here I'm just going to attach the types for this. Okay, so dragging, it's going to be of type boolean, and then the set mode mini map, it's going to be of dispatch of type set state action boolean. Okay, so fine, and what's the issue? Set mode minimap. Okay, so fine, and the okay, fine, so it has to be this capital M. Okay, fine, and so here then I'm just going to add in the minimap ref here. So I'm just going to remove this so I'm just going to add in here the minimap ref, so from our user refs. Fine, so for this canvas I'm just going to attach this minimap ref. Okay, so and here we no longer have to add this. Okay, and also here this bracket. Okay, so mostly so let's remove this forward ref too. Fine, so that's the change here. We just removed the forward ref and added the dragging and set mode minimap params for this, and attach the minimap ref from our user refs. Okay, so that's the change here, and now going to our the so here in this going to our helpers, I did remove all of them. Okay, fine. So let's go to our useDraw hook. Okay, so here I did import here the things. So first thing is I will have to change here the useDraw thing. I'm going to remove this from thing. Okay, and here the I'm just going to change here the I'm not going to pass in here the context. I'm just going to pass in the blocked and the function draw almost as a callback function here. Okay, so and also I am going to have here canvas ref, so let's import that from our use refs. Okay, and I no longer need this, and I'm just going to create one context variable. So initially I'm just going to set it to empty, so this is going to be of type canvas rendering context 2D. Okay, so first thing in the use effect thing, so here I'm just going to remove, let's add the so here in this use effect I'm just going to create the context. Okay, so I'm just going to set our context variable, so just like we did in other component. Okay, so using the canvas ref dot current dot get context, and I'm just going to pass in the 2D. Okay, so if new context. Okay, so I'm just going to set into our context local context variable. Okay, fine, and then I'm just going to close this use effect here. Okay, so and this is going to depend on the canvas ref. Fine, and here I do have this set context options thing. So in the I'm just going to move this inside this thing. Okay, so let's move here if else context dot global attributes. I'm just going to set global composite operation to source over. Okay, so this is not going to receive any input params. Okay, and here I'm just going to do it inside this. Fine, and now this I'm going to remove this and also the undo part. Okay, and also this handle undo keyboard. Okay, so I'm just going to remove this completely. So let's remove these things. Okay, so I'm going to create here I'm just going to create here one new function. So I'm just going to name this as draw and set. So here this is going to I'm just going to get the draw call the draw all moves, and then the set context options. Okay, fine, and here in the handle start drawing part. Okay, So here after this I'm just going to call in our set context options functions. Okay, so here the other part is, after this I'm just going to in the handle draw part we see the issue here. So here we no longer need to call this, so I'm just going to call this function. Okay, so draw and set. Similarly for the circle I'm just going to call this draw on set, and also for the rectangular. Okay, so that's the thing. And also here in the move thing now, yeah, I'm just going to remove the shape because we did remove this, and I am going to no just add in this the base 64. So this is going to be empty string. Okay, fine. And then I'm just going to remove this as well here, and the handle undo part. So that's the change here. So let's remove the unwanted things and even the callback. So the room I'm not using. Fine. So these are the changes in the useDraw hook, and we did now mostly we should be able to see the thing. So one is able to add the image and also move the image in the canvas, and also see the toast when the users are joining the room and also leaving the room. Okay, so let's check it out. So hopefully I think there would not be any bugs. Okay, so first is let's check things out. And yeah, so I see some issues here. So okay, I'm not using this. So in the use draw also, okay, let's remove this. Fine. So now let's check the output. So let's go to the output now. So I'm just going to refresh this. So I'm just going to enter thing, and let's enter. So first thing is let's draw something. Okay, fine. So there is in here, let's click on this. Yep, now I am able to select the image. So for now I'm going to import some image. Okay, so here, yep, so we did are able to import the image, and I'm able to drag it as well. Okay, and accordingly whenever I click on this accept, we are going to see it as placed on the canvas, and immediately see the reflection in the minimap. Okay, so once I click on this can accept, now you see. Okay, so and now as usual I will be able to draw on the canvas. Okay, so fine. And now let's say, like, let's try to add some user to this room. So rvag is the room name. So I'm just going to rvag. So here, so first thing, as soon as I click on join, I'm going to switch to the left tab, and so that we can see the toast. Okay, so once I join here, so if you see here, you're seeing the this guy has joined the room in the form of the toast. Okay, so fine. And after some time it's going up. So even if I leave this, okay, so if I leave this, I should be getting the toast, for the this guy has left the room. Okay, fine. So okay, fine. So now the toast for entering and leaving the room we are able to see the toast, and I'm able to add the image to the section of our canvas. Okay, and also able to move through the canvas. Okay, so that is what we wanted to at least achieve in the first part. Fine, so now let's focus on trying to optimize the rendering of the image. Okay, and also see if we can add on control plus v I mean copy pasting the image. Okay, so those things so we'll try to handle now. So let's go back again.